Volume 3, ch. 42, Kitchen Crusade. With it becoming wartime and the presence of the princess, there was no way they could keep living in the estate. Because there is no telling when assassins or suspicious people will infiltrate. The way the estate was built made it very weak in terms of defense. There was no way they would leave Barry and Crescenta at that kind of place. There's also a suggestion to let the soldiers be their escort, however Chris doesn't trust their abilities. Also, although Barry, who had slight distrust towards men, doesn't object to it, she still showed some discomfort. That was why for the time being, everyone would be staying at the fortress. Really, when it comes to using these kinds of ingredients, I need to ask Chris Sama for guidance. Since there aren't any ingredients in the village like there is in the estate. At the large kitchen of the fortress, standing in front of the kitchen island, the two of them were cooking side by side. Pumpkin soup and pie. Herb grilled chicken. Though it's a simple country dish, Berry smiled as she tested the soup. For Chris, who lived in a village, the ingredients in the soup was plentiful. However, for Berry, who always tries to bring out the best flavor by using plenty of various ingredients, the lack of selection was a bit concerning. On the contrary, the less options she had, the more she became puzzled. Berry had a very high awareness of cooking, and she always aimed for the best. For the dish she wants to make, even if only a little bit of the ingredients was insufficient, she will immediately go to town to buy it. In that aspect, as expected, Berry is also an aristocrat. She strives for artistic perfection even in her cooking, for which she goes to great lengths and spares no expense. For Berry, cooking in the fortress where the variety of ingredients being supplied are limited was difficult. But Chris, being used to this kind of situation, chose a dish from the few ingredients available, randomly deciding on it. The peddler that occasionally comes to the village would bring pumpkins. Chris really likes pumpkin pie and soup, so Chris used to borrow the oven at Obasan's house, who lived nearby, and make it all the time. She said with excitement, "If there's pumpkin, use pumpkin. If there's potato, potato it is." Then exclamation mark. Chris's specialty was simple country dishes made with what was available, and thanks to Berry's various lessons, her cooking skills had improved. So although it was simple, she amplified the flavors of the ingredients to maximum. Cook using everything that an ingredient has and not wasting any of it. Chris's cooking, which approaches a single ingredient from various perspectives, had many points that impressed Berry. "Oh, is that so? In that case, I should have made more for Chris Sama." "You could cut out the inside of the pumpkin and use it as a gratin. The appearance looks interesting, and it's also delicious." Gratin. In contrast, Berry would use ingredients lavishly if it would improve the flavor. For her, with an aristocratic mindset, she only uses the good part out of the ingredient. If she only needed a small amount for a subtle seasoning, she would be willing to use the ingredients even if some parts will get wasted. It was a big difference for Chris, where if she uses radish, she will use everything from the peels to the leaves of the radish. Having been taught not to waste ingredients, Chris was initially surprised at Berry with the extravagant use of ingredients, but the dishes created with such extravagance are also works of art. She was deeply impressed by Berry's stance, or prioritizing everything for the sake of flavor. Fufu, let's make that tomorrow. Chris Sama likes gratin too, right? Yes, Chris likes it. Watching Chris blush and nodding embarrassingly, Berry chuckled. "Let's grind the pumpkin guts and dissolve it in the soup and to make it milkier. I'm sure Chris Sama will like it." Berry keeps petting Chris while talking, making Chris smile happily. Berry's culinary philosophy pursues supreme delicacy through combination of ingredients, and Chris's culinary philosophy emphasizes approaching ingredients from various aspects to bring out their charm. If there is a difference, then the method will differ, and the focus will also differ. Though when it comes to complex dishes, Chris can't match Berry, who could think of the best combination from her myriad of experiences. If it was a simple dish, then Chris was confident in her skill. However, Berry's creativity, which sought the best of the best, always surpasses Chris's imagination. Both of them stand by each other, both serving as cooks, and as a teacher to the other. Filled with respect and happiness, Chris snuggles to Berry. Berry chided Chris. There are still people working, while blushing with an expression that is not all that dissatisfying. The large kitchen had just finished preparing meals for the soldiers, and the cooking team also had finished setting the table. Right now the cooking team was taking a break, but the men had not returned to the barracks and were happily watching the pair from afar. while doing chores that didn't really need to be done as an excuse. Chris swayed with her silver long hair in a ponytail. Wearing a white apron, Chris was smiling happily the whole time. Her petite and slender body that stirs up people's protective instinct, her adorable, beautiful face glowed in the dim light of the kitchen. The way she was spoiled by Berry sometimes makes her seem like a little girl. It was truly lovely. And the same goes for Berry, who was standing next to her. Just like Chris, the red-haired beauty wearing an apron dress was smiling gently, like a flower bursting into bloom. Like Chris, she is petite and has a baby face, but she has good looks and is feminine, with a well-developed body that would make you look back if you passed by her in the street. Her apron, which was tied tightly around her waist, accentuates her narrow waist, making you want to look at her backside. Her body was not bewitching however, but rather though sexy, it was clean, and her affectionate atmosphere was pure. Their appearance was so picturesque and beautiful that they were afraid to disturb the atmosphere, though if the situation had permitted, there would have been a rush of people calling out to them. However, everyone present knew that the pretty silver girl was Chris Christans, the daughter of the general and also an official knight. And for Chris, this time of cooking delicious food while being pampered by Berry was a blissful time, a time she does not want to be disturbed by anyone. The other day, Chris had told everyone present that she didn't need any help because she was cooking for Her Highness, the princess. The only opportunity to talk with them was when someone was asked to do trivial chores, so they had to voluntarily stay here and feast their eyes on the two beautiful girls, while faintly hoping for such an opportunity. However, this place sometimes turns into a battlefield. Then, let's carry it so it doesn't get cold. Yes. The first person to act swiftly upon hearing those words was Zalbuk, the head of the cooking team. He had a chubby body and was approaching middle age, but he moved faster than anyone else. A pot of soup, a herb grilled chicken, bread and pie. With those dishes, and bringing them to the princess and corps commander, they would need a food trolley to carry it. Then, let's carry it. The one who had started moving around the then in those words, was already closing the distance to the location of the wagon. A large stride but calm gait. It was an unspoken agreement among the cooking team that they should not use such blatant means as jogging or trotting. It can't be helped if it was a busy time, but before anyone knew what was happening, a rule had been established here that their atmosphere was not to be interrupted. In times like these, experience speaks for itself. Zalbuk, who had a splendid beard, followed the movements of the two with the ease of the head chef. The way they cooked was vibrant and without any waste. Their coordination was also splendid. But, after all, Zalbuk, who had many years of experience, could estimate how long it would take them to complete a dish, based on their abilities and coordination. When he sensed that the end was near, Zalbuk moved naturally so his position was closer to the food trolley. Zalbuk grinned, but was startled by the sound of wheels rolling from behind and turned around. The man rolling the food trolley was Kart, the young man who was in charge of the food distribution in this fortress. Zalbuk immediately looked at the place where the food trolley was supposed to be, and one of them had completely disappeared from there. Then he saw that it was in Kart's hand. When Kart returned from directing the food delivery, the two of them had just set up the pot. Kart's excellent brain, which commands the distribution of food for thousands of soldiers, had finished grasping where every cooking utensil and ingredients were placed. How to get ahead of everyone else, what was needed, and what steps should be taken. Kart, who instantly found the answer, immediately requisitioned the food trolley, saying, "I'll take care of it," and waited for the right moment. Kart analyzed that, in experience, Zalbuk was always one step ahead of himself. Because for Zalbuk, this place was like his own home. Zalbuk, who has been entrusted with the kitchen of this fortress for 10 years, was equal to a king in this place. In the past few days, not counting the small victories, Zalbuk had won 4 times, Kart had won twice, and the others twice. If one were to count the small victories, the gap would be even wider. Zalbuk always puts himself in the position to be ordered by the two flowers to do their chores. Kart does not doubt his own excellence, but he also accepts the fact that in this limited space, Zalbuk was superior to him. It was frustrating. However, if he accepts the fact as a fact, he can think of a way to counter it. If Zalbuk is always one step ahead of me, then I should be 3 steps ahead of him. Using one's brain, not experience. If he had been born into nobility and given the position of leading others in battle, he surely would be an excellent general. At the very least, if Bogan's idea of a general staff had taken shape earlier, his brains would have made him an exceptionally general staff indeed. The talented cart was still excellent, even in the food distribution. Zalbak glares at the fearless cart, looking like a parent whose child had been murdered, and sneers. "You're good, young man. Cuckoo, it's time for the old people to sleep in the barracks, you know." While conversing through their gazes, Zalbak didn't just give up there. The route was different, and cart's food trolley would definitely get the faster. However, there was still a difference of 2 steps. Zalbak, who knew the kitchen inside and out, accurately determined the difference in distance between the two of them and came up with a secret stratagem. Oops. He pretended to stumble even though there was nothing there. A momentary lean forward and a leap. With one move, it narrowed the gap of despair that should have existed between them and turned it around. Cart's eyes were filled with astonishment. "You're willing to go that far," was what his eyes seemed to be saying. However, Zalbak did not care about the look in Cart's eyes and put his hand on the food trolley that just happened to be there when he landed and pulled it out. Cart glares at Zalbak, who has a fearless look on his face, as if he were a son whose father was murdered, and sneered. "I didn't think you'd go that far, you old raccoon." "That's called the difference in experience, brat." The battle between the two was evenly matched, and the others who could not intervene had no choice but to hold their breaths and watch. The showdown between the two chiefs. It was a holy war. However, the war's conclusion was blocked by the presence of an even more powerful person. "Chris-sama, Argent-sama, I will help you." Breaking through the unspoken agreement, Anne, the woman with the 7-colored floor, stepped into the fray without even reading the air. Having a strong admiration for Berry, she had come to the fortress yesterday as a servant, forsaking her position as a servant of the royal quarters, which was a position that many people desired. Well, maybe except for Anne. She insists that as a lady, the one she should aspire to be can only be Berry. She left the royal estate 2 days after Chris and the others. She then went to her parents' house in the same northern part of the country, had a fight with them that almost resulted in her being disowned, and left the house for Anne's house. Then, as she wandered around the empty estate, she was suspected by the soldiers there, and after crying and explaining the situation, she was escorted and arrived safely yesterday, and here she was, in custody. Her only merits were her seriousness and high ability to take action. The boldness to break through head-on, without any ingenuity or tactics. The sudden appearance of an ambush was, in fact, waiting at the entrance the whole time. Don't disturb their happy moment, but also be quick to help when it is needed. Then Anne saw the opportunity and jumped on it without regard. "Oh, excuse me, I'm going to borrow your food trolley." Anne took the wagon that Zalbak had been desperate to grab as if it was only natural and ran towards the two of them. "Here you go." She perceived that the food trolley had been specially prepared for her on purpose. She was completely unaware that she had snatched the other's credit from the side. Her ability to take action was one of her few virtues. But Anne was a woman with a 7-colored floor. While it is a virtue, it was also paired with her thick-skinned nature. It being a virtue depends on the situation. She also couldn't read the air. In the end it became one of her flaws. Thank you, Aunt-sama. You wouldn't spill it, right? You can't do that, Chris-sama. If you say that, Aunt-sama will get even more nervous, Berry said in a panic, and Chris anxiously put the pot and plate on the food trolley. Meanwhile Anna was saying it will be fine while shaking the food trolley. Anne, despite her thick skin, was internally timid and weak when it came to it. She grew nervous as she remembered the many blunders she had done in front of Chris. Chris, who was recruiting troops outside, was the one to confirm her identity, who had been escorted by a carriage while being somewhat suspected of being a suspicious person. Her exasperated expression at that time. The more she thinks she shouldn't show such things to Chris again, the stronger her trembling becomes. Chris recognized her as an annoying woman who, even though was extremely clumsy, she uselessly had a high ability to take action. She has repeatedly interfered with Chris's desire to be alone and pampered with Berry, and also it was still fresh in her mind that she was scolded by Serene at the royal estate because she kept saying unnecessary things. Her disposition is made worse because all of her actions are based on goodwill and kindness. Because of her repeated mistakes and failure, she was the first person to make Chris realize the meaning of the word thank you for the trouble. Naturally, Chris does not trust Anne as a servant at all. Looking at Anne, who is trembling, Chris holds the food trolley, thinks for a moment, and then tells Anne, Chris is in the mood to push the food trolley, so can Chris be in charge of the food trolley? Anne, please walk a little bit apart. Right. Since Anne is skilled in opening the door, Chris wants Anne to open the door first. There was a palpable sense of distrust that could not be hidden that it became obvious. Chris intended to nicely conceal it, but the half-hearted consideration just injured Anne's heart. Anne struggled her best not to shed tears when she heard her first compliment, "You're good at opening doors." Chris's evaluation of Anne was summarized there. "Why yes then, open the door. I'm good at it, so." There is absolutely no malice at all, and it's not like she was making fun of her. Or rather, Chris was being considerate, and that only worsened the wound. Barry urged the two of them without touching on the matter. "Well, let's go then." In fact, Barry also felt a little uneasy. While glimpsing Anne's condition, Barry follows the two, and gracefully bows while making a slightly strange face to the culinary team that has solidified. Chris notices that and politely follows suit, and the three of them leave the kitchen. The men looked at Selbach and Cart, who were still frozen, with pity. Volume 3, ch. 43, A Lady's Distress. In the end, Bogan succeed in taking control of the Dragon's Maw, but Guildenstein also moved swiftly. Both of them must have acted almost simultaneously. Bogan's army, which had numbered close to 20,000, was reduced to 14,000. In contrast, Guildenstein had 30,000 troops, and now there were still 20,000 left. The minimum of the strategic objectives, the maintenance of the Dragon's Maw, had been accomplished. However, to advance to the royal capital they would need more troops. As for the quality of the army, that of Christan's army was extremely high, and on Guildenstein's side, many of the soldiers were mobilized in a hurry. But Guildenstein was also excellent in tactics. Even in the narrow Dragon's Maw, sandwiched by mountains on the left and right sides, they effectively used their numerical advantage to reduce fatigue by alternating the front-line soldiers, and at the same time, they repeatedly did skirmish military drills. If the battle had simply been fought on the plain, the Christand army might have been able to defeat the 30,000 Guildenstein troops and ended the. But the narrowness of the Dragon's Maw made it difficult for either side to deliver a decisive blow. The battlefront was just too narrow. It seemed that the main battlefields now have changed to Merskronia and Bernaic mountains, and there were several close calls. As was written on the letter, the royal capital is still not fully under Guildenstein's control due to him moving too quickly, so there were still many who just waited to see. Although a sudden increase in enemies' forces was unlikely, the letter states that Guildenstein intends to use the battlefields here to train a strong army and improve the quality of his troops. While recruiting new soldiers, they are also recruiting reservists and retired military, those who can be an immediate force. Although they continue to send such personnel to Bogan, the same is also true on the Guildenstein side. It is difficult to make a significant gap in troop strength. The situation was currently at a standstill. Even after reading the letter 3 times, the content remained the same. Celine rubbed her eyes. She was a bit tired from the many problems she had to deal with. She leans back and sighs. This fortress, which is a large chunk of the northern part from Dragon's Maw, used to be an important strategic base. Perhaps as a vestige of that, nobles used to be permanently stationed here and used the fortress as replacement of estate, so there were private rooms as well as office rooms. The office is simple, but it was properly furnished with a desk and chair, and also a large window for better lighting. Since it was also used as a parlor, there was a low table and a large sofa in front of the desk, which was not too uncomfortable, no, in a certain way that just made it worse. At night, she would often just sleeps there, and the fatigue continues to build up. Celine, dressed in military attire, as a corps commander, her attire was well groomed, but her golden hair was a little unkempt and tied back in a messy knot. Chris was busy. And it's not like Barry was just lounging around either. When Barry's not tending to Chris or cooking meals, She helps Celine with her paperwork. Although Berry dislikes conflict, she is quicker than Celine when it comes to matters such as calculation and management. Berry also handled documents for assignments of provisions and equipment on her behalf. It is easy to see why Bergen wanted to create a general staff. It is not just a matter of command. Military operations involve an enormous amount of processing. There are arrangements for food, clothing, weapons, and other supplies, as well as discussions with the merchants who will move with the army. If soldiers are to be managed for a long period of time away from the city, there are many things that will be needed. Since the military's logistics could not cover all these needs, it was common for them to sign contracts directly with large merchants to assist them. Outside of the fortress, there were many tents set up to sell liquor and other items for the soldiers' consumption. Since most of the soldiers were men, it was also necessary to arrange for prostitutes. The merchants would gather the prostitutes and set up military brothels where soldiers could relieve their frustrations. Celine does not think it was foolish that she needs to worry about such things. Food, sex, and sleep. She believed that only by satisfying these desires can soldiers be excellent soldiers who won't disturb the public order and law. The way an individual thinks and the way she, a corps commander, who commands the soldiers and orders their deaths on the battlefield, should think is different. And it was better not to have such fears when it came to herself, Berry, and Crescenta, and in fact, she pays more attention to it than Bergen precisely because she isn't a man. Rape by soldiers occurs even in Bergen's well-disciplined army. Such incidents against female soldiers are also common. They had become accustomed to hearing their names being mentioned in obscene talks on the roadside, and that is why she was particularly careful about it. Being careful and considering each one seriously, that was why her fatigue built up. Chris was undeniably a genius. She did everything Celine asked her to do more than was expected. And she was also more serious and purer than Celine. For example, if she was told to work without sleep, she would do so until she reached her limit and collapsed. Even the day after the mountain breakthrough, she had a terrible fever and had to lay down for a whole day. If Celine had not noticed and told her to rest, she would have calmly joined the pursuit, and as long as she was asked to, she would have done so. She will always live up to expectations, and she thinks that that's only natural. Even though her stamina wasn't that high. The job Chris was given now, the selection and management of military drill, was because she was Chris. She would be able to do it. Although she does it without hesitation, there is no doubt that she is fatigued in her own way as well. However, Chris does not show any displeasure, but puts her pure trust in Celine and is spoiled by her. Seeing her like that made Celine needlessly think that she had to work even harder. Celine was talented, but was not even 16 yet. She was young, hard-working, and responsible, and because of this, Celine did not know how to relax, and the bad habit of being too serious had not yet left her. She sighs quietly. Right at that moment she hears a knock. Only realizing now that the sun was about to set, she called out, "Come in." It was Anne who opened the door. Krish entered next, looking somewhat puzzled, and sat down on the sofa, saying, "Excuse me." Starting today, the 5 people, including Anne, will be eating together. Until now, the 4 of them had always taken meals together. It was Berry's suggestion, probably out of concern for her. Though she had said she didn't need a good luck charm, in the end, although she felt bad about being cared for in this way, to tell the truth, she was happy and grateful. It was one of the few moments where she could relax. Since Chris was also here, she needed to refrain from behaving rudely, but even so, it was completely different from eating alone. Crescenta-sama, is there something wrong? Ah, no, Oni-sama is walking quite far apart, so I was just wondering. The door was left open. However, there was no sign of anyone coming in. Anne, who had guided Crescenta to the chair, looked restlessly at the door. "Chris-sama?" Just as Chris appeared, Gshan. There was a clattering sound of dishes. "Anne, can you wait in the corridor after you open the door?" I'm sorry. Chris-sama, Anne-sama, there's no ill will, just now, the food I made with great effort almost. She heard a voice saying that, and Anne went out into the corridor while bowing her head. Instead, Chris finally appeared pushing the food trolley, and Berry, who looked troubled, began to serve the soup on her plate, saying, "I'll serve the food." Chris also helps her while stealing glances at Anne, who is standing in the hallway. Anne was trembling and kept her head down and motionless. "Berry, What are you doing? And nothing, it's just because of the bad timing. And Sama bumped into Chris when she came in. Anne, Chris thought you were good at opening doors. As Chris blurts it out, Anne's shoulders jump and she starts repeating, I'm sorry, again. Chris's brow was slightly wrinkled and she looked a little angry, probably because Anne almost ruined the dish. She looks a little different from when she is displeased or sulking. She is trying to hold back her anger. It's rare to see such an expression on Chris's face, and it makes Serene let out small chuckles. Well, look, we've made some delicious food, so let's enjoy it. There, Chris. Sama, please sit down. Oh, Annie. Sama, and Sama will be here today too, right? Ah yes. Chris glances at Anne and she sits next to Crescenta as instructed. Crescenta's mouth loosened in satisfaction. But Chris, who pulled Barry to sit down next to her after setting the table, pouted. It was clear that Crescenta liked Chris a lot. On the first day, Crescenta suggested that they should sit in pairs. Serene, who was careful not to be rude, sat next to her, but she looked at Barry and Chris with a clearly dissatisfied look on her face. As expected, even Celine would notice her motive. Barry seemed to have noticed, but Chris acted as if the seat was already decided. From then on, it was Chris and Barry, Celine and Crescenta. Crescenta tried to sit in the opposite position, saying that her hair was dusty as she tried to change her seat, and tried to sit next to Chris. But Chris wanted to sit next to Barry. If Crescenta sits in the opposite position, then Chris would change her seat so it becomes face to face. If Crescenta sits next to her, then Chris would stand up, quickly helping Barry by pulling her to her side, defending the position. The offense and defense of the two were at the same level, but that's why it was heartwarming. When a servant she knew named Anne had arrived and was introduced to Crescenta, she said, so there will be 5 of us for meals from now on. This was probably the reason for the lack of resistance to the presence of servants, which is uncharacteristic of royalty. She wanted a reason for Chris to sit next to her. When Celine smiled wryly, there was something childish about it, and Crescenta glared at her with a slightly sullen look. What is it? Number. Just thinking, Crescenta really likes Chris. Crescenta blushed and did not answer. When Serene sat down in front of Chris, Chris looked at Anne with a furrowed brow. Anne, please sit down quickly. The food will get cold. But sit with Her Highness Princess. I don't mind. Such a lively meal is not very common in the royal palace, so please sit down and stop worrying about it. Why yes. Anne nervously sat down next to Celine. Celine smiled and offered a small silent prayer, thank you for the bounty of the earth, as she watched Barry soothe Chris, whose cheeks were puffed out. In Bergen's absence, it was Celine who would declare the start of the meal. The other 4 followed suit, and after a short silent prayer, they began to eat. Although it is not proper to talk with food in one's mouth while eating, the conversation itself is often conducted in a normal manner. How is it? Yeah, it's really delicious. Really, Chris is really good at cooking, aren't you? It is usually Chris who is the first to open her mouth, asking for feedback on the quality of the food. In the past, the meal was relatively quiet and Barry would explain the day's dishes in an upbeat tone. But Chris has since taken over that role. Barry used to talk to Serene a lot in those days, but in retrospect, that it was probably just her being considerate. Surprisingly, or perhaps I should say, unsurprisingly. Crescenta is quite a glutton, and she seems to like food quite a bit. Though it's delicious, it also could not be called a lavish dish, but she didn't show any displeasure and seemed very satisfied after moving here from the estate. Perhaps it's because it was made by Chris, but her style of being well-behaved while hastily stuffing the food into her stomach resembled Chris. The nobles who possessed manners basically have a large appetite, but the amount of food the two of them ate was still large, and while Celine ate 1 piece of bread, they had finished eating 2 pieces. Chris took a piece of her own bread and placed it in front of Crescenta, who looked at her and blushed shyly as she tore into it. Serene could tell that she was just wearing a mask, which was also a source of concern for her. When she asked Barry, she explained to Celine, she is very similar to Lady Chris, but it's probably fine. However, compared to Barry, Celine, who knows how Chris is on the battlefield, is more anxious than Barry. Celine thinks it is a miracle that Chris grew up to be a good person. It is because she was raised by kind and understanding people like her parents and Barry, but her nature is still dangerous. Unlike Chris, she still does not have a good grasp of what kind of person Crescenta, who was raised in the royal palace, is like, and she is uneasy about it. This is because Celine knows that the royal palace is an ominous place, swirling with conspiracies and trickery. She loves Chris from the bottom of her heart, but at the same time, she also admits that Chris is a deviant who doesn't think anything of killing people. Celine has been trained to be objective at all times, and she clearly sees this side of Chris as dangerous. And that Chris's true nature lies there. It is Barry's love and goodness that allows Chris to live her life as she is now, as a slightly weird but a normal girl. It's vexing, but Celine admits that she would not have been able to educate Chris so well herself, and that's why she respects Barry more than anyone else. But that doesn't mean she thinks that Barry's goodness is perfect. She did not believe unconditionally that just because Chris had turned out well, Crescenta would be the same too. Of course, Barry also understood that and wanted to be entrusted with it, but Celine was extremely afraid in the event that it's impossible. The sight of Crescenta stuffing her cheek with bread like this was adorable, just like Chris. But if she was asked whether Crescenta is as good as Chris, she could not relax if she chooses Crescenta. Anne, how is it? This dish was really prepared by the two of you? Yes. I am in awe of how good it tastes compared to what I made. If you're so good at cooking, what should I do to take care of you? To answer Anne, Chris thinks for a moment and then tells her with a smile on her face. Barry does a lot of things for Chris, so, when Chris is the Chris helps Barry so Anne doesn't have to take care of anyone. That's... Yes, Chris-sama. It was a clear rejection that could not be hidden. Anne was depressed, and Barry was flustered, wondering what to say. Crescenta looks at Chris and then at Anne as if observing her. The inorganic eyes that Chris sometimes shows. That's not good. Chris, who glanced sideways at her, and pouted her lips, saying quietly, I have a good memory, you know. I'm just looking at her a bit. Barry was startled for a moment, but she did not show it on her face and changed the subject, saying that the pie was very delicious. Celine reads and understands the meaning from Chris's words and Barry's reaction. She managed to read it somehow. She also had known Chris for a long time. And from that, she understood how much better it would have been if Chris had been a mere princess. Celine unconsciously pressed her eyes. Chris turned her gaze to Celine. Celine-sama, you look very tired. I'm fine. Thank you for your consideration. Please don't push yourself too hard. It would be a problem if Lady Celine collapsed in this situation. I've gotten the gist of it, and compared to when I first started, it's a lot easier now. That's not going to happen. Chris smiled and looked at Serene. And then asked, may I talk to you later? A talk, is it? Yes, I have talked with Annie-sama and Argan-sama, but not with Celine-sama yet. Of course, only if you have time, is fine. If that's the case, by all means. Chris and Barry look at the two of them, but Crescenta tells them that sharing your purpose is important. Anne, who was depressed alone, couldn't hear the conversation at all. Volume 3, ch. 44, Methodology of Happiness. I would like to have a good relationship with Argan-sama and Celine-sama. A steaming teacup. Holding the saucer, just staring at it without taking a sip, that it was what Crescenta did. She looked elegant and thoughtful, but Celine knew that she, like Chris, had a cat's tongue. The gesture was oddly amusing, considering the fact that she simply could not drink it hot. She looked as if she was intellectually looking at the surface of the tea and elegantly sniffing the aroma, but in reality, she was merely judging whether the temperature was too hot or not for her to drink. Overall, it was elegant, and the way she covered it was better than Chris, but it seems the inside was the same as Chris. Celine nearly laughed but held it in. At least now it was time for serious talk. Barry and the others had left to prepare the tea. When Barry said that she had an after-dinner dessert, Crescenta reacted slightly. This princess in front of her, like Chris, has an extremely sweet tooth. Earlier she and Chris had been silently arguing over who would get to eat the last piece of pumpkin pie. When Anne snatched the pie onto her plate, saying it's a waste to leave it, the two of them stiffened, and Barry smiled wryly. That was probably the reason Barry said that there was also dessert while cleaning up the table. In that respect, she found Crescenta really cute, just like Chris. But that doesn't mean she could let her guard down. Celine-sama seems to be suspicious of me, so I thought it would be better to set up an opportunity for us to talk. What do you mean? I mean it as it is. Celine-sama knows that I, just like Annie-sama, am different from the others, right? In the end, Crescenta put the tea on the table without sipping it. It was probably still too hot to drink. Celine-sama, I don't really like conversations that are ostentatious. If we both understand each other, then it's a waste of time. Please talk to me like how you usually talk to Anisama. Celine-sama also knows that I'm bothered by it, right? For me, as long as we can understand each other's words, then I don't really mind. I think it would be disrespectful to the royal family if I behave like how I usually do around Chris though. Oh well, saying that, Celine grabs Crescenta's teacup, which was modestly filled with honey, and pulls it closer. Crescenta blushed as she glanced at Celine, filling her tea with cool honey and drizzled it generously with milk. Ah, it's Argan-sama, isn't it? If Crescenta says so, then this kind of ostentation is also not needed. Add plenty of honey and milk to make it lukewarm. Sometimes I also want to drink this kind of sweet drink, so you don't have to be shy. Celine did the same with her own tea and then returned Crescenta's tea. When tired, I want to drink something sweet. Although Crescenta glared at her for a while, in the end, she timidly reached out and sipped the tea slowly. Her mouth relaxed slightly. Foo-foo, you have exactly the same taste as Chris. I also don't like bothersome things. If you say so, then I'd be happy if you also act normally. I think I'm pretty skilled at it, but I think you're very good, but it's kind of transparent. Celine also took a sip of her sweet tea and sighed, then continued. Chris is very stupid and cute. I wonder if that's what pure and innocent is like. I love that kind of girl. However, she is cruel to anyone she doesn't care about, and she can kill someone else easily. To be honest, I think that part of her is very scary. Celine put down her saucer and looked at Crescenta. That's why I'm scared of you too, Crescenta. I can understand your reasoning because I've seen Chris. But it's not like everything is the same, and even though we want the same thing, the method used to achieve it is different, right? For example, the reason we had a talk right now is because you thought that no matter the reason, the Christans won't throw you out now. Am I right? Yes, you are very clever, Crescenta said, a little impressed. Now that the war has begun, no matter what I say or do, it's already too late. I've known for a long time that you are just like Chris, but you only asked to talk now because you were sure of it, right? Just so you know, that was a cowardly method, and that's where you differ from Chris. Cowardly? Yeah, I'm sure you've learned way more than Chris, but let me tell you, that's a method you shouldn't use against someone you want to get along with. At the very least, trust won't be born from that kind of method. After saying that, Celine smiled. The cute thing about Chris is that she's really silly. She's not good at hiding things. She's honest and truthful. She always pushes herself when you rely on her, and when she's told she can be spoiled, she will ask to be spoiled until she melts. If you want to call her silly, then maybe she really is. But she is purer than anyone else, and I think that's beautiful and cute. That's why I love her more than anyone else and trust her more than anyone else. The root of this is the same. Maybe she can love the girl in front of her. Or maybe not. You are smart, and you may be able to use your intellect to get the results you want. But all you can get with your cleverness are only results. I don't have faith in you. Neither will those around you. If so, then you will be all alone. No one will trust you, no one will remember you, and no matter what results you get, you will forever be alone, and you will die without ever attaining peace of mind. Crescenta's brows furrowed in displeasure, which Celine found refreshing. The story she had heard from Berry was fragmentary, and Berry had deliberately hid something from her. But if Crescenta is a human who is very similar to Chris, then she can guess it. That this princess was the one who disrupted the order of the kingdom and brought Christand into the center of the scheme. She used Christand in order to gain the throne for herself. If her nature is the same as Chris's, then she knows what Crescenta is seeking. Chris is abnormal. But what she always seeks is a place where she feels safe. And she believes that the place was here, in Christand, in Berry's arms. If her nature is the same as Chris, then what she truly desires is nothing more than a place where she can feel safe and secure, just as Chris does. At the very least, Celine's imagination shouldn't be that far off the mark. Crescenta was clearly showing displeasure. Honestly, it's very unpleasant. Neither me, nor father, nor Berry, and Chris, no one wants the war. So you can't get along with me? Well, yeah, at least if you're the way you are right now, I refuse. I don't want to be swayed for the results you want. I even thought it might be better to kill you. Crescenta's eyes narrowed. Realizing that the magic that coiled around Crescenta's body was being sharpened to the limit, Celine raised her hands and laughed. But I don't. Do you know why? Because I am fearful? You are clever, but stupid. I know scarier girls. Stupid. Me? Yes, just like Chris. Even though you have a very smart head, you end up thinking too much. You don't understand the simple things. Celine giggled and sipped her tea. The reason is that Chris is letting you live. If Chris can't forgive you for what you've done, your neck won't still be there, right? There is a good chance she would have done so, but she didn't, and she's leaving you alive like this. Do you understand what that means? At the very least, Chris is trying to accept you. She's thinking of making you feel safe and become a new family that she can trust. She feels that way about you. As her sister, I don't want to tell her she's making the wrong decision, and I don't want to think she's making the wrong decision either. It's very simple, Celine continued. Chris wants to include you in her happiness and be happy together. She wants you and her to be happy. That child thinks that you can do it and believes you. Celine punctuated her words, closed her eyes, then opened it again. Looking straight ahead, Celine said this. What I want to say is, don't do anything that will betray that child's trust. That's all I ask. If you can do that, I swear by my name, the place you want, together with Chris, I will make it. As for how to achieve that, I guess it's up to you. Crescenta stared back at Celine. Observing her, not moving an inch. After a short pause, she sighed and replied in amazement. Celine-sama also says something similar to Argent-sama. What a weird person. If you weren't weird too, you wouldn't be so fond of Chris. Though it's not as much as Berry, she also likes me after all. I don't know about you though. I heard similar words from Argent-sama. Crescenta drank the lukewarm tea and put it in front of Celine. Celine silently poured the tea, just as sweet as before, with plenty of milk. She gave it to Crescenta and she loosened her cheek just a little. I promised Nisama that I won't do this anymore. At the very least I'll discuss it first. I also don't want to be killed by Anisama. I came here to create a safe place with Anisama. Can you at least trust this? No. That's enough. You're still young after all. I'll forgive you for what happened this time. I too will pretend that I did not see the disrespect you have shown me today. Is that so? Celine said with a chuckle. Is the tea good? Just so-so. Foo-foo. Chris and Berry will bring delicious cookies in a little while. You like them too, don't you? I don't hate it. Unlike Chris, your Royal Highness isn't honest. I really like that part of her very much, and it's also very cute. It's the truth, isn't it? Crescenta's cheeks blushed and she glared at Celine. I am very unhappy. Is that so? But well, let's get along. If you're Chris's little sister, then you're also my little sister. Can you please not make me your little sister without permission? Crescenta sips her tea with a look that seems to say, I'm angry. And as she tasted the sweet tea, she relaxed her mouth slightly. Celine patrolled the fortress, talking around. She listens to the various complaints of the soldiers, from recruit training to logistics, and thinks on how to satisfy their needs. A wall can be created with just a report. If a wall is built, there is a risk that dissatisfaction will build up without her knowledge. Celine herself thought it was important to take the initiative to create an atmosphere in which it was easy to talk and to have conversations from the same point of view. Of course, the difference in position between a commander and a soldier must be absolutely separated. But it is also a problem if the two are completely separated even in terms of feelings. Excessive reverence can create distortions, and these distortions will eventually grow. As someone in charge of their lives, she feels that it is only her duty to properly pick up on their concerns and dissatisfaction, which they cannot say toward a superior officer. The soldiers and officers hold high respect for Celine due to this. But it's not all good. If she acts to win their trust and respect like that, she'll have extra worries. When she returns home after completing her rounds, a mountain of paperwork would be waiting for her. Celine felt like sighing, but ordered the soldier escorting her to rest and opened the door. In the office, Berry was sitting on the sofa, staring at the papers. Crescenta, sitting at the office desk with a bored look on her face, was sorting through the papers. When she saw Celine, she pouted and glared at her, pointing at the trembling Anne by her side. Celine-sama, if you're going to hire a servant, would you hire someone who is more considerate? Really? Earlier because of her I had to spend double, no, I mean, triple the efforts, It's like I'm the servant here. I'm sorry, Berry chuckled when she saw Celine not grasping the situation. Somehow, it was a happy face. Crescenta-sama came to help the young lady after the young lady went to make her rounds. It would be troublesome if Celine-sama collapsed after all. I also didn't have anything to do, so I thought I'd give you a little help, but this person has been hindering me since a while ago. Do you know that? I'm sorry. Seeing Anne's apology, Celine holds her mouth and laughs. Crescenta tilted her head and sat down on the sofa with a stack of papers on the desk, leaving room for Celine to sit down. I took a quick look and divided them into those that seemed important and those that weren't. I'm not very familiar with the actual military situation, so I can't say it's perfect. Since the more money, the better, I've taken the liberty of signing off on funding for towns and villages. There are also some from the merchants, but I've put those on hold, so don't worry. Crescenta continued sorting through the documents in an orderly manner. There's also a cargo offered from the town and village. The one I think is okay to accept is here. And since it would be troublesome if we take from some place that doesn't have much reserve and then something happened, over here is the one I think is better to reject and just thank them. Why do you just stand there? Foo-foo, it's nothing. Celine stood next to her and patted Crescenta's head. Then she sat down with a nonchalant look on her face. Crescenta's cheeks blushed and glared at Celine. I'm just trying to help you little for the sake of the future. Please don't misunderstand. Anne, can you go and make me some light snacks? Why yes. Anne rushes out at those words. Celine saw it off and she patted Crescenta again. Is that so? But still, I'm very happy. Please don't pet me. It's because you're cute. It seems you don't understand, so I'll tell you. Normally, when you praise someone for being cute, it's for people who are lower than you. I'm much smarter, also more excellent than you after all. Such words are inappropriate. That's your opinion, Crescenta. I think that part of you is cute in that way. That's why I praise you like this. Celine giggles and Crescenta glares at Celine sullenly. But she did not really reject being petted like that. Volume 3, ch. 45, Clever Anne and Centurion. Clever Anne and Centurion. Manipulate magical powers and build virtual muscles. Magic can be manipulated by will. For example, if one repeatedly exerts oneself to hold a heavy object, the magic will naturally move and enhance the body. Those who have a good sense will feel that it is a different force than muscles, and may learn how to handle such imaginary muscles rather than muscular power. There were 98 people who have been identified as black. Of these, 30 of them are using it unconsciously. And there were about 2 people who had acquired the skill to use it consciously. Chris first interviewed these 2, asking them about the process by which they had come to consciously handle magic, and thought about the teaching guidelines. Since Celine had explained the method that Bogan had taught her, Chris was quick to get an idea of how to feel magic in general. First, Chris ordered the black training captain, her assistant, Dagra Centurion, who had been given an unofficial offer to be the captain after the training was over, to put them through a rigorous basic training program. He comes from a commoner background, having learned to handle magic in battle and consciously understood and mastered it. He was relatively smart and capable, and his emphasis on command and discipline made him what Krish considered to be a good soldier. As for how she was valued by Dagra, who was afraid of her, is another matter. His troops are also a group of excellent soldiers who have accompanied her in the infiltration of the mountains and have fought through fierce battles. When the number of volunteers decreased, the selection process was closed at noon. In the morning, Dagra oversees the blacks, and in the afternoon, Chris joins them for training. Since it has been decided that they will operate as a Chris's men, it is important for them to be able to communicate with each other to a certain extent, and since they are a special unit, it is necessary for Chris, who is the operator, to provide them with good guidance in order to speed up their training. There's also the fact that the other units were being led by Kristan's excellent soldiers, so there was no need to worry so much about it. One of the rooms at the warehouse is used mainly for blacks' simple training. There was also the point that they didn't want people to see much of the training too, so the training that dealt with magic was used in such a room. Because of their special inborn talents, it does not reflect well on their special treatment to other soldiers. It is not possible for them to move up to black if they show excellent results in training. For this reason, Only the most rigorous basic training was conducted outside for the other soldiers to see, while the magical training and education was conducted in this somewhat cold warehouse. All hands, salute the Corps Commander's adjutant. Chris entered the room with a tray of tea and other items, and at Dagger's words, the trainees all clicked their heels and put their hands on their chests. Their salute lacked some uniformness, but it can't be helped because they're a mixed recruit, and are in a state of extreme fatigue. Everyone had their postures straightened, but their shoulders were shaking a little, as if they were having a hard time breathing. Thanks to that, the room smelled sweaty. Chris, with a furrowed brow, put the cup of tea on the desk in front of her, opened the window, and told them that they could take a rest. They have undergone grueling basic training. After a discussion between Dagger and those who had consciously mastered the art of handling magic, she had come to the conclusion that it was easier to learn to manipulate magic in the extremes of fatigue. Today we have 87 people. Thank you for your hard work. It's going well, but please be careful not to overdo it. Yes. The trainees are basically assigned in groups of 5. In the morning, they would run around the fortress in full infantry gear, and without taking a break, they would swing their swords. Then, they would form up in line and engage in a battle of shields of 5 against 5, and the team that lost would be made to run around the fort even more. That's about it for the warm-up exercise, and then they were made to carry on their backs heavy objects that they could not carry without using magical powers. 2 of the 5-man team must carry it, and the remaining 3 who do not carry it must assist them. In the 5-man team, it was decided that at least 2 heavy items must be carried, and if a 3rd or 4th item was carried, a reward would be given, such as an increase in desserts for the meal. That's the basic training. Those who had grasped the point assisted the other, and by teaching the still inexperienced the knack, the overall level was raised. Instead of forcing them to train hard, they are given proper breaks and meals, and she also made sure to show the hard training to the supplely team. Now then, Chris looked around at the trainees and nodded, satisfied with the results. A group of 5. Some sense of solidarity was born, and physical strength was also built up. The ability itself was not bad. For today, she would start with a basic lecture on operations. Naga, you must now fight Dagger here. The objective is to kill Dagger. The objective is to kill Dagger, and it must be done with certainty. As a prerequisite, you will be allowed to use everything in this room. How will you do it? Yes, Corps Commander's adjutant. I will. Next, Oudle. The same question. This went on. After about 5 people, there was finally someone who was able to answer. Next, Mia. I'll ask you the same question. Why yes, I'll ask my comrade here to help me, and fight him with multiple people. I see, well done. Right now, Chris doesn't think anyone can boast that they can kill Dagger alone. If you want to achieve your aim, increase the number. Create a military superiority. Any army as a strategy will prepare a military force that surpasses the opponent. That's because it's more advantageous. Chris stuck a magnet to the steel plate behind him. The magnet was used by the general staff during its establishment, and it has figures on it that represent military units and terrain. If it's just for a simple explanation, then it'll make things easier. The basis of battle is superiority in military strength. Heroic tales often tell of the fact that a side with a weaker military strength defeats an enemy with a superior strength, but this is simply the weaker side's tactics being used to make up for the lack of military strength in the first place. It's a strategic defeat the moment you're outnumbered. Chris put up a magnet and reenacted the previous war. In other words, the battle the other day when the Empire attacked was nothing but a strategic defeat for the Christand army. If they had doubled their superiority, they could have defeated the Sashanka army in a head-to-head confrontation. Chris's words were an overbearing criticism of Christand and, by extension, the Royal Army. The trainees looked at each other, and Dagger shouted, "Focus!" Chris continues while watching the situation. The Christand defeated Sashanka through the strength of its soldiers' training, command and control, and tactics, but Chris doesn't want you to misunderstand. First and foremost is military superiority. As Mia said, the correct answer is to kill Dagger with multiple people. Chris poured the tea, added 2 spoons of honey, poured a generous amount of milk, and stirred. Despite the content of the talk, her expression was one that showed satisfaction. But that's just an ideal theory. Depending on the situation, you might face a superior enemy. Dagra, let's assume that all the trainees in this room are attacking you all at once. For you, right, there are only 2 allies outside the room. What do you do? Yes, ma'am. I will temporarily retreat from this place through the window behind me. After that, I will hide myself and create a 3-on-1 or 3-on-2 situation with the person who is chasing me. That's a great answer. The overall inferiority of the military strength remains the same, but by repeating the local superiority of the military strength, you can deal with the superior enemy in an advantageous situation. After all, it is the superiority of military strength. Tactics are simple. Everything is nothing but a means of creating a local military superiority. Sipping the tea, Chris's cheeks relax at the sweet taste. Strategic defeat is always possible. On one hand, the important thing is to create a military superiority under the given conditions. On the other hand, it is to render the opponent's forces fallow. The same principle applies, for example, to shooting arrows from behind while the battle lines are pushing against each other. In a line of battle, only the front line is fighting each other. But by using a ranged weapon, you can increase our attack opportunities even from behind. That's why bows are used on the battlefield. Chris attached magnets to various shapes. Encirclement, half encirclement, central breakthrough, rear attack. When you are in the line of battle against the front, it is hard to attack from the side or back, so you attack from the side of the enemy and encircle them. Break through the center. Break up the opponent's line, and aim for the rear. Bypass and attack to the rear. Flank the enemy in a marching column. These are also examples. In a situation where it is difficult for the opponent to counterattack, attacking unilaterally is also a means of creating a force advantage. After saying that, Chris looked around at the trainees. We know that the other side will naturally aim for it, so we will protect against it. And they will try to do the same thing to us. Tactics are a fight for local superiority. In addition, a part of the force is intentionally left idle as a reserve force, and it is operated either to create a local advantage or to prevent it. Chris sipped her tea again. She was not nervous at all. Her tone, quiet and calm. Naturally, there was no way the morale would boost up, and the confusion on everyone's faces was obvious. They understood the content, but it didn't sink in. Chris looks at Dagra. He nods and tells them, this unit is made up of people who all have a special talent for magic. The high level of physical ability that comes with it will give you a power that no ordinary soldier can match if you train for it. Your strength will make it possible for 100 men to slay 1,000, and your mobility will allow you to disrupt the enemy and pierce their weak points. In short, you will always work at the crossroads of victory and defeat on the battlefield. Dagra chuckled. That means that you can make a bigger credit than any other unit. Our purpose isn't to maintain the battle line. It's to attain a decisive battle result of breaking down the enemy's line and taking the enemy's general's head. That's right. It will only play the role that everyone wants. Do you think that there is any more honor than this for soldiers? The trainees looked at each other in unison, their faces beaming with delight. However, not all the soldiers wanted that. Mia, a chestnut-haired girl, was one of those who volunteered to be a soldier here, or at least to help carry provisions. Born in a northern village, she was illiterate. Since she had many brothers and sisters, she followed the recruiting soldiers dispatched by Celine with the idea that she could send money home to help her family's finances. However, Mia did not know that the logistics unit required by the military was one that could do literacy and arithmetic. Since the Kristan's army basically hires civilians and merchants for logistics activities, the logistics unit is mainly responsible for the management and paperwork of these people. Naturally, this requires specialized knowledge, and the elite are the ones who are sought after. A mere uneducated villager could not enter. Mia can take on the role she wants if she is in charge of food in the battalion to which she is assigned. But as long as she is in the battalion, she is a soldier and must be able to fight. Though Mia doesn't want it, she had no choice but to fight with a sword. It's not like she could go home after all this. While cursing her own stupidity, wondering why she had not looked for work with the transporters and the merchants in town instead of the army, she was selected. The second one from the front is black. Go straight to the black place. Mia had her own reasons for thinking that she could at least help with the transportation of provisions. She is not muscular, but she is more powerful than most people. She was somewhat aware of the magical power that clung to her body, and she had naturally learned how to handle it in her daily life. Since her arrival here, she has been able to consciously manipulate magic, and she and another person, Tegel, have been summoned several times by Chris and Dagra to talk. And before she knew it, Dagra took notice of her as one of the best soldiers. She drifted, following the flow. She arrived here. Is the expected situation. What do you do? A small room next to the one they had just left. Chris is sitting in a chair, and Dagra, a bald man with an eagle nose and a fierce face, is standing next to her. Chris explains the hypothetical battlefield while drinking tea and asks the optimal situation one can create in that circumstance. One by one, the trainees take turns entering the room and answering these questions. The circumstance being asked about now is that they are facing an enemy across the river that can be crossed on foot. Each side has a battalion of 1,000 men with archers, and the other side is attempting to cross the river to you. This must be prevented. Where is the appropriate place to defend? I will form a battle formation a short distance from the river. What is the reason? A black cloak with a black silver dress and a hawk and lightning emblem. Mia looked at the general's daughter named Chris. She had flowing silver hair. She had double eyelids. Her purple eyes wrapped in long eyelashes were large and beautiful. Her face, which was as well formed as a work of art, was almost expressionless, and she looked somewhat detached. The way she stirred honey and milk and drank the sweet tea was lovely, but there was a reason that made Dagra, a strong centurion, somewhat afraid of her. There may be some truth to the rumor that she had beheaded countless people in this form. After she learned to swing a sword, she could control it intuitively. She can't see any way of this girl being cut down. A demoness, an executioner, a ripper, a monster. She is described in gossip with such words along with her beauty and loveliness. While most of the stories about Corps Commander Celine, including sexual ones, were favorable, the rumors says that, unlike her charismatic sister Celine, Chris is a distorted genius. Having had many opportunities to come in contact with Chris, she felt that these rumors were not entirely off the mark. In a word, she was a strange girl. If she was said to be a genius, she certainly has that kind of presence, and if it was said that this lovely girl kills people so easily, she would nod her head and say that it is true. Her somewhat inorganic eyes were cold and could send chills down the spine. If you defend on the riverbank, you will be in the range of the opponent's archers. But if you move a little distance, I thought that it would be possible to attack the opponents one-sidedly. Also, while crossing the river, their clothes will get wet and become heavy, and will inevitably make it difficult to attack, I guess? Good answer. We concentrate our offensive power, and the other side can't attack us. It is not that waterfront defense itself is wrong, but it causes unnecessary damage, so basically it is better to strike the opponent who has risen from the river. The enemy's formation will inevitably be disturbed, so it is easy to prevent their attack, and the enemy won't be able to use their archers. Chris nods satisfactorily and looks at Dagra. The answer as a whole is excellent. Dagra, I still feels that Mia is excellent. I would like to make her a captain. Certainly, she is smart. I admit that she is excellent, but Dagra grimaced and looked at Mia. Mia stiffened her body. First of all, she is still too young, and there are also May veterans, so to put someone who is not a noble and has no achievements at a higher rank due to excellency, there will be a backlash. Well, not overtly to the adjutant corps commander, but some will be dissatisfied inwardly. If we can provide more than enough time for training, it might be resolved, but I don't know how much time we can get under the current circumstances. Well, I see. But it would be a shame if she dies by mistake as an ordinary soldier, even though she's smart. Sir Adjutant Corps Commander. I'm just a countryman who doesn't know how to read. So, becoming a captain is, the captain leads about 50 men under the centurion. It's too big of a jump in rank. Chris has judged you to be excellent. You can acquire knowledge and experience as much as you want later. But intelligence is something you are born with, so it is very valuable. No matter what Mia thinks, it is Chris who will be the judge. But, you said? Don't talk back to your superiors, you idiot. Hi, Dagra shouts angrily, and Chris looks at Dagra with a look of annoyance. I'm sorry, Adjutant Corps Commander, if you are to give someone the rights to command, you need to consider their personality too. If you become a captain, you must be at the lead and inspire the other soldiers. I recognize this girl's excellence, but with her temperament, it will be difficult. I see, I suppose that is also true. Chris pondered for a moment and then clapped her palms. Then Dagra, it will be fine, if we post her as your adjutant. But it's a century. In a century, the captains also serve as 2 adjutants. It was only from battalion that an adjutant was attached. It is 100 people of Special Operations Squad. It is necessary to order difficult tasks depending on the situation. And if you say that, Chris was also an adjutant at the 500 Corps the other day. There is no rule that says you can't have an adjutant unless it's a battalion, so isn't that fine? That's certainly. At that time, Chris was in charge of leading and killing, and Celine was in charge of operating Dagra and the others. We just need to divide the roles according to the occasion, with those who are good at what they do well. The face of Dagra twitched as if remembering something, and he nodded as if giving up. The rumors are true, Mia thought in disbelief as Chris said the words lead and kill without hesitation. There is also a desire to escape from the reality that is being made an adjutant. This girl's excellence is certainly too good to be a mere soldier. I will take it upon myself to educate her so that she can be of use. Yes, the corporal is already confirmed for the time being. One of the captains is Tegel, but if Mia is no good, what should we do about the other one? Mia was the last one to come to this interview, as she had come here as she was swept along. For now Chris has finished their selection. Tegel is a cheerful man, good-natured, and although he looks young, he is in his mid-30s. Dagra had no complaints about him being selected as captain, as he had served in the military in the past. The corporals were also basically made up of men with military service experience. Well, if you don't mind, I would like to ask you to allow me to recommend someone from the outside. He is a captain who is a former subordinate of mine. Although he is not that skillful, he can use magic, and the command and operation are excellent, and my head is cut off. He also accompanied me before in the mountains breakthrough with Chris Sama. Then, please bring that person with you. If it's just one person then it's fine. Of course, there are those who can use magic already enrolled in the military, but in most cases, they were in positions such as corporal, centurion, battalion commander, or their adjutants. Because of their high ability, they often achieved good results and survived the war. There was a concern that the ability of the organization as a whole would decline if she pulled out a soldier from such rank, so Celine basically told her not to do it. For now, we've got the shape down. What's your next training plan? The basic movements of a soldier have taken shape to some extent, but to give the captain and corporal some command experience, I would like to have them do a light exercise in a nearby forest around the day after tomorrow. Considering the operational objectives of this unit, I feel it would be better for them to learn how to operate in the forest. What do you think? If possible, I would like to use some of my men who are elsewhere for instruction. But your men were excellent even in the mountains. I will give you permission to pull out about 10 of them under the guise of black training. Submit your selection by the end of the day. Chris will arrange it so that they can be here tomorrow at noon. Thank you very much. Chris thinks about what needs to be considered, but leaves the rest to his own initiative. In short, she throws wholesale. If there is a person like Dagra who can be an instigator to lead others and is also disciplined and a good individual, she will leave everything to him like this. She believes that she is in a position to tell people what the objectives and policies are, and that it is her subordinates who carry them out, not her. Her thinking in this area differs greatly from that of Celine. For example, Celine observes the condition of the soldiers. Based on that, announces the purpose and policy. On the other hand, Chris, who does not doubt her own judgment, first tells her objectives and policies. If it is impossible, she compensates for it, or she will consider switching the head to someone who can do it, including herself. This is the difference between Celine, who always aims for better, and Chris, who always seeks the best. Although it is naturally more work, Celine is loved and respected by her subordinates and produces stable results. Chris, on the other hand, is hated and feared by her subordinates for the reckless demands she makes. But her efforts are spread out to produce near-perfect results. While Celine's way is usually considered better, Chris has the power to produce results. Therefore, they were at opposite ends of the spectrum, neither of which was better than the other. However, at the same time, Chris spares no effort to prepare the necessary items as much as possible to meet the desire, so that unreasonable things become not unreasonable. This kind of way was very easy for someone as capable as Dagra to work with, and Dagra honestly respected and appreciated this aspect of Chris's work. As a subordinate, personally Dagra wants Celine as his superior. Dagra is so loyal to Celine that if she were to find herself in a dangerous situation, he would certainly protect her at all costs, even if he needs to sacrifice his life. But when it came to the battlefield, he knew that there was no one he could rely on more than Chris. She is a natural killer and a terrifying one, but she has an overwhelming power that makes the impossible possible, a power that will surely lead them to victory. And such a person valued him and gives him free discretion. He felt that was the greatest honor of all. Even though they have different directions, they are similar. Both of them is respected by others, and Chris was building up respect and appreciation for talented personnel such as Dagra without even realizing it. Those who can't do the body enhancement will also accompany them, and they will be instructed by the team that achieved excellent results the day before. If they are exempted from training exercises under the pretext, it will also be a reward for them, and the problem will be solved. As for the schedule, will you decide it? No. It is up to Dagra. Chris will inform the logistics department to provide what is needed. If it is only for about 100 people, it will not matter how much we spend. If there's any other special needs, please let Chris know as far in advance as possible. Chris sipped her tea and looked at Mia, who remained frozen. This unit is a small number of elite units. They must be able to coordinate to some extent even without forming a battle line. In addition to improving individual capabilities, it is natural to improve the ability to search for enemies, make decisions, and concentrate to withstand harsh missions. Mia, what do you think is important when training in the forests? That is. Don't stutter, you idiot. You will be my adjutant, so be resolute. Why yes. Mia corrects her posture and salutes. Training to group up after being apart as the Emperor. Disperse and gather. This is an army, not your rural village. Always use clear language. The training of spreading and gathering, should be emphasized. Being glared at by the fierce-looking Dagra and being made an adjutant without understanding what just happened. Mia almost cried. You can continue. Well, in order for the scouts to not lose their concentration when searching for the enemy, we have to make sure that the deployment, assignment, and small-scale deployment and movement are carried out smoothly. For example, it would be better if we divide the troops into 2 groups, one for each captain, and trained against each other as, imaginary enemies, and repeated ambush training. She glanced at Chris and Dagra. They said nothing. She understand that it means to continue, and she continued to use her head while feeling sick in her stomach. Even during regular training using swords, sentries will be set up, or one side will sneak up on the other side and attack in surprise during that time, etc. So that there is always a sense of tension and, well, reward and punishment. If we do the same with the major resting, etc., and have them always assume that they will be operating in enemy territory, they will naturally become more aware of the situation. Always give them situations that make them let their guard down or force them to spread out, and have one side attack the other side. This will help them learn to make individual decisions and develop the ability to respond to ambushes and counterattacks. That's a good idea. What else? Well, since injuries are expected, we'll need a doctor, but someone with a medical knowledge. I think it would be better to use wooden swords and require everyone to wear armor. The actual sword training doesn't have to be in the forest, and it would be better to focus more on practical coordination and movement training than, is what I think. Chris stared at Mia, sipped her tea, and then looked at Dagra. Dagra nodded in satisfaction and opened his mouth. You can do it after all. Come and report a more detailed training plan to me tomorrow morning. Yes. Tomorrow at noon, we will consider it after the instructor comes. Tomorrow we will have plenty or preparations. Don't think you can rest. Why yes. How did this happen? Mia wanted to curse herself for coming here, but Dagra laughed at her. Don't make that face. Instead, you don't have to participate in the training. Toste. It's your job to come up with a training plan. After you're done, rest well today. Tsu. Is that true? Watch your word, you idiot. You can go. Why yes. With a wide smile and salute, Mia left the room with light steps. Chris sensed that she was somewhat similar to Anne. My daughter is around that age. So, It's hard for me to just treat her as a stranger. Is that so? Thinking that Mia might be a little clever version Anne, Chris threw her into the same category as Anne category, in her mind. Volume 3, ch. 46, Bald Eagle. Bald Eagle in the forest is Chris and 5 people surrounding her. Each of them held a wooden sword and are readying themselves, while Chris stood without even taking a stance as usual. She isn't even looking at anywhere in particular. Her narrowed eyes are just staring vaguely at the scenery in front of her. Facing against her is Mia's squad. A 5-on-1 situation. But there was no longer any restraint about it. There was no way they could let their guard down after seeing 7 squads being helplessly defeated by her. The grueling training continued for a week, repeating training for ambush and surprise attack and how to deal with them, creating a situation just like a real battle, while causing just minor injury. The black soldiers had begun to demonstrate abilities unmatched by ordinary soldiers due to their high physical capabilities, and the rigorous training they had undergone up to this point had removed any naivete they have. Their surprise attacks were no longer simply attacking the flank, but 3-dimensional attacks using trees. A mere marching formation would be finished in less than half a minute. The joint training with the light infantry on the 4th day fully demonstrated their capabilities. The Red Group had been informed of the surprise attack in advance that would occur during their march training. Against the Black Century, the Red Team mobilized 2 of their best centuries. Although it was a highly difficult task, the Black soldiers annihilated the Red March column with just 7 casualties. The Red Group, who had been informed that they were the elite, were astonished at the result. It stimulated their desire to improve, which was originally high, and led to an improvement in their motivation. But for the Blacks, on the contrary, the result got into their head, making them grow conceited. Against Red, who has been trained as an elite, even if it was a surprise attack, it was still an overwhelming victory. It's no wonder that the Black soldiers, who for the first time realized their high ability, became like that. However, of course, this was not what Dagra wanted, and it was yesterday that he contacted Chris to ask for her cooperation in knocking them down. As a result, a mock battle of 5 against 1 was held for each squad. At first, they were hesitant about attacking the general's daughter with 5 people, but when they saw that 3 teams were easily defeated because they let their guard down, the rest of them became serious. However, the following 4 teams were also easily defeated. It poured buckets of cold water on their growing conceitedness. The squad led by Mia was the one attached to the commander, the most elite of the squads. On the battlefield, they operated as a guard for the Centurion Dagra, and except for Mia is composed only of excellent soldiers with outstanding swordsmanship. The Blacks, those who possess magical powers but also have the skills to be selected for the Reds, are placed here, and they always take the first place in the competitions between squads. Mia thought that this team was the only one who could turn back the tide in the midst of the cold atmosphere caused by the continuous defeats. 5-person charges against 1. The advantage was clear, and everyone here had near first-class swordsmanship. And their physical ability is incomparable to that of a mere soldier. However, Chris showed her composure and even gave up the first move, saying that they could strike from anywhere. Mia hides in the treetops, aiming for the opportunity, while the other 4 surround her on all sides. Facing her is Kalua, a woman whose swordsmanship rivals Dagra's. At the very least we can corner her. Thinking so, Mia sends a signal by striking a branch with the wooden sword in her hand. It was Kalua who stepped in first to stop Chris. With her long black hair tied back, flowing in the wind, her step easily closed the gap between the 2 of them. With the speed of a gale she slashed at her. It was a blow without a shred of hesitation. If it was Chris, who isn't wearing any armor at all right now, she might break her bones even if she stopped the slashes. That's too much! Thinking so, Mia panicked. But Chris ducked and dodged it. It was as if her petite body was slipping through Kalua''s. With a light twist of her body, Chris moved behind Kalua and strongly kicked her back with the soles of her feet. Kalua's body blows and rolls over as if she had been hit by a horse. Kalua's body naturally rolled in front of the 3 men behind her who were about to cut at Chris. The 3 of them were thrown off by an obstacle that suddenly appeared, and in the next moment, the wooden swords of the nearest person was blown away. Kalua, who was rolled over, immediately swings her sword as it is, but it was dodged, and her arm was held by Chris's leg, and her helmet was struck lightly with a wooden sword. In her actual combat, It would be a fatal blow, and at that point she would be judged dead in the midst of the chaos. The two remaining men looked at each other and circled around, splitting to the left and right. The elites of black, even in the midst of chaos, they knew what they had to do. Seizing the opportunity, Mia kicked the branch she's on and slashed at Chris from above. But in the next moment, Chris disappeared. Mia collapsed due to the impact that hit her head. Attacking from the top of the tree is not a bad idea, but that's for ambush. What's the point if you hide while Chris is aware of you? Yes, I'm sorry. Thud, thud. Mia lowered her head as her helmet was struck with a wooden sword. Chris's height is quite short, and when Mia, who can be said to be of average height, lowers her head like that, the position of her head is just right. Chris had been observing the training instructors closely. Then she imitates it as a remarkable training instructor, but the sight of Chris puffing up her chest with her small body and acting big doesn't match her adorable appearance at all. Her figure is one of a child who pretends to be an adult. It was more comical than frightening and strangely endearing, but no one ever talks about it openly. If you want to do it, you need to always move between the trees and don't let the opponent know where you are. A surprise attack from the air is not bad as a surprise attack, but note that you will be defenseless and wasting time until you get down to the ground. At the same time Mia jumped down, Chris leapt upward as if replacing her, kicked a branch, and slammed her sword into Mia's head from overhead. The other two were defeated individually. It was a complete defeat. You're also not putting Kahlua to good use either. At least in this squad, Kahlua is relatively better, so it's foolish to make her attack head-on. What's the basics of a tactics? Use the weak as decoys and use the strong to defeat the enemy. Thud. Mia's head was hit again. If you know, then why didn't you do it? Yes, I'm sorry. Sorry is not an excuse. Adjutant Corps Commander Kahlua's long black hair swayed and she raised her voice. I made a proposal that I could charge from the front and bite time. Adjutant Mia accepted the suggestion. Then, that's even more stupid. Thus, thud, thud, Mia's head was hit 3 times in a row. Mia endured a dull ache that was slowly transmitted through her helmet, and she could do nothing but curse and wonder why she had to go through this. Ascertaining the strength of both sides is one of the basics for a commander. Never mind, if this was the first battle, this one is already the 8th battle. Can't you at least understand the difference in strength between your squad and Chris? No, I understood. If you understood, why didn't you do it? That is, Adjutant Corps Commander, I'll do the rest. Dagra nervously raises his voice to stop what seems like an eternity of questions and answers. Chris glanced at Dagra and threw him a look that said, I'll leave it to you then. Mia is a brilliant woman, but she should not be swayed by other people's opinions and be indecisive. Chris's hope is to make Mia like Dagra. Can you please do that? Yes, ma'am. I'll train her well. The number of casualties was 7, even though they were facing just only 100. If it is a surprise attack, Chris' hope is 7 casualties against 1,000. It doesn't meet Chris' wish at all. Chris shook her silver hair and put her hands on her hips. Rather than individual skills, it seems it would be better to further strengthen the coordination through training. Chris, feel like all of you don't really understand why any army makes teams of 5 people. Kahlua, what are the advantages of a squad? It always work together with 5 people, and even against one person attack with 5 people, in order to secure superiority in military strength. That's right. The reason is that even if you can't play 5-on-1, if you can create a 2-on-1 situation, even if only temporarily, you will have the upper hand. You should have better basic abilities than the Red Soldiers, and you should be able to win most of the 1-on-1 battles. However, the fact that there's 7 casualties was the result of the Red Soldiers creating a military superiority. It's very embarrassing. Chris's cheeks puffed out slightly in dissatisfaction as she continued. The girlish appearance was very adorable no matter how you look at it. Chris promised Celine that you will be a unit that will defeat the enemy with a loss ratio of 1 to 10. If it's just this much, Chris will be too embarrassed to report it to Celine. According to the report from Dagra, 7 out of 200 men. It seems that you are satisfied with that. Chris is disappointed. If there are 100 Dagras here, then you should be able to meet Chris's demands. It's natural to be able to do that much. The black's face looked at Dagra. Dagra accepts the gaze though her expectations make him a bit uncomfortable. Whatever the case may be, It is not a bad feeling to be expected so much from this genius. A soldier's job is to kill the enemy. Your job is to kill without being killed. If you don't get killed, you can kill again. If you help your comrades, they can kill more enemies. Coordination is all about how to kill the enemy without getting your comrades killed and without getting yourself killed. That's what Chris wants you to understand. Chris' words were too direct. Dagra spoke to supplement her. Look next to you. The faces of your comrades. Dagra takes a step forward. Celine had asked him privately to follow up on Chris's potentially misleading statement. You guys are satisfied with your current selves and grow conceited. I understand that feeling. I also think you guys are excellent. But there are many tough situations on the battlefield. At that time, what will be lost due to your lack of power is the face next to you. One by one of them will disappear. The soldiers looked at each other, then looked at Dagra. I have lost many comrades. Some of them were my friends. Some of them were fooling around with me just the night before. Each time, I mourned in frustration. If only I had a little more strength. Dagra looks at the soldiers and speaks to them in a quiet tone. I make you undergo rigorous training and demand high results. Why is that? It's because I don't want you to feel the same way. I don't want you to see the corpse of your comrades who ate out of the same pot. The adjutant corps commander word is also the same. The fact that there were 7 casualties mean they would have died in an actual battle. I'm sure you can understand what that means. By all right, those 7 people have gone. Without raising his voice to shout, as expected, Dagra is an excellent centurion. He is none other than the father of the soldiers. He knows how to draw their attention and bind them together. Coordination is a technique to avoid being killed, and a technique to protect your friends. Protect your friends, not yourself, and for your friends you protect yourself. Don't forget that. While looking at the satisfied faces of the soldiers, Chris raised Dagra's evaluation again. It is better to leave these things to Dagra, after all. Chris' words were literal, but he couldn't have been happier with Dagra fleshing out and embellishing them. That said, it's still better to have multiple Dagra. Chris looks at Mia for the time being. Mia. Let's start with Mia. First, Mia needs to understand how the Dagra thinks and be able to think on the same level. Then you will make other Dagras. Do you understand? Yes. Chris's goal is to make everyone here a Dagra. For that to happen, you must first become the second Dagra. Chris called one of the groups again and said, let's start again. On that day, the training was repeated until the group sets. Whoa. I didn't think that USA-chan was that much of a monster. Don't call her USA-chan. If Commander Dagra hears it, he will get angry. While conducting training of 2 squad against 1 squad, 10 to 5, 1 squad is 5 against 1 with Chris. By the time they finished, they were exhausted, but they had to get ready for encampment. Today, they were ordered to rest afterwards, and the Black Centurions, who are usually divided into 2 groups, were to camp together for today only. While talking with Mia, Kaluuya picked up a branch. Although she is a woman, she is one of the best swordsmen in the group, and since she and Mia are in the same group, they get along well. She's easy to get along with and is the type to do everything flawlessly, is like a big sister who listens to Mia's complaints with a caring attitude. No, well, I've heard rumors that USA-chan looks like she's skill is like a real pro, but I didn't expect her to be so strong with that appearance. USA-chan is Chris' nickname. Silver hair, pure white skin, and small stature. When Celine and Berry came to visit, she would rub up against them and show spoiled face, so she was likened to the cute white rabbit in winter, and was called USA-chan, Usagi-chan, and the like within the unit. The term is also a derogatory one that includes a bit of rebellion against her harsh, cold-heartedness and the way she looks at soldiers as if they were pebbles, and when Dagra or the others hear it get angry like a raging wave. Because of it Mia never speaks of it, even in private. But Kaluuya, perhaps because of her personality, does not seem to be bothered by it. I've even won a swordsmanship tournament in a fairly large town, you know. And after I learned how to use magic here, I even thought there's no more enemies for me. I mean, even Commander Officer Dagra said with a serious face that we should never anger her. See, there were also those rumors, right? That she tortured an enemy by cutting off everything from his fingertips to both hands and feet without changing her expression. I wonder if it's true after all. Don't know, but she looks like the type that will do it. You're right. I can just imagine USA-chan doing that with a blank expression on her face. Are you talking about Chris? The two of them stiffened. Without any sign of it, They heard a young and sweet voice behind them. Kaluuya quickly turns around and salutes Chris with her hand on her chest, and Mia follows suit. Chris returned the salute and asked, "Mia, Chris is looking for Dagra. Do you know where he is?" "See, Commander, Dagra is checking the sentry guard." "I see," Chris tells her, with a pout on her lips. "Well, Mia is fine. Training will continue as before. Tomorrow Chris will be going back, so please tell him to report back to Chris if he needs anything." "Yes, Mom." "And also Chris is curious. But when you say USA-chan, do you mean Chris?" Chris asked, while tilting her head. "The eyes are inorganic, and you can't tell what she's thinking." Her expressionless, doll-like face was deeply shadowed in the dusk, giving her an eerie feeling. Swoosh. The wind caresses the branches and leaves as if to tickle the silence. Mia glared at Kaluuya, who shook her head. A silent conversation unfolded for a while, and Chris again tilted his head to the other side and asked, "Mia, why yes that is, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing?" Mia thinks about the meaning of Chris' words. "Why are you apologizing?" Does it mean she literally does not understand the meaning? Or is she asking if Mia understands the meaning and wants Chris to kill her? Mia was unable to guess the meaning from the expressionless Chris, and broke out in a cold sweat. "And there's also a slight misunderstanding. Chris only cut fate fingers during the torture, not both arms and legs." "Rumors are really a terrible thing." Remembering what Garen had said to her, "Rumors will grow before you know it," Chris said with a face as if she understands it. In fact, she doesn't understand at all. Even if it was only a finger instead of 2 limbs, it would still be frightening. Chris did not understand the fundamental part of it. Rather, their fear increased as they were convinced that it was true. "Well, that's fine. Is USA-chan a way of calling someone that you have to apologize for?" "No. That this girl younger than herself is a monster." Mia was once again convinced of that. Dagra and others who have seen her on the battlefield, even those who have fought many battles, are in awe of her, saying that she is not a human, demon, ruthless, and god of death. The curved sword on her waist has slain more than 100 men without a nick on the blade, and even on the battlefield she had the presence of mind to avoid bones and armor, aiming only at the soft flesh and tearing it. She was a being who should not be spoken of in the same breath as ordinary human beings, they said. And the words she just said indicate that such rumors are as close to true as possible. Instead of Mia, who stiffened, it was Kaluuya who answered. "Ah, it's like a nickname, Adjutant Corps Commander." "Nickname? Why yes." The silver hair, white skin, and the beautiful, lovely figure of the Adjutant Corps Commander was just like a white rabbit. "So within the unit we called Adjutant Corps Commander USA-chan, as sign of affection." "Affection?" Chris thought for a moment and nodded. Chris have never been given a nickname before, so it's a little strange. "Is that how it is?" "Why yes. Even though there is a difference in status, we call Adjutant Corps Commander like that as sign of affection as a fellow comrade." "If Adjutant Corps Commander doesn't like it, no. It's fine." "It's fine if Chris understands it, and if it's an expression of familiarity, then Chris doesn't really mind." Chris nodded, liking the phrase, as sign of affection. Although she is basically indifferent to others, it is better to be liked than to be disliked. Since it's not like she demands respect from others, she isn't particularly offended. What she wants from them is obedience on the battlefield. It must be better to be obedient as a result of affection rather than to make them afraid and submissive. And if they say they are trying to be friendly, she will honestly accept it. Kindness for kindness. Chris has at least come to possess such a dangerous goodness. When she is convinced of this, she moves her gaze to look at the bushes. There is no one there. Is something the matter? "It's Dagra." Mia and Kaluuya furrowed their brows, and after a moment, there was a rustling sound in the bushes. It was Dagra, slowly approaching from the dark bushes. The two looked at Chris in surprise, and Dagra called out to them while looking suspiciously at them. "Adjutant Corps Commander, is something the matter?" Chris stares at Dagra. Dagra was a man with a stern face and a conspicuous bald head and eagle nose. He had a well-trained body. His cheeks were deeply scarred with old scars, and he is nothing short of a valiant warrior. "Affection, nickname." Chris stares at that face and thinks for a moment. Bald eagle." The three of them stiffened at those words. "From now on, I'm going to call Dagra, Bald Eagle." "It seems that there is a culture of affectionate nicknames here." "Huh? I'm bald." "Bald Eagle, your head is bald, And you have eagle nose. Chris thinks it's a very good nickname. It was no longer a nickname, but a mere verbal abuse. But Chris smiled without worrying about the stiffen 3. Chris recognized it as a very good idea. Chris has white skin and silver hair, so it's USH-chan. Isn't that right, Mia? That it was Kahlua who said it, but Mia is the top person. Chris, who follows rules faithfully, naturally asked Mia where the responsibility lies. Dagra's bald head turned red, blue streaks appeared, and his face began to distort with anger and hatred. His gaze turned to Mia. She looked at Kahlua for help, but Kahlua averted her eyes. Basically, Bald Eagle are subordinates, under Chris' direct control, so Chris would like to build a good relationship with you. So giving you a nickname seems like a good idea. What do you think? If you don't like it, Chris won't force it. And no, to be personally given a nickname by the Adjutant Corps Commander is the greatest honor. I see. Then it's Bald Eagle from now on. There is no taking it back. Chris, who was even told it was an honor, said with satisfaction, and she nodded with a look as if she had done a good deed. Chris is going home now. The instructions are as Chris told Mia. If anything happens, please send a messenger from Bald Eagle to Chris again. Don't forget to report once a day. Yes, Mia and I are going to have a long talk about what to do tomorrow. Yes, please. Mia, listen to Bald Eagle. Why yes. Chris trotted off into the forest. Chris was not very fond of horses, and she even come to the forest on foot. She will also probably walk home. Okay, Mia, let's talk about what's going on. It's not me. Kahlua had disappeared. As soon as the Chris started running, she sneaked away. Kahlua? Even if it is Kahlua, you are the adjutant, the one who sets the discipline of the squad. You're the one who was by her side, and you're the one who's supposed to stop her, you idiot. Mia was hit on the head for the second time today. Volume 3, ch. 47, full, chipped. The large room is simple, with a desk, a bed, and a closet. And also a few bookshelves. But there was no book she hadn't read there. So, she spent all day looking out the window from her bed. The sun sets and rises. The birds fly, flowers bloom, and one day they die and wither away. She doesn't feel any emotion in particular. She just watched, knowing that one day she would join them. The servant who was tending the garden noticed her and resumed their work while looking down. Perhaps they wanted to get away from the place where she could see as soon as possible. Their work was rather sloppy. If it was her, then she would have done something like this or like that. While thinking like that, she ignored the servant and just looked at the garden. When she got tired of the garden, she listened to the sound of birds and the wind. But as she focused her attention on her ears, she gradually became aware of the sound of footsteps walking around the house, the sounds of dragging and the moving things, and the noise of conversation. Among them is the sound of a food trolley. It came closer down the hallway, and then she heard a voice. You should go. I'm not good with Berry-Oju-sama. I also don't want to, you know. It's creepy. And you don't know what she's thinking. Whispering voices. Ha! Even though Lazura Oju-sama is such a fine, lovely lady, I'm sure all the good parts were taken away by Lazura Oju-sama. I'll go today, but tomorrow you're the one who will go. Okay? I know. Then I'm counting on you. When the food trolley rolls and stops in front of the room, the door was knocked and opened immediately. Because she knows that there will be no answer. The servant brought tea and sweets. She looks at the thin, servile smile with a sideways glance and immediately looks out the window. Please put the whole food trolley there. I'll drink on my own if I feel like it. I'm cleaning. I've done it. Also, you from tomorrow you don't have to bring me tea. But Lazura Oju-sama, I said I don't need it. Did you not hear me? She looked at the woman's face. Anger, humiliation, displeasure. She saw a lot of emotions behind the woman's eyes. I'll do the cleaning myself from now on. I'll put the laundry outside. You don't have to come until I call you. I like being alone and there's also no inconvenience. She smiles and told the servant. Besides, it's creepy, isn't it? I also don't need you to force yourself either. The woman froze. I thought it was troublesome for a long time. But if there was a sense of responsibility toward your job or good intentions there, even I would feel bad, so I just couldn't say it. Thanks to you, I was able to do it. Thank you. Please go back. That just now, my mouth. I don't need any excuses. I'm not even interested in you. Ignoring the woman, she looked out the window, and a moment later the woman leaves. She didn't care about what was said about her. They can say whatever they want, and since it is a fact, they don't need to be concerned about it. It was much easier that way, and much better than having to deal with a stupid farce. It was neither fun nor painful. If she died someday, then that's just how her life is, so it didn't matter. The sun was soon setting, and the moon was rising into the sky. The darkness of the night seemed brighter than usual, and the moon shone gently. Only the full moon, which never chipped, was endlessly beautiful, and she loved it. As she was looking at it, she heard a knocking sound. She ignored it, then the door was knocked once more, and when she ignored it again came the third knock. She sighed and said, "Come in." "Yes, your personal servant, Lazura Argan, has brought you food." She looks over and frowns. A white and black apron dress worn by servants. She even went to the trouble of wearing such a thing. Her sister was always free. I was so worried about Berry Ojusama, who seemed to have had a tantrum, that I come here. Ah, what a good servant Lazura is. I have no appetite. Now, don't sulk like that. Lazura brought 2 chairs next to the food trolley. It seems that she wants to use the food trolley as a table because it's too troublesome to prepare a table. Her sister was always sloppy and hates troublesome things. "Here, Ujusama, this way." Lazura picked her up as it is, and Berry turned her face away from her. Her sister laughed happily. "Really, Berry is light and also small. If you don't eat properly, your body won't get any better, you know." Eating won't change that. It's because you're still brooding like that. Nesama won't understand. "Of course, I'm not you after all." Lazura face comes closer, and she lightly kisses Berry cheek. "But even if I don't understand, I love you, Berry." "I hate it myself, and Nesama too." "Don't lie, I know that you really love me after all." "Just now, didn't you say you don't know how I feel?" "There are always exceptions. Don't worry about the details." Her sister smiles at her and strokes her head as she is forced to sit in her chair. Her sister was always cheerful and kind. "See, you're being obedient. Isn't that proof that you like me?" Her sister was beautiful, respectable, and smart. She was perfect like the complete full moon, which never chipped. And she, herself, is nothing more than an extra burden that casts a shadow over it. Her vision blurs, teary and distorted, and her sister gently hugs her. Tears stained her sister's apron. She quietly told her, "Please leave me alone." "There's no way I can do that. You're my smart and cute sister after all. Someone like me is just a hindrance to Nesama. If someone like me hadn't been born, if you say any more, I'm going to get angry." Even as she said that, her sister's hand that stroked her head and voice were endlessly kind. "And then I might cry." "If you don't want your beloved sister to cry, don't say that kind of thing anymore, Berry." In this quiet room, hearing her sister's voice, she liked it more than anything else, beautiful and dignified. That's why she always hates herself when she makes her sister sad. "You say that you're alright, that you're fine, that you don't have any worth. Maybe for you, it's really fine. But it's hard for me. Nesama, no matter how you insulted yourself, my little sister Berry is my important treasure. I hate it when that important sister of mine is insulted, you know." Her cheeks are sandwiched between her sister's hands, and her sister gently wiped her tears. "And Berry, I don't think you have the right to decide your worth. Your worth is decided by the people who see it. No matter how much you hesitate, how much you hate yourself, how many people hate you, you are my treasure and always will be." Such thing. Listen obediently to what your sister is saying. Saying that, her sister makes a slightly angry face and smiled. "Berry is a strong child. You're not crying because you feel sorry for yourself, but because it's painful for you to cause me trouble, right? You're crying because you care about me. There's no way, my kind little sister is worthless. I don't think you're a nuisance, so please let me spoil you as much as you like." Her sister's smile was so beautiful, and it will always remain in her memory. The office was a bit crowded. Since Crescenta started helping them, Celine's workload has decreased considerably. Crescenta seemed to enjoy complaining to Celine and Anne about how Celine treated her, and she was glad to see that Crescenta was making a positive change. Berry puts the papers in her bag and stands up. The sun has already set. For the time being, today's work was over. "For now, I'll take these to the logistics department." "Yes. Please be careful, since there are also some rough guys out there." "Foo-foo, Okay, she left the room and went straight outside. She did not make any strange detours and headed straight to the logistics department. It is true that many of the new recruits, such as mercenaries, are roughnecks, and wandering around will be just inviting unnecessary trouble. Since there are naturally some areas that are not well monitored by the veteran soldiers, she proceeded along the main street, especially now that the whole fortress was a bit tense. Princess Crescenta, the cursed child of royal family, murdered her own father, King Shervaza. And the Christand is trying to use them to rule the royal family. The Christand is a traitor to the royal family, and the kingdom will never be at peace unless they are defeated. Guildenstein had spread that kind of words, and the rumors had even spread to the fortress. In this world there are magic crystals, and there's also a real black magic. Abominable birth. Curse. Such words were enough to arouse the people's anxiety, and more than anything else, the fact that the information was coming from the royal capital made it more credible. There were also the rumors among the soldiers about what kind of existence Chris is, and some were worried about it. There were more soldiers on guard than usual, and Berry headed to the logistics department while returning the salute with a nod. She handed the documents to the logistics department and went back. On the way back she frowned at the words she happened to hear. Her Highness the Princess aside, I'm not sure about Chris-sama. Did you hear it? The rumors the two, who seem to be drawing water from the well, have their backs against her and talked without noticing her. She's a genuine murderer, isn't she? There are plenty or people who have seen it, and they say she was laughing as she chopped up the corpses of her enemies. Since she came here, she's often recalled about her sister. Probably because she often heard this kind of rumor. She wondered for a moment, perhaps her sister might have felt this way. Unbeknownst to her, she had stopped feet. I guess it's true that she's crazy. Why did the general adopt such a thing? Isn't it because she's very strong? They said she has killed countless enemies by herself in the previous battle. Chris doesn't care about it. She doesn't even pay it any mind. There is even an occasion when she thinks that the rumors could be an advantage, and she will surely use it if the need arises. Even if they are afraid of her, as long as they follow the orders, then that's fine. Simple and clear, unwavering, distorted, and precipitous. There's a villager from the village where Chris-sama used to live at, and he said that she has been like that since she was a child. Hey, it seems the reason why she can't stay in the village anymore is also because she killed many of the bandits who came to the village by herself when she was still 12 and caused a rain of blood. He said he got chilled to the bone when he saw her faces here. Ah, I hate it, she thought. She doesn't want to hear it, but her ears naturally focused on their voice. Her hearing becomes sharper. And there's also the story that she also killed her mother who raised her together with the bandits. The heat that had been building up cooled off. Excuse me. Before she knew it, she called out to them. When the two soldiers recognized who she is, they corrected their posture in a panic. I can't tell you not to talk like that. And if you take responsibility for your words, then it's your own choice. At the very least I don't have the right to do anything about it. She looked at the two of them. However, if I may give you one piece of advice, you should pay more attention to your surroundings. Even if it's just idle gossip for the two of you, the people who might be offended by it might hear you using position and status. Not to deal concrete punishments, but just to express her displeasure. If she does so, the other person will imagine various things, and panicked on their own, and regret it. When she mocked herself for not having changed her nature, she heard someone running toward her. Before she could turn around, she was hugged from behind, and even though she was a little surprised, she guessed who it was. Chris-sama, I heard from Celine that you went to the logistic department, so I came here. Chris turned around to beside her, grabbed Berry's sleeve, looked up, and tilted her head. Her gaze turned to the two soldiers and then back to Berry. Berry, is something wrong? The voice sounds somewhat chilling. What would happen if she said yes? There was a slight temptation to do so. Berry shakes her head as she suppresses her displeasure and anger. Then she smiled and petted Chris' head. We were just talking a little. Oh my, you're sweating. What happened? Chris ran back. While saying that, Chris turned her gaze toward the two soldiers as though she was concerned about them. It's fine, as she told Chris again. Chris finally gave it up. It wasn't that she wanted to help them or show them kindness. In front of Chris she just wants to stay as pretty as Chris is pure. Well then, I'll excuse myself. After saying that to the two soldiers, She took Chris's hand. She pushed what had just said to the back of her mind and asked Chris. Chris-sama really doesn't like horses. Did you run all the way from the forest? Yes. That Chris's butt will hurts. Foo-foo. Shall we take a quick bath first? It's uncomfortable, isn't it? Chris'd rather take the bath later. Chris wants to take her time in the bath with Berry, Chris said a little sweetly, and Berry chuckled. Well then, let's go back to your room and wipe your body a little before cooking. The kitchen will still be busy, so let's have tea with the others. Chris is tired after running, right? Yes. Chris might be a little tired. Chris rubbed against her arm as if to lean on her. The excuse that she is tired is Chris's favorite these days. Chris always comes up with cute excuses for when she wants to be pampered. She is shy in a weird way, and that's very cute. Then, in order to take away that fatigue, I will do my best to serve Chris-sama until Chris-sama melts away. Chris will be troubled if Chris melts. Oh, Chris-sama doesn't like it? You or doesn't hate it. Her cheeks were blushed, and her eyes were swimming. Contrary to the gossip, Chris's appearance is that of an adorable girl. Her favorite things are cooking, eating, and being spoiled. Her specialty is murder. Chris is distorted. She can calmly kill people. If she's said to be crazy and abnormal, that's probably true. But at least to me, she is. Well then, let's go back to your room for the time being. After that, we'll have tea and cook. Then we'll take a bath together and relax there until Chris-sama melts away. Yes, please be pampered as much as you like. Berry is a servant who loves pampering Chris-sama more than anything else. She said so and gently stroked Chris' slightly sweaty silver hair. The crescent moon shone brightly on her silver thread. Volume 3, ch. 48, distorted. The rumors spreading around the fort. That's wrong, Crescenta. It's like this. Here. Is it like this? Yes. You're good at it. However, this kitchen has nothing to do with such a disturbing atmosphere. Crescenta, who was dissatisfied with Chris clinging to Berry, said I want to try cooking too. With that as the trigger, the three of them are cooking now. Chris patted Crescenta's head and gently taught her, and Berry watched the smiling scene. There was no active attempt to hide the relationship between Chris and Crescenta. Celine made that decision. The word cursed child had spread so widely that it's no longer necessary to hide the fact that Chris was related to the royal family. Rather, they wanted to avoid the unnecessary suspicion that would be brought by concealing it. Against this kind of rumors, it's better for them to be open about it. Bogan had talked about it before, and they decided to take the plunge a few days before. Celine had confirmed herself what kind of person Crescenta is, and now she had a certain amount of trust in Crescenta. Like Chris, Crescenta is mentally young and pure. It would be better to proactively show Crescenta's innocence to the soldiers, and it is better to let her out in the open than to keep her locked away in the back. And there was a little downside in doing so, especially since Crescenta is good at hiding her abnormalities. It seems Crescenta is better than Celine. Naturally, I'll catch up with Argan-sama in no time. Berry is a better cook than Chris, so Crescenta has to become better than Chris first. Is that so? Yes. Berry chuckles and replies that it's not true. It's just a difference in experience. If we make the same thing, Chris-sama can make something that's no different from mine. The only difference is the number of dishes that we can come up with. Chris can't come up with things like Berry. As expected, Berry is more skilled than Chris. Berry can combine many things to make dishes that Chris can't even imagine. Chris snuggles up to Berry while showing a happy smile like a blooming flower. Oh, my saying so. Berry pats Chris on the head while smiling. Crescenta stared at Berry in frustration. We're in the middle of cooking. Argan-sama, can you please not disturb Ani-sama? I don't mean to disturb. I'm just patting Chris-sama's head. I don't know what to do unless Ani-sama teaches me, so please don't take Ani-sama away from me. Chris is fine with teaching Crescenta while being petted. But if Crescenta says so, then Chris will not stroke Crescenta while cooking. That's not what I... Foo-foo, Chris-sama, that's no good. Saying that, Crescenta-sama, could you please cut the tomatoes into cubes next? Countless eyes were watching the three of them. Today as well, the cooking team was watching them while doing the most efficient work on useless tasks. The silver-haired fairy, Chris. The red-haired saint, Berry. Joining them was the noble and precious Princess Crescenta. The 12-year-old princess is even younger than Chris, and despite her gracefulness, she retains the cuteness of a little girl. Golden hair that shimmers red in the light, dignified eyebrows and jewel-like purple eyes. Crescenta and Chris's identical faces, who were said to be of the same royal blood, had beauty that could match the fairies. Compared to Chris, Crescenta has more expression. She is just like a large flower. Her beauty was more provocative compared to Chris's serene beauty. Chris blooms quietly and modestly, and Crescenta shows off her radiant beauty, and Berry, the moon that shines on them. Chris and Berry. When Crescenta joined them, the kitchen looked like a fantastic moonlit plateau. The men were moved, believing that their beauty was not an addition, but that of a multiplication. The painting world that you should never reach out for. But because of that, there was an overflowing beauty. What are we cooking today? There are some fish today, but today, we will make pizza topped with bacon and this fish, pilcana, grilled with salt in a kiln. Shall we make the soup with a tomato base? Pilcana is a river fish that could be gotten nearby. At this time of year, it is very fatty and delicious, but it has a slightly fishy smell, and if cooked poorly, the smell will remain, and it will be spoiled. Fish grilled with salt in a kiln. The fish is wrapped in a mixture of salt and egg whites. The smell will escape into the salt, and the deliciousness is locked in, and it becomes very good. While Chris was impressed, Crescenta glared at Berry with some frustration. Crescenta couldn't keep up with their cooking discussion. Oh, I was careless. It seems I forgot the egg. Once again, tension runs through the kitchen. But, as expected, the first person to make the first upon hearing those words was Zalbuk, the head of the cooking team. The king and god of the kitchen. Zalbuk was the first to move when he heard the word salt grilled in kiln. Today, we will make pizza topped with bacon and this fish, pilcana, grilled with salt in kiln. When Zalbuk saw the pilcana, he was skeptical. Later Zalbuk recalls, when I saw the pilcana, I thought it would just be salt baked, or boiled, or something along those lines. But you can't underestimate Berry Oju-sama. Given her advanced cooking skills, I thought she would take it a step higher. Even though I have never made it, but I know what she will use. There were no eggs on the table, so I quietly made my way over to the egg cart. He once aspired to be a court chef and trained in the royal capital. Had it not been for a series of misfortunes within his family that had forced him to return to his hometown, he would have continued his training and at least become a cook for some noble. It's precisely because it was Zalbuk that he noticed it and moved. Zalbuk took the first step before anyone else. If Bogan is the lightning-quick general, Zalbuk is the lightning-quick chef. He found the right solution from all foreseeable possibilities and moved decisively. No one could match him. Zalbuk grinned, but a single footstep reaches Zalbuk's ears when he quickly looked there. There was a young man fearless smiling at him. Cart. In his hand was a basket of eggs. Behind him was a food trolley with countless ingredients neatly arranged. The young man, Cart, had decided to give up the first move. Zalbuk is the king of this world, and here is his garden. Zalbuk knows everything there is about this world. After many battles since then, Cart was convinced of this. Then, what should he do? It was decided. All he had to do was to establish a new order and a new miniature garden in this world. What Cart did while looking at the three beautiful maidens was to organize the inventory of ingredients. He calculated the surplus of meat, vegetables, fish, and other ingredients, and, with a precise numerical value, accumulated them in the small world of his wagon. So that if there are any shortages, he would be ready to meet any demands. He was like the warriors in myth who drew bows against the god. He later recalled. Aimed for it? No way, it's just part of my job. It goes against my aesthetics to have someone below me do inventory every day. Once in a while, I thought I'd take over the work like this. As someone standing on top, I must not neglect the basic work. Well, by chance, Berry-sama asked for an egg at that time, and I was near the eggs. The talented Cart is still excellent even when it comes to food distribution. Zalbuk stares at Cart with a scowl on his face, as if he were a parent whose child has been murdered, and then laughs. You sure did something sly, young man. Cuckoo, old people who are getting sick in their legs, just take a rest there. Zalbuk thought as he glared at the Cart. The difference between the two is 3 steps. He could take at most 2 steps by walking fast while making it look like a stumble. If so, just stop Cart's movement. Zalbuk thought and came up with a secret plan. Oops. He pretends to stumble even though there's nothing there. He leans forward for a moment and jumps. Cart frowned. He, too, have taken measures against the old man's sneaky tactics. That's why he made a 3-step difference today. What are you going to do? While thinking so, a tray flew toward him. The disc-shaped tray spun and flew toward the egg that Kurt was holding. Yes, Zalbuk had made it look like a fall, but he had thrown the tray on the desk precisely at Kurt. The look in Kurt's eyes was astonishment. You're willing to go that far, is what his eyes seemed to be saying. However, Kurt is a man who takes pride in being first class. He instantly and silently catches it with one arm. Zalbuk, not paying attention to Kurt's gaze, reached out and grabbed the basket of eggs that just happened to be there at the point where he almost fell over. What Zalbuk had was trust in Kurt. Kurt is first class. Zalbuk judged that he would never waste foodstuffs on an attack of this degree. He was sure that Kurt would definitely defend against it. As expected, Kurt silently endured Zalbuk's ranged attack and defended the egg. But at the same time, in that instant, Kurt lost his one-step advantage over Zalbuk. Kurt stared at Zalbuk with a scowl on his face, as if he were a son whose father had been murdered, and laughed. This shitty old man, what do you think would have happened if it hadn't been me? ? You little brat. It's because it was you that I believe you could defend it. The battle between the two was evenly matched, and the others, who could not intervene, had no choice but to watch with bated breath. A showdown between the two chiefs. A showdown between the two chiefs. It was a holy war. However, once again, the war's conclusion was thwarted by the presence of an even more powerful person. Please leave it to me. I will bring the eggs. The one who broke the unspoken understanding and stepped in with trot without even reading the atmosphere was the woman with 7 colored flaws, and the ambushed soldier who suddenly appeared had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. Don't disturb their happy moment, but also be quick to help when they need it. And so Anne jumped out grandly when she saw the opportunity. She jumped out without a plan. Anne looked around her for eggs and saw the basket Zalbuk was holding. Oh, thank you very much for the trouble. I'll take it. Anne snatched the basket from Zalbuk and rushed to the 3 of them. She stumbled and nearly fell over. It was Chris who moved faster than anyone else. She quickly leapt to the air and grabbed the basket, immediately holding the eggs that were about to scatter. She twisted her body in the air and showed a supple landing just like that of a cat, and Barry applauded. Crescenta, who had been wondering if Anne was doing it on purpose, panicked and followed suit. As expected of you, Ini-sama. It was splendid, Chris-sama. Anne-sama, are you okay? Why yeah, I'm fine. The eggs weren't okay at all. Hi. Chris-sama. Crescenta sighed and looked at Anne. This child, she keeps repeating this even when I'm there, really? Argent-sama, please do something about it. No, Barry is busy. Chris thinks Crescenta has the most free time. I'm also helping Celine-sama right now. Besides, Ani-sama, I'm a princess, you know? A princess needs more servants, so Barry is busy taking care of Chris. Now, both of you don't blame her too much. She just tried her best and failed a little. The troubled Barry suppressed the trouble. Anne, the object of the shoving match from the 2 of them, repeated I'm sorry as usual. The men then looked at Zalbuk and Kurt, who were still frozen in place, with pity. And so the meal was made. The 5 of them finished dinner, and went to their own room. On the 1st and 2nd floors of the command office in the center of the fortress, there were offices and other rooms used for practical work, and on the 3rd floor is the hall with the breastwork that serves the function of the fort. From here there are wooden bridges on all 4 sides that lead to the 4 towers at the corners of the inner ramparts. It seems that Fortress Bergash originally had only this inner wall, and the double structure with the heavy outer wall was added later. However, once the outer wall was built, the inner wall and the towers became half useless, and half of them were used as living space. While crossing the bridge, Chris happily snuggles up to Barry. Even so, the salt grilled and kiln was really wonderful. When Chris saw Pilkana, Chris thought it would smell a little, but, well, it wasn't that bad. Thank you. Thanks to the 2 of you, it turned out great. Anne was ordered to prepare the bath first, so there are only 3 people here. Crescenta looks displeased at Chris as she snuggles up to Barry. Ani-sama, rather than that, about the bath. Today is no good. Crescenta always complained about washing each other. I won't say it again. This is the 3rd time that Crescenta has that. As Chris said yesterday, there is a rule that if you miss 2 shots, you can't hunt. It was the village rule that if a hunter missed the same prey twice, he was not allowed to hunt that day. It was a warning to avoid pursuing prey too deeply, and was also used as a promise. It was used in the sense that a promise that was broken twice would be broken a third time, and it was common for the third time to be punished even if the second time was forgiven. Depending on the situation, it might be just a light punishment or even execution, but Crescenta was ordered to take a bath with Anne until she reflected. Since the other day, Crescenta had been complaining about Berry and Chris washing each other, which had put Chris in a bad mood yesterday. Chris understand what Crescenta is saying, but Chris wants to wash with Berry, so if Crescenta don't like it, Crescenta can just take a bath with Anne. Since it is explained that it is a rule Chris learned in the village, Crescenta cannot break it and tried shows signs of remorse in front of Chris. But Chris is stubborn, saying that Crescenta need to be punished for at least one day. If Crescenta properly reflects, Chris will take a bath with Crescenta again tomorrow. That's why for today bear with Anne today. Understand? That's cruel. Crescenta pouted her lips in a sulking tone, and Chris pressed her lips saying no. Berry laughed at that scene, which made Crescenta glared at her. And then, at that time, Berry's eyebrows frowned when she heard a voice from below. "Ma, they sure are some real beauties. It's a feast for the eyes." "Yeah. But there's a rumor that Chris Sama is pretty dangerous, you know. They say that her hobby is killing people. She would laugh while cutting off their fingers and tortures them." "Well, of course I've heard that, but do you think the rumors about the cursed child? Stop it." "What would you do if someone hears it?" It was the voices of the soldiers walking under the bridge. The sky is cloudy. The waning moon is thinly hidden, and it's dark at night. The soldiers probably doesn't even notice that they're here. Crescenta with blatantly shows displeasure on her face and looked at Chris. But Chris was quite calm. Chris looks up at Berry. After thinking for a moment, she said Chris'll go for a bit and jumped down from a height of about 5.454 meters, without giving them a chance to stop her. Berry heard a scream and looked down in panic. The two soldiers were collapsed on their buttocks. Chris pulled a sword from the waist of one of them and pressed the blade against his neck. Chris-sama, don't worry, Chris won't kill you." Chris said so expressionlessly. Then she looked at the soldiers. Chris doesn't particularly care about such rumors, and it doesn't matter what they say. But, spreading Chris notoriety in Opes is an insult to superiors, whether consciously or unconsciously. You are Dagger and Seven who came 10 days ago, right? The selection numbers are 78 and 182. Hi. You belong to the 4th Battalion, 1,000 men, 9th Company, 100 men, 17th Squad, 5 men, in Corporal Tolker's squad, is that correct? Why yes. How did you know? Because Chris remembers it. Saying that, Chris expressionlessly tilted her head. What is your business here? On the deployment plan, this place is managed by the 1st Battalion, 3rd Company. Yes, I was delivering a message of equipment shortage. Adjutant Corps Commander. Understood. Chris'll check it later. Regardless of the intention, the words and deeds just now are an insult to Chris, the deputy of the Corps Commander. It can be said that the content is an exaggeration of the facts. Penalties will be handed down through your superiors. Thank goodness. Chris smiled. If Chris' hobby was murder, as the both you of say, Chris would have summarily executed both of you right here and now. You can see how that would be very easy with Chris's position, can't you? Hi. Please be careful from now on. It's not a hobby. But Chris is very good at it. With that, Chris returned the sword to its scabbard and told them to return to their duties. The two soldiers ran in fright, and Chris kicked the wall straight back onto the bridge. Chris showed Berry something embarrassing. It seems that the education is still not going well. Education, is it? Anisama, if it's like that, it's too frightening and seems to be counterproductive. If they're afraid of Chris and become obedient, that's fine. The point is, Chris just need to show enough strength that they won't even feel like rebelling. Of course, it's best to be loved like Celine, but Chris isn't good at it. I guess that's one way to think about it. Chris snuggles up to Berry and grabs her arm. Chris knows Berry don't like that kind of thing, but, I think there are things that can't be helped. For example, if Chris was walking alone, would she have ignored it is what Berry thought. She did it because Berry showed displeasure. Didn't Berry heard the conversation just now? Chris thought Berry was silent because she didn't want to see Chris doing that. Yes, but worrying about it is useless. And though it was intrusive, I also have warned them before. That's no good. It's fine for just Chris to be the one saying that. With a vague smile, Berry nodded. It's not something for Chris Sama to worry about. Worry, or rather Chris pondered for a moment, as if lost. It doesn't matter what they say about Chris. Chris doesn't care. But Chris really don't want Berry to say things like that to Chris too. As if troubled, as if she could not hold back her emotion. Chris tells Berry that pretty she just thought so and stroked Chris' cheek. It's time for the long-awaited bath. Shall we cheer ourselves up and go? She puts her hand on her cheek and traced her lips with her thumb. Chris nodded embarrassedly, and Crescenta displeasedly glared at Berry and told Chris, Anisama, I'm sorry. Today is no good. Berry laughed quietly and looks up at the sky blankly. Volume 3, ch. 49, Realization and What She Wished. Realization and What She Wished. The room is built of stone, with a single bathtub that is small when compared to the ones on the estate. The water pipes are filled with magic crystals, and the flowing water is transformed into hot water. After washing their bodies, Chris and Berry were relaxing in the tub. Chris leaned in close to Berry's womanly naked body and hugged her, while feeling the warm bath on her white skin. The lukewarm water with herbs in it brought a pleasant scent to their nose, and the dissolved extracts turned dyes the bath light pink. Chris submerged her body into the lukewarm bath and seems to ask to be pampered by Berry. Slightly more intense than usual. Berry sensed her fatigue from that act and simply stroked her head gently. Chris Sama seems really tired. Chris Sama, please take care of yourself a little more. Don't be so reckless as to come running from the forest. But Chris wanted to cook with Berry. When Berry stroked Chris's cheek, Chris raises herself up a little and kisses Berry. Berry accepted it without resistance, and she returned the kiss, while stroking Purush's head. She used to tie up Chris's long hair up with a towel, but recently at Chris's request, she left it as it is. According to Chris, if she uses the towel, Berry would not be able to pet her head. Berry carefully and gently stroked Chris's wet hair as if combing it with her hand. As with her cat tongue, Chris will get dizzy immediately in hot water. The lukewarm water was also at the request of Chris, who likes to be pampered like this, probably because she values the time she spends with Berry. Since arriving here, Chris has been very busy, but she never misses this time. Once Chris stepped foot on the battlefield again, even if Berry were to accompany her, she would not be able to spend this kind of time with her. It's because she knew that Chris makes time for hugging, being pampered, and just express her innocent affection. Into Berry, she is more lovely than anyone else. Fufu, thank you for the hard work. Berry too, helping Serene, thank you for the hard work. Chris is satisfied just by doing this, and so is Berry. She wished this time could go on forever. But she also knows it won't continue forever. That's why she's going to pamper Chris lots and lots. She already heard from Celine and guessed about it. The gossip among the soldiers, the way they look at Chris. Even Berry, who doesn't walk outside that much, can tell that Chris is feared in the military. It was the same with what had just happened. Of course, not everyone is like that, and Chris is also not bothered by it. But even if it doesn't bother her, she is aware of the fact that she is feared, and as a result, she seems more tense, alert, and tired than usual. There is not much Berry can do for her. She can only make time to make her feel at ease, relax, like this. Chris's eyes shook with anxiety as she hugged Berry. Berry, does Berry not like it when Chris scares people? To be honest, I don't like it, but I know that it's not like Chris Sama like to do that too, so it's fine. Chris smiled happily as she hugs Berry and leans her weight on her. Chris is stronger than anyone else, but she is also more timid than anyone else. It's not that Chris doesn't have feelings. She just doesn't understand. She is incapable of understanding others and can only judge them by their actions. It must be like being in total darkness. Chris is not good at talking, and sometimes Chris doesn't understand what other is saying. That's why other people think Chris is weird or creepy, but even so, Chris doesn't know how to make it work. All alone in the dark. Without seeing others, understanding other, that's why she can't trust other, and become timid. Because she doesn't understand others, she is unnecessarily wary of others, constantly harboring cold hostility and murderous intent. and making plans in their minds to kill others. She fears those who would harm her and those who might harm her. She therefore seeks power, and to eliminate those who would harm her, she behaves in ways that would make others fear her. That way she can create place where she can relax. The difference between Chris and Crescendo is only the difference in methodology. That is probably also the reason why she is asking to be pampered more than usual now. In that darkness, the only place she can relax is in someone's chest. Chris always rubs up against Berry or Celine and leans her body against them. She begs for kisses and hugs and asked to be spoiled like a little girl. She was afraid. Only her heart, like that of an unfulfilled baby, is left behind in her growing body. That Chris is really kind, and want to be spoiled. I know it properly. That's why, even if everyone in the world says that they hate Chris, only I will continue to love Chris. Holding Chris' cheeks between her hands, she told her. Chris's gems like purple eyes shakes shyly. Her wet hair sticks to her light peach skin. She places her hands on Berry's shoulders, and raises her small body slightly. Berry looks into her eyes and slowly presses her lips against Chris'. After doing so several times, Chris blinked her long eyelashes several times, then relaxed her body and happily pressed her face against Berry's bulge. Berry is, too sweet these days, Chris, feel like she is becoming more and more of a spoiled. Is it fine? Oh, Chris-sama hate it? That you. Chris raises her body in a panic, seeing that Berry laughed. Then, Chris-sama like it? Yes, Chris like it. I love it too. Spoiling Chris-sama, just like Hojo-sama said, I want to pamper Chris-sama to the extent that Chris-sama would become an idiot. That is, how about Chris-sama? I love Chris-sama no matter what Chris-sama is like, so please don't hesitate. Chris's gaze wandered as Berry traced her lips, and nodded. Chris might be fine becoming an idiot. Foo-foo. Berry pressed their lips together. Chris happily hugged her, even as her face is bright red. A wrong expression of affection. But she likes it above all else. It is the only way she knows how to express her love. Like a newborn baby chick, Chris is obedient, on the brink, and eager. She lightly traced Chris's thin neck. Even if she were to be strangled, for example. If Berry told her that it was an expression of love, she might endure pain and allow it until she passed out. She knows that Chris is that dependent on her, and she knows that it was herself who made Chris like that. At first it was good intention. No, she wasn't even sure how it was. She might have wanted something that could not exist without her. She might have wanted something that was only hers. Like that, she subconsciously imagined the future in which this girl would be dependent on her. When she was a child, she gave up on her own body, which she didn't know when it will die. Before she knows it, she woke up from the longing to be like a princess in a fairy tale, and the longing disappeared. Her heart was always depressed, and while she respected her sister's brightness, she was also jealous of her. She doesn't think of herself as a beautiful person. Rather, she's a distorted and twisted human being, the opposite of such nobleness. She wanted to be liked by others, so she behaves and acted the people thought as good. She liked to play as a good person. While she's doing so, she looked very beautiful. She was more beautiful than anyone else, like her sister. However, sometimes something dark and gloomy would suddenly come up in her. At that kind of time she would feel like she was helplessly filthy. Chris and her are similar, she thought. But she also thinks that Chris is genuine, and she is a fake. She pities Chris, who was kicked out of the village because she was not accepted by the people. She thought she could guide Chris, who looks like a troubled, lost chills. But, did she really wanted a future where she would be accepted by everyone? She only wanted to be the only one who understands Chris. And she wanted Chris to think she is the only one who understands her. Some part of her wants to give up on Chris's distortion as it is inevitable, and another part of her is thinking that it is fine. Since, no matter how twisted she is, I can still love her. How can she declare her resignation is not because she has that feelings? If this beautiful thing in front of her would turn that beautiful feelings that's just like a baby bird to her, then that's enough. Such a muddy monopoly desire sometimes seeps out. She can't understand herself. Did she think like that because of her resignation, or did her resignation is because she thinks like that? Berry, startled by the call, Berry gently shook her head. Just thinking a bit. Is that so? Chris tilted her lovely face a little and seems to be thinking something. Then, as if an idea came to her, she raised her body and hugged Berry's head. As Chris' shapely, small breasts are pressed against her face, Berry was puzzled. Chris gently stroked Berry's head, smiled and said, it's okay for Berry to be spoiled by Chris. Recently, Chris have been petting Chrysanta, and noticed that Chris, like Berry, also like to pamper other. Usually, Chris is the who has lots of happiness, but this way Berry also has lots of happiness. Happy? Yes. Berry same as Chris. Does Berry not like being spoiled? Being petted like that made Berry's face heat up. Her head is in turmoil, but it feels good, and the petting is gentle. Carefully, as if she were handling a treasure. Chris, hand caresses her head. Berry closes her eyes. I like it. That's good. Berry is always spoiling to Chris, so Chris wants to return the favor. Though Chris's breasts aren't as big as Berry's, so it might not be as comfortable the one Chris receives. This girl, Chris, is always concerned about the weirdest things. Though she isn't concerned about the things that make others happy about, she always concerned about things she doesn't need to be concerned about, and doing her best at it. Thinking it was funny, Berry giggles, and Chris as it troubled told her, I wish it were a little bigger. Whether it's big or small, I like everything about Chris-sama. She mischievously looks into Chris's eyes and wraps her hands around Chris's shapely breasts. Chris giggles ticklishly and smiles happily. Is that so? Yes, return the favor, she said. Even though she has received more than enough from return, this girl doesn't realize it. That's why no matter how much time passed, the amount of repayment that she can't pay back keep accumulating inside her. Even though it has become a loss for her, but she still doesn't realize it and still tries to give back. And it might be like that for forever. She's stupid, she thought. And more than that, she's beautiful, she thought. Chris is more beautiful than anyone else in the world. And for the rest of her life, this girl would remain that way. Chris smiled happily and put strength into the hand that held her head. Then, is Berry happy? Yes, I'm happy. Then, it's mutual. Chris is also very happy, Chris said cheerfully and happily. Recently, Chris feel like Chris have come to understand something. When Chris is working away from home, and want to see Berry and Celine, Chris feel moya. It wasn't like that in the past. Chris doesn't really understand it, but Chris feel moya. Maybe it's the one called lonely. Chris said and pressed her cheek against Berry's head. That's why maybe. But being together like this makes Chris happier than before. If Berry is happy and having fun, Chris would be happy too. Chris feel like Chris want to do a lot of things like that. Chris want to do that all the time. Chris think. That is. Could this be the love that Berry talk about? When asked, she couldn't answer immediately. What should she answers with? She thinks, being puzzled and troubled about it. Whatever the case, she knew it was not up to her to decide. Chris-sama. What does Chris-sama think? Berry knows that the idea of a heart-to-heart communication is nothing more than a fiction. Only the person themselves knows what's inside their heart. And isn't, she herself doesn't know it clearly. Chris is it? Yes. Words are ambiguous and uncertain. That's why Chris-sama feels it. What Chris-sama thinks would be good, and what Chris-sama wished for, that is the answer. Chris thought for a moment again, and then let go of her body. Then she said happily, then it's love. Chris thinks it would be good if this is love. Chris like to think that Chris is able to find the love that Berry feels for Chris. Just believing in it without doubt. It was such beautiful word. She knew that such beautiful words would spill out of the girl mouth. Berry accepts it as her lips are pressed against Chris's. Among the various Chris that Berry said, the Chris that the Chris wants is the Chris that can properly return Berry's love. Chris just stared at Berry, waiting for her reaction. Return, she said. I wonder what kind of beautiful love she thinks that I've given her. She doesn't think it's that beautiful, but that's how this girl sees it. Then maybe, just maybe it really exists inside of her. If so, more than anything that would be good. Berry lowers her eyes, thinking just like Chris, and returns the kiss in the same way. Then this is my answer. It's mutual love. Chris hugged her and Berry also hugged her body. She doesn't think what she has in her is as beautiful as what this girl though. But she hoped that even if it's only a little bit, it would be good if there's some part that is the same as this girl. If she stays by her side, will she find something like that? Will she be able to give this girl the kind of love that she gives her? But at the very least, she believes that there is only one person with whom she can find such love. At the very least, she believed it was such fortuitous meeting. Lipus. The words flowed naturally. And just like how it is for her, She hoped this meeting is also a fortuitous meeting to this girl. If she can help fill the distorted innocent happiness. Berry Lipasagan. Nobles are given secret, hidden names by their parents when they are born. It's the first time I've said it out loud, and my parents are already gone, so the only one who knows about it is only Chris-sama. Only Chris. She patted the wondering Chris and told her in a whisper. Yes. It doesn't mean much, it's just a word. My little secret. It's just a simple word. There is no meaning in them. They are meant to be given meaning. I just wanted to create a secret between the two of us with Chris-sama. How about it? Okay. Chris'll keep it a secret. Please don't say it. Not to anyone else. No, even when it's just the two of us. Yes, yes, Chris understand. It was a face that seemed to understand, but didn't understand. But that's fine. She thought. A vow is simply something you make to yourself. Foo-foo. It's that kind of secret word. But Berry continued, just once. Chris-sama, will you call me by that name? Chris tilted her head. Just once? Yes, just once. The first and the last. Look into my eyes properly. Chris paused for a moment as she pondered its meaning. Then she looked into her eyes and opened her mouth. Lipus, Chris called, and Berry silently closed her eyes, and opened her mouth. My true name along with this body, I offer all of myself to you. A vow from the place where words are spun. Long and slowly. It was stupid, meaningless, and merely self-satisfaction. But the pressed lips remained there for a while, only to part a few moments later. Chris smiled happily without understanding it, and Berry smiled as well. It's a little old-fashioned way of expressing love. Is that so? Chris wish Chris had a hidden name too. Chris kisses her back again, and Berry smiles. Chris-sama has nothing to hide, so Chris-sama is fine as it is. Saying that, she stood up and lifted Chris into her arms. Let's go out soon. If we stay too long, Crescenta-sama will get sullen. Yes, the beautiful thing that she wants to see by her side for forever. Should we invite Crescenta-sama later and bake some cookies? Then, since Celine also said she wanted to eat something sweet, today we'll put plenty of honey. Yes, I'm also in that kind of mood today. If she has something inside her that's as beautiful as this girl's is, that's all that matters. If she can find that beautiful thing that this girl shows her inside herself, then the treasure in her arms. Berry just smiled as she gently stroked it. Volume 3, ch. 50, Dragon's Breath. Dragon's Breath. I never thought it would come to this, Bogan. What I said before wasn't a lie though. Muscronia and Bernaic divide the north and the capital. At the boundary between the two mountains was a space that, even after being widened, was less than 30 ken, 30.4 meters, wide. As a road it was easy to pass through. But at its narrowest point, it was a narrow passage of about 10 ken, 18.18 meters. Of course, such a road exists everywhere. In fact, as a road, it could be said to be very wide. However, the problem is that there's no alternative route on this road. Muscronia and Bernaic, on the left and right, are steep and high mountains. To go around, one would have to go far east or west, so if ones want to go north, they have no choice but to go through here. And even if the road were wide enough to simply pass through, the narrow space between the steep cliffs would severely impede the army's movement, making it a natural strategic point where a small force could easily hold off a large one. This was the most important base of operations during the war against the northern barbarians several hundred years ago. After the northern part of the country was conquered, it became a mere highway, but now that the war has begun, it has regained its former appearance. The land, which had eaten and devoured tens of thousands of flesh and blood, was now stained red. It brought only screams and death, swallowed up many heroes. It's as if it's an ancient dragon that burns cities, destroys nations, and brings death like a natural disaster. This is the dragon's maw, and at the place that was said to be inside its fangs. As expected of the mighty Christand, the quality of my soldiers is somewhat poor comparatively. Though the battle started with 20,000 and 30,000, seems I cannot be so optimistic. After the first battle, the road turned red with blood, corpses, and twilight. Laughing in the dragon's maw is a handsome young man riding a black horse, wearing red mantle and black iron armor adorned with elegant gold ornaments. His voice is clear, refreshing, and yet somehow powerful. A man endowed with the qualities of royalty and absoluteness. With a mere word he makes his presence known to all around him. When he expanded the eastern part of the kingdom and conquered a part of the empire, He wore black armor and wielded a long battle axe at the front line, and as a royalty himself, he was responsible for countless head counts. The dreadfulness of his martial prowess is feared by allies and foes alike, and for this reason, on the battlefield he was called thus: the Black Lion. Gildenstein Kalnerosvalsakarinia Alberon. This man, who unquestionably would be known as a hero if he were born in a war-torn world, is now standing proudly in battlefield. Opposite him is the matchless and famous General Berganar Galit Vesrinia Christan. The countless scars on his austere, unadorned steel armor are a testament to his military prowess. The hero who survived the hell of the front line, devoured the lives of his enemies and subordinates, and rose to the rank of general with only his body and brains shows not a shred of weakness against such an opponent. It's futile bloodshed. Surely, it's not your cup of tea, Bogan. I have only one word for you, Gildenstein declares as if it were a matter of course. He is royalty, the absolute. He is the one who ruled over everything in the kingdom. Surrender to me. I will not treat you badly, and I will only see this rudeness as an amusing sideshow. He did not correct his words. There's no lie in the words Gildenstein told Bogan before, and he's also not lying now. It is no longer possible to discuss that, Your Highness Royal Prince. When it comes down to it, there's no longer other way to settle this other than bloodshed. But you don't think I killed my brother, do you? That's the work of Crescenta, who you protected. All you must do is hand that over. It was words that is too generous, and a concession. As expected, even I didn't think she'd go this far either. It's not like Crescenta, who has done everything so skillfully, to do something like this. Did something happen with your adopted daughter? Bogan shook his head. I am very pleased that you have thought of me so highly, at the very least. On the battlefield Your Highness Royal Prince is a general I respected. It's the truth. Gildenstein's skill on the battlefield was magnificent, and the sight that he himself swung the blade on the front line is dependable. His love of killing is a vice in peacetime, but on the battlefield that's just how it is. As a general, Gildenstein's reputation is high, and his behavior is worthy of respect. However, I am already the blade of Her Royal Highness the Princess. Even if I were to surrender here, Your Highness Royal Prince will not be able to obtain the General Christan that His Highness wants. A general who has lost trust and confidence is worthless. As the sword of Her Royal Highness, I have taken up the sword and thus have come face to face with you. Then we must decide the matter not with words, but with a blade. Wouldn't you understand, Your Royal Highness? Cuckoo. Indeed. I don't need you without your backbones, Gildenstein said amusedly and stared at Bogan. Then, how about we decide the winner right here with the blade, Bogan? Your Royal Highness must be joking. I am no match for His Royal Highness. I see, it's a pity. Before I lose you, I wanted to have a match with you once. Gildenstein turned his horse and turned his back. This is the path you have chosen. Don't hold it against me, will you? Naturally. Death on the battlefield is a warrior's honor. No matter what the outcome, there is no resentment, and that goes for both of us. I see. I wish you fortune. At least you were a warrior worthy of that. Thank you. From then on, the battle was fierce. In order to win the battle in the center, the Dragon's Maw where the road is narrowing, both sides are fighting for the center, which is less than a mere 3.927 kilometers wide. Once the bottleneck was seized and stabilized, the rest of the battle could be fought in a single push. This is because the farther one moves toward either end of the Dragon's Maw, the wider the path becomes. Be that as it may, that is also why it is called the Dragon's Maw. That is to say, the wider the path becomes, the greater the military superiority of the side being pushed in becomes. The more they cut into the enemy's territory, the greater the damage will be at an accelerated rate. However, both sides had reasons why they needed to do so. The Christan feared an increase in Gildenstein's troops. The capital had more ample human resources compared to the north. Gildenstein, too, was afraid that the nobles in the royal capital would lean toward the princess, which he couldn't even know long as he left the capital vacant. Gildenstein has been pulling out the nobles of his own faction to manage them as his subordinates in this war. Naturally, the nobles of the royal capital are dominated by the princess faction, and even though Gildenstein, who was originally inferior, has the military power of military command, it is not a good idea to spend time on it. The current situation is that they do not know how things will turn out, and there are too many uncertainties, and to the east there is Nozen Vreich, the former commander of the 1st Army Corps of Christan. Against him, who will clearly become enemies. Guildenstern need to show that he's vigilant against them, and leave some troops behind. Neither side knows which way Hilkintos in the west or Gaia in the south will turn, and both Bogan and Guildenstern wanted to settle things before they picked a side. That is the one thing Bogan and Guildenstern agree on. But of course, neither of them thought the battle would be decided by a simple push. They recognized each other and highly valued each other's abilities. They penetrated their forces into the steep mountains, and even in the midst of this, they crossed blades of knowledge and strategy. Chrystan's excelled in the quality of its commanders at all levels. At one point, Bogan's blade was at his opponent's throat, but Guildenstern himself destroyed the detouring troops, brought them to a standstill. Then next time, the royal prince himself led the breakthrough in the mountains, putting the Crystans in a tight spot for a time. Knowing that his side was inferior in terms of the quality of his troops and commanders, Guildenstern used himself as a pawn. Without revealing his whereabouts, he sets up body doubles and moves around freely. Guildenstern, who is blessed with great talent and decisiveness, is a formidable enemy. It's been almost 2 months since they arrived here. Even after the mountains turned red, the battle continued without a conclusion. Selene was sending reserve personnel as replenishment soldiers one after another, and the same was true on the Guildenstern side, as they were repeatedly cut down and replenished. None of their attacks was decisive. But here came a presence that roused the Crystans soldiers. The sun is high in the sky. The golden hair shimmering in red, and an elegant white dress that is out of place on the battlefield. The smile on her face is that of a saint full of compassion, and she glances at the soldiers on her left and right. The two beautiful maiden of Crystans, one in gold and the other in silver armor, on either side. It was like a scene from a fairy tale, and the thousands of soldiers behind them formed a horizontal line instead of a marching column, marching in orderly fashion as if to honor them. A short distance from the encampment, she split off from the soldiers and approached the gate of the camp with only the two beautiful maiden and 2 maids. Repeated life-threatening battles. Among them, there were some who were exhausted and showed tears. They, without saying anything, kneeled. Then a horse runs from behind approaching the princesses. Bogan rode up to the princess, dismounted, dropped to his knees, and bowed his head. "Thank you for welcoming us, General Crystan. Please raise your head." Yes. Bogan stood up proudly, put his hands on his chest maintaining the salute. "I've heard of your bravery, and I ask all of you to, please stand. I have not come here to see all of you as royalty." The soldiers looked at each other and stood up one by one and followed Bogan. There was something sweet about her clear voice that seemed to cling to the inside of their ears. "Because I have came to line up with my compatriots who share the same purpose." Selene, who had been standing diagonally behind her, stepped forward, drew her sword, and pointed it at the sky. At the same moment, Chris also drew her sword against the soldiers behind her. The soldiers who had formed a horizontal line drew their swords in unison, creating a myriad of metallic noises, and a roar of cheers that almost reverberates in the air. Vibrations that could even cause the earth to reverberate. It engulfed the soldiers in the encampment as well, inviting them into a deliberate frenzy, making the dragons more tremble. It was a kind of performance. Forming a horizontal line from the front, putting on airs, and cheering with the determined signals and movements. The choice of a horse instead of a carriage was also part of the performance, so that the princess could be persuasive and saying that she herself was in the same position as the soldiers present. By deliberately throwing out her authority, she shortened the distance between them. The royal family is rarely seen in front of the people. It was said that commoners would be afraid to even peek at their visage, and it was normal to cover their face with a veil. But this time she showed her true face to the soldiers for the purpose of raising morale. Crescendo is beautiful, and the benefits of doing so are great. As was the case with Bogan's speech the other day. The meaning of fighting for a beautiful princess is depicted in many heroic tales, and it is a goal that is easily accepted by the soldiers. This is the reason why she does not wear a veil even at the fort. Bogan and Selene had exchanged letters the other day and decided on this event to restore the morale of the soldiers, who were showing signs of exhaustion after 2 months of battle. Selene had set up the best soldiers in the front rows of the horizontal line to look good, and Bogan had informed the witty non-commissioned officer that the princess was coming. It can be said that the controlled enthusiasm produced sufficient results for the soldiers who did not know about it. Finally, Chris hates armor, It's heavy. Chris had Berry take off the armor she's not used to wearing. As soon as she arrived at the tent she was given and removed the straight sword from her left hip and put on his usual curved sword on her back hip. And when Berry strokes her head, she sticks his head out just a little. Berry quietly puts their lips together and smiled. Foo. Then shall we go? Yes. Then they went out and enter Bogan's tent. The various corps commanders are already there. While thinking they're a little late, Chris sat down in a chair and Berry makes her a cup of sweet tea. The appearance of Berry pouring tea as if snuggling to Chris from diagonally behind was beautiful, and her appearance of pouring honey and milk was indifferent but it's full of affection. When Cliché thanked her, she gave a slight smile, and when it's finished, she straightened posture behind Chris to her right and kept her eyes down. Her gesture was so vivid and beautiful that some of them forgot why they had gathered there and looked at her. Crescenta felt a twinge of frustration inside at the obvious change in Berry's atmosphere from the other day, but she said nothing, as she had to behave as a princess. These days, Berry was no longer flustered by Chris' kisses, but rather smiled happily at them. In fact, she even seems to be trying to make Chris want to kiss her by stroking her cheeks, bringing her face closer, and gazing into her eyes. She was originally sweet, but she became sweet. Chris was delighted with Berry's change, and her habit of kissing and being pampered got even worse. It's like a dog that jumps up and down, wagging its tail when given food. After seeing Chris, Crescenta put away her displeasure and remained silent, thoughtfully stirring the hot tea Anne had brewed with a spoon. It was a hot tea that should be called harassment with good intentions. Crescenta has a cat tongue. She was only cooling her tea while pretending to be thoughtful. Celine almost laughed at the sight of Crescenta but held it in. She also noticed that the Berry become sweeter toward Chris, but to her it's nothing new. She was curious, but she was fine with it as long as it didn't lead to any strange rumors. Now that Chris is here, everyone looked at Bogan. All the important people were gathered here. Each of them had already greeted Crescenta. It looks like everything is ready. Let's start the meeting. To Her Royal Highness. Bogan stood up, as was customary, and the others followed his lead. Then he places his hand on his chest and salutes, and Crescenta nods while still seated. Please take a seat. Yes. There was some etiquette when the royal family was present at these meetings. General Christand is the highest-ranking person in this place. I leave everything to you, so please speak freely. When everyone is seated, Crescenta told Bogan. Military rank and aristocratic rank are a bit complicated. Therefore, especially when the royalty is present, it was customary to have all authority entrusted to them unless the royalty's the one who took command. It would be disrespectful to talk about the future while disregarding the royalty, and if the royalty gave their opinion on, no matter how absurd the content was, it would be impossible to say number. For this reason, it is necessary for the royalty to delegate authority to the commander who's there, and only then can the commander judge the situation and have the power to reject even the opinions of the royalty. This is a necessary step for the army to function as an organization. Yes. First of all, a report on the current situation from the 2nd Corps commander. Yes, sir. The 2nd Corps currently has 3,800 members who are able to fight. The number of those who can return is estimated to be about 200. Morale is high with no supply problems. That is all. Colchis Grand, a big, gallant man, answered. As expected in front of the princess, his volume is slightly lower than usual. The 2nd Corps, fighting in the center of the battle, is always forcing the enemy to bleed heavily, thanks in part to the valiant fight of the Corps leader Colchis. Although they were losing some men, they were also inflicting heavy losses on their opponents, and could be said to have a comparative advantage. 3rd Corps. There are 2,800 combat-capable soldiers. There are 100 people who can return. Supply is going smoothly, but it's hard to say that morale has improved since the other day. The 3rd Corps Commander Terius Melchikos, a man with eagle nose and somewhat resembled Dagra, reported. The 3rd Corps, which had been breached by Guildenstein the other day, is heavily worn out. Although it was good that the breakthrough was derailed by cooperation with Bogan's reinforcements, but some were demoralized by Guildenstein's ferocious attack. The 4th Corps has 4,300 combat-capable soldiers. The number of those who can return is less than 100. Supply is fine, morale is the same as usual, but seems a little fatigued. Morbidly thin. The bony man is Elugafarin. He is not the type of man to inspire his men with his sword, but he is an intelligent general who excels at tactical command. even among those in the Krystand army. Although he was forced to withdraw due to Guildenstein's own counterattack, he once came close to Guildenstein's throat in a night attack. As a result, the wear and tear of his men was low, and the morale of his men was high, but the Fourth Corps suffered from some fatigue. The main camp is 1,500. No losses. Celine. Yes, sir. The number of men I brought with me is 8,500. 2,000 of them are archers, with hunters as the core. 2,000. Terrius, the commander of the Third Corps, nodded his head in admiration. It is probably thanks to spreading the recruitment notice even to the villages. The men who could ride were left behind due to a lack of training, as stated in my letter. That's fine. Unlike infantrymen, who form a line and perform relatively simple movements, cavalrymen are completely different in the abilities required. The use of expensive and costly horses requires abilities that cannot be met in a month of training at most. It won't be a problem for the battle in the Dragon's Maw, especially since it was not a place where cavalry could make the most of their abilities. I would like some archers for the Third Corps, since there's also the loss to consider. Understood. We'll do the allocation later. Bogan said so and pointed at the map on the table. It depicted the area around Dragon's Maw. The maps themselves are numerous and of good quality, as they are the subject of many anecdotes. The Third Corps is stationed in Merskronia to the west, and the Fourth Corps in Bernaik to the east. Both will be repairing and occupying the ruins of the fort on the mountain ridge. In the center is the Second Corps, which is in the middle of a standoff at the narrow passage. Overall, we can say we have the upper hand. The reason I asked you all to gather here is to discuss tactical developments from this point on. Bogan folded his arms and rubbed his eyes. The enemy was in front of him, and he had been pushing and pushed for nearly 2 months. Naturally, Bogan is also very tired. His Highness is proceeding with caution. He withdraws where he should withdraw, conserve his forces, and shave off our force. It is a contest of endurance. But time is to the enemy's advantage. If they take their time, the uncertain element, they don't even know how the surroundings will move. It was the same for both sides, but the pure difference in population number is significant. It was certain that there was more room left for conscription in the royal capital. I want to achieve decisive results. The first objective is His Highness Royal Prince, but the second objective is to gaining total control of the Dragon's Maw. I believe that we will have the advantage in a decisive battle on the plains round the royal capital area. At this time, we can focus on the second objective. Any opinions? First and second objective. On the battlefield, objectives should be unified, and there must always be a priority. If two objectives exist at the same time, it will inevitably create confusion on the battlefield. And the confusion will divide the army, creating a situation they will be defeated individually. For this reason, in Krystand it was established that the order of priority of objectives should always be clear. Defeating Guildenstein is naturally the most important objective in itself to end this civil war, but it would be difficult under the current circumstances. If it is considered difficult in the current situation, priority is given to creating a situation that will make it easier, and another objective is prioritized over the primary objective by taking a temporary step back. That is what it meant to narrow down the objective. Yes, I have an opinion if you only consider the second objective, and it was Chris who answered. It was a difficult problem that had been on everyone's mind. On the other hand, a roar runs through as Chris declared so easily. Let's hear it, Bogan gasped. But relief and anticipation swirled in his chest. The restructuring of the First Corps was, of course, what Bogan expected and awaited. Celine, who supplied Bogan with reinforcements that could withstand actual battles and gathered 8,500 soldiers on the side, showed more than enough success, and even though he was her father, her skills surprised him. But what Bogan expected more than that was the young silver-haired girl in front of him. Her strategy that had toyed with Sashenko''s. The memory of that day is still fresh in Bogan's mind, and he was sure that she would be able to produce a decisive result in this situation. The day after tomorrow, let's launch a general offensive. General offensive? Yes. The Third Corps will descend the mountain tomorrow and withdraw. We will use Bernaik in the east. Withdraw? You mean to hand over the mountain? Yes, Chris nodded. It's not like she come up with it just now. On the way to the royal capital the other day, She had a simple thought when she passed by it in the carriage. What should she do to conquer the dragon's maw? She drank the sweet tea, quenched her thirst, and, that's right. We should surrender it to the enemy and burn the whole mountain. She smiled innocently like a little girl, while saying that. Volume 3, ch. 51, Anxiety. Arc 3 The Precious. Chapter 51 Anxiety. Chris stood up and traced the narrow passage in the center of the dragon's maws. When it comes to capturing the dragon's maw, this central strike is the most desirable victory, but the central narrow passage is the problem. It is difficult to concentrate forces there, and if one were to push with force, there would have to be a clear difference in the quality of the soldiers themselves. However, in the current situation where we have not been able to break through for nearly 2 months, it is undeniable that the second corps is lacking in strength. Therefore, this situation is pointless. Chris. No, Celine-sama. It's just as Chris-sama said, it's nothing else but a lack of power of my second corps. Don't worry about it. It's the fact. Celine was about to interrupt Chris' way of speaking, which is too frank, but Colchis held her back. When Chris looked at them, Celine took a deep breath and Colchis nodded. If it is impossible to break through the center, then we need to make a breakthrough on either side of the wings, or a detour. But a detour isn't an option, since there will be many enemies' reserve troops that can't be deployed because of the central narrow passage. After detouring a long distance and crossing the mountain, an enemy's detachment force will just be directed there, and as a result it failed. It is obvious that the force we sent will be isolated and annihilated. Therefore, the appropriate option would be to break through on either side of the wings. We must be prepared for some loss. The wings breakthrough, as the term implies, is to break through the wing side where the enemy is positioned and then around to their rear. A detour is a more roundabout way of getting around the enemy's rear without fighting. While the wings breakthrough is simply a tactical maneuver, the detour is a tactical maneuver that aims at the enemy's rear but is also a strategic maneuver that includes aiming at the enemy's line of communication. In some cases, there will be a lead-in such as tactical detour or strategic detour, but if it's simply called detour at tactical discussion, then it means a tactical detour. In the kingdom, strategy refers to the actions of the military, including movement and selection of battlefields, and tactics refer to the means of attack after coming into contact with the enemy. Since the strategy calls for advancing into the royal capital area by capturing the dragon's maw, a battle here is inevitable, and therefore, the discussion right now is about tactics. This is different from the previous battle where they could choose the battlefield. The only one who questioned Chris' words is Anne. Berry, who had listened to Celine's education by Bogan for many years, had a reasonable understanding of basic military terminology. Avoiding combat and aiming for enemy's rear is an excellent way to deal with a superior enemy, but of course isolation is unavoidable. As the mountain rises in elevation to the east and west as it nears its peak, a strategic detour would require traveling a great distance. Therefore, Bogan and the others had dismissed this option from the outset. In the end, their conclusion is the same. Breaking through either wings through the mountain. What Chris had just said was the common understanding of everyone present. Then the question is whether it is possible to break through either wings in the current situation. As we have not been able to break through during this period, the third and fourth corps strength are not enough. We can only acknowledge that breaking through with individual corps will be difficult. If we continue to fight for a year, we may be able to get results, but if we take more time, the cost of war will increase, and the situation may worsen. As Bogan-sama, Goto-sama, head of a family, said, the advantage to the enemy will be great, and the uncertainty of how the west, the south, and the north will react is also big. A quick victory is required. Chris slided her fingertips from Merskronia in the west to Bernaik in the east. We will break through the left flank, the enemy stationed in Bernaik, with all forces except for the second corps. The first, third, and fourth will make a general offensive to break them down, and attack the enemy stationed in the center from behind, and will aid the second corps' central breakthrough. The second corps can be said to be the most excellent corps in frontal combat in Christland at present, so this is the first priority. Then she pointed again to Merskronia in the west. Naturally, the enemy will try to attack from Merskronia, but when the enemy has gathered to a certain extent, we will burn the whole mountain to the ground. We will spread oil on the mountain and set it on fire. There are weather concerns about whether it will burn well, but at this time of year, The dead leaves are conspicuous, so it will burn well. It's a whole roast. It will be good as His Royal Highness Royal Prince will be burned to death in the process. But Chris smiled and sat down when she's finished. The people in the room look at Bogan. Their eyebrows furrowed. But burning the mountain is. The mountain will grow back eventually. We can think about compensating the nearby villages later. The goal is victory after all. Chris drank the sweet tea and continued. 8,500 reinforcements. Our forces will not expand any further, then the time to attack is now. The 3 corps will be in the mountains, and it is possible that some of them will fall, and there may be a fair number of casualties, including those from the fire of Muscronia. But we can make the enemy bleed even more than that. Berry poured a fresh cup of tea without saying anything. She putted in a generous cup of honey and milk and stirs. Thank you. Chris thanked Berry. Berry smiled without saying a word, straightened her posture again, and kept her eyes down, creating an advantageous situation, one-sidedly throwing the opponent into confusion and finishing them off where they can't counterattack. Victory is what is required of tactics. We're not here to defend the mountain, we're here to win the battle and make Her Highness Princess the Queen, right? Chris replied to Bogan, who expresses concern about burning the mountain. It didn't matter to her. Chris just wants to get it over with. I agree, General. With support, we can make the breakthrough. Besides, it's good to be bold. I don't have brains like Vraich, so I prefer something simple like this. It was Kolkus who answered. If it's the General, I'm sure you're thinking about the post-war situation, but let's prioritize winning first. If you win, you can do anything. After all, the one here is the future queen. But burning the mountain would be going too far. It was Salva, one of the adjutants of the 3rd Corps. He frowned and glared at the Chris. Burning the mountain is going too far. A mountain is something that bears fruit and nourishes the people. If we burn Muscronia, which has been given the name of hero, the infamy will forever be a stain on history. I'm aware that Chris Sama is a genius, but I can only say that Chris Sama is still too young, and your way of thinking is too immature. First of all, what will you do if the fire spread endlessly? Since before this man has always had a resentment towards Chris. He was not incompetent, and the words he spoke now were sound and just, but there was a hint of distrust in them. Chris replied with a blank expression. The rain will eventually put them out. Many of the books indicate that great flames create clouds and will cause rain. Besides, it's not endless. Because of the terrain, at best a mountain or two or a forest will burn, and that will be it. If we win, we can give them a guarantee as a country, right? But if we don't win, are we discussing on the assumption that we will lose right now? This is a plan to achieve victory, and nothing is certain on the battlefield, is it? Chris replied indifferently, and Eluga, the commander of the 4th Corps, opened his mouth. Certainly. Rather than fighting endlessly here, it would not be a bad idea to burn the mountain even at the risk of being stigmatized. And the probability of victory is very high. The problem is that a large army need to break through the mountain swiftly. Starting today, let's move the army under the pretext of reorganization and move some of them upwards. Though it would be the best if the enemy doesn't notice our move, Celine said. In her mind, the conclusion had already been decided. To hide it perfectly is probably impossible. All of us are the kingdom soldiers. Some spy is certainly lurking around. It will be quite tiring, but if we are going to do it, we will have the 1st and 3rd Corps climb the mountain from tomorrow at nightfall and rest lightly. The less fatigued 4th Corps will move first, followed by the 1st Corps, and finally the 3rd Corps, which has the longest distance to march. It will be fine if we just don't the spy a chance to run to convey the information. The 1st Corps should move up first, focusing on the light infantry that will break through and the heavy infantry that will be fatigued. Chris, what do you think? I think that's good. It would be even better to have the 4th Corps create a vulnerable point. The 3rd Corps commander laughs at the words of the too beautiful maiden and looks at Bogan. It seems that all the Corps commanders are of the same opinion. There are some concerns, as Salva said, but as a Grand said, Her Royal Highness Princess is here. Bogan frowns and looks thoughtfully at Crescenta. Burning a mountain is not as easy as it sounds. The kingdom believes in the 12 gods, but is also tolerant of indigenous beliefs. There are many villages that have mountains as the cornerstone of their faith, and there are concerns about burning down the objects of such faith. Crescenta, who received that gaze, is also thinking. Although she only has rudimentary understanding of tactics, her intelligence isn't so different from Chris. If Chris has made a judgment and reached a conclusion, then it is surely the best plan. That's what Crescenta thinks. Chris has no doubt that she is superior, and Crescenta is no different. She already regarded the post-war affairs as trivial matters. If she is to be the ruler, it won't matter. Colchis was right when he said that she could do whatever she wanted, and even if a minor rebellion broke out, she could just deal with it. What Crescenta wants is her own relief and happiness, and Chris is indispensable to that. As long as Chris and her caged friends are happy, the rest doesn't matter to Crescenta. Nevertheless, Crescenta clearly sees the difference between her and Chris's point of view. Chris's proposal, she's looking if there are any problems with it. Burning the mountain, it's certainly something to be feared. We may be hated for it in the future. Crescenta slowly opens her mouth. The tent fell silent, and everyone looked to Crescenta. But if the war drags on, there will be even more tragedy than that. Many soldiers will die, and the land will be exhausted, and that will create new sparks. As those who stand above others, even if one should be resented, we need to aim for future happiness, is what my father, His Majesty the King, told me. Celine and Berry had a slight reaction to the words His Majesty the King, but they didn't show it on their face. Crescenta made a sad face. It was a princess's emotion that everyone desired, and it was filled with a fragile loveliness that arouses the desire for protection. Crescenta is aware how her voice and facial expressions, how her own beauty affect others. And she had learned how to use them to her advantage. That word is exactly for times like this. That's what I think. Solemn, but clear voice. She acts and speaks following on what Chris's wanted. Celine and Berry once again relearned what kind existence of is Crescenta. But Chris, who also know the truth, shows no reaction to it. Crescenta is really a good speaker, she thought, looking at her with admiration. Salvasama's words are correct. As a count in the frontier, you must have some concerns about it. However, I think that ending this war first and foremost is the most important thing for the kingdom. She looked at Salva, who seemed dissatisfied. When he received the gaze, he hurriedly adjusts his posture. Looking at Salva, Crescenta once again understood what the source of her flickering anxiety was. Chris is feared, and there are also some who hates her. Despite Celine's concern, Chris has a tendency to take her relationships with others too lightly, especially in the military. It was too inexperienced and dangerous way of dealing with the world. Some people may not be really convinced. The anguish in your chest is the same for me. However, if it's for the sake of not causing more harm, I will wish for it. However, it is difficult when it comes to how to deal with such people. Crescenta is suspicious of everyone. Those who want to harm her, those who might harm her, all of them. It was all the more so because Crescenta isn't as strong as Chris. That's why, even if it's the army, it's extremely dangerous to trust others and entrust them with something. The only reason she came here was because she had Chris to protect her, and Chris will not be in the fortress. That all. However, Chris is less cautious than Crescenta. Perhaps it is because she is confident of her own power, but it's worrisome that she is not so wary of such scheme being directed at her. Crescenta thought that this is the reason for the anxiety that clung to her. Kristan's army is excellent and more disciplined than any other. But that does not mean it is perfect. It would be better if the concerns disappeared, but it would be impossible under the circumstances to deal with people like Salva one by one, and to do that, she would need to find out how many soldiers were loyal to not only Chris, but also to Bogan, Celine, and the various corps commanders. There was no way she could do such a thing under the circumstances, so he had no choice but to affirm Chris's words from the standpoint of a princess. Bogan closed his eyes and made a decision. Burning the mountains. It's certainly a good idea if you put aside the emotional aspect. Sometimes we are forced to burn cities and villages in order to protect our land. Today is the same. We can only think of it like that. Salva, accept it. Yes, sir. The battlefield is full of anxiety. I really don't understand why Anisam can be so relaxed. There were 4 people in the room. Crescenta and Berry are sitting on the cot, and Chris is sitting sideways in Berry's lap. Celine sat down on a chair as if she had given up on complaining about it, and Crescenta, as usual, snuggled up to Chris with a slightly dissatisfied look. Anne remained in the tent where the meeting was held, to greet and tend to Bogan. Half of it was because she was being treated as a nuisance by Chris. The plan was set, and the allocation of personnel was also settled. Celine will go to Bernaic, while Chris will go up to Muscronia to see how things were going. Celine is going to Bernaic to organize, and Chris is going to Muscronia to give instructions for setting up the fire. The meeting continued for a while, and Terrius, the commander of the 3rd Corps, suggested that they attack from Bernaic tomorrow. If the information was certain to leak out, it would be better to induce the enemy to attack Muscronia. The general offensive would take place from midnight to dawn of the day after tomorrow, but they would make a show of taking action tomorrow, inviting the other side to attack, drawing their troops. The outnumbered 3rd Corps will naturally be pushed back, so it is only natural to withdraw the troops in response to the opponent's offensive. Then they will set the mountain on fire. The other side will be wary of attack from Bernaic tomorrow morning or noon, and will naturally fortify its defense, but if it continues until nighttime, they will certainly lose their concentration. Putting aside if it was just a normal defense, if it was a defensive stance against a general offensive, the other side will not be able to have leeway in their defense, and a defensive posture with no leeway will not last long. Terrius' proposal that it is better to aim for the moment the enemy relaxed rather than aiming for a complete surprise attack is not bad, and the meeting will decide on that. Since she will leave the encampment and climb up Bernaic tomorrow, Chris will only be able to rest until today. And as if it's only natural she made Barry spoil her. I know how you feel. But you can't fight a war if you doubt everything. That may be true. But while reaching out her hand to pat the frustrated Crescenta's head, Chris said, Crescenta, I'll leave Barry to you while Chris is away. If anything goes wrong, Chris will take Celine back, and if something goes wrong, then we'll just take of it when it happens. When it comes to sword I'm not as good as Anisama. Chris doesn't think Crescentu is as weak as the average soldiers, and Crescentu is also good at using Fuio. Right? Barry is also skilled, so both of you should be able to run away. Calling it Fuio seems like a stupid way to call it, so please call it magical power. Crescenta said to Chris as she was exasperated. Then she looked at Barry. Barry just laughed embarrassedly and answered without confidence. For the time being, I have received the sword training from Goteshu-sama, the head of the family, so at least I wouldn't be a burden. Barry mustn't do anything dangerous. She squirms up and brings her face closer to Barry. The jewel-like purple eyes peeked at Barry through the gap in her silver hair. Barry's hands are meant for cooking, and it would be a disaster if she got hurt. Chris-sama, don't think of anything strange. If Barry must do it, it's only as a last resort. Anything else is an absolute no-no. Barry shook her red hair, smiled happily, and kissed Chris. Yes. She replied in a clear but quiet voice. Barry immediately noticed the stares of the two women around her and stiffened, and Celine opened her mouth and said, you are really in a tired tone. I've been wondering about this for a while, but, Barry, did your head finally become the same as Chris? That's her cheeks turn red like apples, and her gaze sways from side to side. I thought it was suspicious. Crescenta followed. I think Kagan-sama is definitely doing it on purpose. She took advantage of Anisama innocence to teach Anisama only things that were convenient for her. That kind of thing is. Do you mean to say that it's not? Why you purposely kissed Anisama and showing off to us? What kind of are you? Barry blushes more, and Chris tilts her head at the three of them, kisses the bright red Barry, and said, what's that to be angry about? It's an expression of affection. Barry kisses Chris because she loves Chris. Chris also loves Barry, so it's mutual love. Anisama, Kagan-sama's love, and Anisama's innocent love are definitely different. Crescenta, love is different for each person. Crescenta may not understand it yet, but that's how it is. Raising her index finger, Chris made a face that seemed as if she understands. Since coming to the estate, Chris has been in position to be spoiled, but in the village she was known as a caring Anisan who takes good care of children younger than her. Celine aside, Crescentu is a younger child than she is, so she has a strange confidence that she's the one in right. Crescenti is sulking. It's okay, Crescenti, come here. She beckons Crescenti to come over. Unable to resist the temptation, Crescenti brings her face close to Chris, get kissed, and blushed. Celine too. Why Celine looks exasperated, but she read the atmosphere. Whatever the case may be, there is nothing that can be done about this. She reluctantly gets up and approaches, and get kissed by Chris. She couldn't say that there's no sense of rivalry toward Barry, so she just sat down on the chair and sipped the black bean tea roughly to hide my embarrassment. Chris happily rubs Barry's cheeks. Barry is also Barry. She keeps stroking Chris's head even as she blushed, and clears her throat. It was a serious talk. Please continue. Who are you trying to fool, really? You. That's. Oh well, I'll talk about it later. Celine says so and tells Crescenta that the battlefield is full of anxiety. How the enemy will move, how our allies will move, gaining a victory or suffering a defeat in place you didn't expect. There is nothing but uncertainty on the battlefield. All we know is the total number of troops we have against each other. No, sometimes we don't even know that. Celine stretched as she pours herself a new cup of black bean tea. Her long golden hair swayed, and her supple body curled into graceful curves. The battlefield is a world where everything is unclear and chaotic. We have to fill it with plausible information and, as far as possible, make the possible coincidences into inevitability through tactics, assume them, and take control of them. I don't know if Chris's plan is perfect, but we decided to do it because it is the most probable under the current circumstances. Though you don't seem to like those fuzzy conclusions. I suppose so. Crescenta looks at Celine thoughtfully and probingly. Are you criticizing me? If you understand what you've caused, that's fine. I don't have a hobby saying the same thing twice. It's just education, Celine said and tipped her glass. The Christand are strong. And there is also Chris. But they are not invincible and there is always uncertainty. You should know that there is no certainty in battle. Even if Chris is relaxed, she understood it properly. Chris, who was pointed by Celine, nodded even while looking dazedly. Well, that's true. It's impossible for Chris to lose if both sides know everything, but it's just as Celine said. Chris is just doing something about it with the information Chris knows. Even in the last battle, Celine frowned at Chris's confident words that he would never lose. But he said nothing. Because she's just telling the truth. At least in the military chess exercises using the sandboard, Chris was undefeated under the same conditions. Even Bogan, former First Corps leader Northern, and tactician Elugo were no match for Chris. Of course, Celine is completely defeated. What she says must be true in her mind. Even so, Celine's still a little annoyed. It's impossible for Chris to die even if Chris loses, so Chris is not worried about that. But Chris is still worried about Celine, and Barry, so Crescenta, please protect Barry properly. Chris can't protect them if they are too far away. I understand. It's fine as long as Crescenta understands. We won't know what will happen until we see it, so it's better to just make assumptions, rest the body and do something fun. Chris said and hugged Barry with a sweet kiss. Since she would not be able to come back tomorrow, it was only natural for her to be spoiled and kiss Barry for tomorrow's portion as well. Barry, whose face was still red, hugged her tightly and caressed her. Celine casts a suspicious look at the melting Chris, and Crescenta pricks her lips. And so, the four of them spent a peaceful night before the conclusion of the Battle of the Dragon's Jaw. Volume 3, ch. 52, Peaceful Time. Arc 3 The Precious, Chapter 52 Peaceful Time. Peaceful Time. The morning started with a climb up the mountain. It's a strenuous journey for a normal soldier, but for someone like Celine, who can consciously use her magic power, there was no problem even after wearing armor. A finely carved silver armor. Crimson cloak. Her golden hair is tied back and her eagle-shaped helmet was tucked under her arm. Chris wears a one-piece dress as usual. She also wears a black cloak, but the only armor she has on is a steel gauntlet. The toes and heels of the boots were reinforced with metal fittings, and although the gauntlet is the practical kind and reinforced the fist properly, she's so lightly dressed that it was unsettling to look at. Her long hair was tied back in two with a flower ornament arranged by Barry, and her braided hair tail swayed from side to side. Celine looked at the Chris beside her and remembered what happened last night. That I gave my name. She was concerned about Barry's recent behavior that's getting sweet and sweeter. Perhaps, maybe she has crossed the line with Chris. With that suspicion in mind she asked Barry. It was before the battle. Celine wanted to clear up this concern. It would be better to talk about it. Barry also seemed to have something to say, so both of them went outside the tent, to the place where they can be alone. So what happened? When Celine asked, Barry's cheeks blushed, her eyes wavered. And that was the first thing she said. Celine was stunned and speechless by the unexpected words. A joke. Not. I made a vow. If Barry was to impulsively lay her hands on Chris, Then it's not like Celine couldn't understand. Certainly, the innocence, purity and defenselessness written on Chris' face is an unbearable temptation. But to offer one's name is a perfectly rational act. Celine was taught this at the age of 7. Celine, a hidden name, is a magic name from the age of the gods. It is a magic name that is taught only to the one person to whom you will give everything in your life. You must never tell anyone. Only when you find a wonderful partner like your father and become together with that person like I did, will you dedicate your name to that person. In the past, when hidden name was called true name, it had an absolute significance. The soul was concealed in the true name, and one had to offer everything and be subordination to the person to whom it was known. The existence of the true name was regarded as absolute, so much so that it was said that a country was destroyed because the true name was known. Of course, that was a long time ago, and in reality, such power does not exist. Even if it were to spread, nothing would happen. However, it still has a strong meaning for a noble to offer their true name to someone. The difference between commoners and nobles is the belief in one's name. It is not permissible for nobles to break the oath they have sworn to their name. If they break it, they will even choose death. Nobles have such faith, and aristocratic society exists on the premise of such faith. Therefore, nobles are repeatedly taught the way of noble from their childhood and are brought up accordingly. The same goes for the family name, and the hidden name is the most extreme of it. Although the Argan family is of a lower nobility with baron rank, their history is one older than that of the Christian. Even her mother, who was a bold and open-minded person, was very serious about the importance of names for the nobility and repeatedly told Serene over and over again. That's why Berry telling her hidden name is very significant. Berry, as a nobleman, does not act arrogant. However, she is a legitimate member of the nobility who has learned the etiquette of nobility and its behavior more deeply than anyone else and has learned it as a matter of course. There was no way Berry would easily reveal her hidden name, and Celine hardened at the weight of that meaning. I'm a mean and nasty person. Berry opened her mouth. I never told Oju-sama about my past. Didn't I? Well, you didn't even tell me when I asked. Fufu, I was embarrassed. I was not that much of a good kid. Berry continued. I spent most of the day in bed, looking out the window and reading books. When I was little, I never thought about going outside like this, so I would make up theories in my head and think I knew the world. Everyone around me looked like an idiot, and I thought, how unhappy I am. Berry said, ashamed, and smiles bitterly. While drawing a line on the ground with her feet, she continued to move restlessly. The servants at that time did not like me. It was only natural. Ne-sama came to see me every day, but to be honest, I envied and felt jealous of the cheerful and kind Ne-sama. She had everything I didn't have. I also said a lot of terrible things. Her foot stopped, and she said with a troubled look on her face that it was probably a matter of temperament. I'm a twisted person, aren't I? When I see others' good parts, I become jealous. Just seeing the unpleasant part of others, then I only see the unpleasant part of myself. Fundamentally, I hate myself. That's why I hated people and wanted to cover it up. She recalled. Berry talks about her past with a slightly distant look. Serene could not say anything and just listened silently. I was aware of that in my heart, so I thought when push comes to shove, I would dedicate my life Ne-sama. I just wanted to be beautiful. The Argan family fell into debt, and I swore so, but in the end, I was protected by Ne-sama and saved Gotashu-sama. It's ironic, isn't it? I can't do anything properly. The dark, sunken eyes shook with sadness. I've been searching for a meaning, and I lived without knowing it, so I decided to at least try to play the role asked of me. That's how I feel. Be nice to people, but draw a clear line and don't let them see dirty things. Don't look at it, Bear said, and looked up at the sky. A slightly chipped and distorted, oval moon shone in the cloudless sky. But even for me, Chris-sama is simply, only beautiful. Her red hair glistens and sways in the gentle breeze, and the moonlight illuminates her well-proportioned face. The profile was such that you could not help but be captivated it. It is very beautiful, pure, without lies, falsehoods, or impurity. It may be very difficult for Chris-sama to live in this world. I am sure there are people who hate her and fear her, but to me, she is still beautiful and more lovely than anything else. Berry casts her eyes down and put both hands on her chest as if holding something invisible. It was very similar to the expression her mother sometimes showed when she talked about her father. It was a look that was full of something indescribable, something that could not be put into words. Being by Chris-sama sides, I realized that my meaning was there. Then I thought that my name belongs to Chris-sama. That's what it is for. That's what I wanted. That's probably why she looks so beautiful. At the very least, as Berry said so, she looked more beautiful than ever. Chris-sama said that she understands what lonely is. Foo-foo. Such trivial things are big discoveries for Chris-sama. Fumbling, clumsy, but working harder than anyone else. I wanted to dedicate my life to Chris-sama. Please forgive me. Berry bows deeply and Celine sighs. It's not up to me to decide whether to forgive or not. What a servant. Certainly, I said you don't need to care about being my helper, but to think you're making me do it. I'm sorry, but I've decided. The face that smiles with a giggle is still very beautiful, and Celine looks up at the sky. Celine rubbed her eyes as she witnessed the somewhat predictable result. How am I going to explain this to father? He was worried since it would be a shame for you to spend the rest of your life as a servant. I can just picture his stunned face. It's not that much of a big thing. It's just for my own satisfaction. From your look, you probably don't have any intention bring up the ceremony. Berry freezes. Her face turns bright red again. Serene also froze when she saw Berry's eyes moisten and her gaze waver. I was just joking. I know. It's obvious from your reaction that you're serious. Celine sighs as she holds her head in amazement. Berry stammers, then hurriedly said, I don't mean that I want to do that. But just imagining, what if Chris-sama, said, she doesn't want to do something like that. You'd be digging your own grave if you went any further. Berry, just hearing it is embarrassing. But it would be fun. Serene laughed. The two of you will dress up and have a small party at the estate. The priest will be father. I'll play the sister. Foo-foo. Crescenta will play the role of the lovesick rival. I'm sure she will. Looks at the two of you sullenly. Geez. Please don't tease me. A giggle naturally spilled out. When she imagines it, it's a much better spectacle than a war. We have to finish what is in front of us first. For that, though, that's the hardest part. Well, don't worry, your beloved Chris won't die easily even if you kill her. Yes, please take care of yourself, Oju-sama. I would be troubled without a sister. Aren't you full of motivation? Oju-sama, the ones who told me to. Berry laughed mischievously, stretched out and kissed Serene on the forehead. Anya. Celine reached out her hand to Chris' cheek and pinched it between her fingers, enjoying the feeling as she recalled. Berry must be serious. Berry is also someone Celine admired. Unlike Celine, she had everything a woman must have. You really set fire to a troublesome opponent, didn't you? You're being carefree, but I wondered you really understand? Fury. Celine let go of her cheek and Chris tilted her head while stroking it. Making become Berry like that. I can see that you're going to become a complete idiot in the future. Chris wouldn't do such a terrible thing like setting Berry on fire. Also, Chris is not stupid, rather Chris is the smart one. That's why you're stupid. Celine pinched her cheek again and sighed. The fact that she looked somewhat happy while being pinched on the cheek made her look even sillier, and she think that's why Berry has fallen. For Berry, who always thinks too much, the opposite. Chris is just right. It's because she's so clingy and always spoiling Chris. Celine played with the soft cheeks, and think, I have to make sure I don't become like that, while pulling the soft cheeks. They are two people who will endlessly fall to depravity if left unchecked. Squish, squish. While rubbing Chris's cheeks, Celine was seriously thinking that she had to be strict where it needs to be strict. Chris didn't particularly dislike it, but rather snuggled up to Celine and glanced at her. Chris, who thinks that pinching her cheek is just like a kiss, an expression of affection for Celine, blushes at Celine's passionate expression of affection. She thought that Berry had recently become even sweeter, and today Celine was being very aggressive. Chris is very satisfied, but Celine, half unconsciously pinching Chris' cheeks while thinking, didn't pay Chris any mind. Following a little behind the two, who are very friendly with each other, is a group of Black Century, led by Dagra. They wear leather armor all over their bodies, though not to the extent that it impedes their movements. All of the armor are painted with black paint. It seems that during the training with night attacks as the basis, and since he was selected in black, the soldiers suggested that it would be just right since they were selected for black, and Chris agreed, allowing them to paint their armor. The basic color is dark blue, and the helmet ornament, which looks like Dagra's tatagami, is also black. It is not bad looking, and has the advantage of being conspicuous in the daytime and difficult to see in the dark. The soldiers have conducted several joint training exercises with ordinary soldiers as part of their ambush and alert training, and rumors had quietly spread throughout the First Corps that these men in their black armor were the best of the best. Soldiers who are unified by standards like such little special things, and for this reason, the morale of the black soldiers is high. Although there was some envy and opposition from the other soldiers, they were fundamentally envious of them, and Celine and others were thinking of allowing the black soldiers to color their uniforms with patterns and colors as a reward for their excellence. The Black Century is under the direct control of Chris Christand. They are given a special status, and what they see are two girls moving forward. Corps Commander and USH are often flirting like this. Mia was concerned about Dagra at Kaluuya's words and panics, saying things like, "Private conversations are strictly forbidden. At least say that they are close." "Well, I don't care either way. I've never been on good terms with my sisters at home, so it's kind of fresh for me," she whispers and looks at Chris, who is getting closer and closer to Celine. They are obviously flirting. It was a common understanding among the soldiers who watched it from behind, and there were many who inwardly agreed with Kaluuya's words. Naturally, Mia also inwardly agreed. When talking about Chris Christand, the names of her sister Celine Christand and the servant Berry Argan are often mentioned. It is common to hear stories of Chris hugging the servant Berry. At least it was an open secret in the First Corps that she and the other two had a very close relationship, while some consider this to be quite reasonable considering she is only 14 years old. Others have started unscrupulous rumors that she may be homosexual. However, many people know that Cliché is a young girl who still has a lot of mental childishness in her, so it is just a vulgar rumor, not the mainstream. The Black Century, who are often associated with her, were particularly dismissive of her alleged homosexuality, because they know what Chris is really like. They all understand that she is simply young in temperament, although they are blinded by her abilities. When he saw the food in the camp, she would lecture them, saying the whole thing is too crude. "Geez, wasting so much food. It's like this. Yes, it's the worst if you can't even look forward to the meal on a battlefield. That isn't fun. Please be careful." The way she explanations lack a sense of tension. The way she earnestly gathers everyone together and begins an impromptu cooking lesson, make it hard to believe that she is an adjutant corps commander. The training required was harsh and rigorous, and the rewards and punishments were clear. However, when she scolded them for trivial matters, her tone was indescribable, as if she was a slightly older Nisan in the village scolding a child. She would stretch out her small body in a somewhat gruff manner, put her hands on her hips, and look up at the person she was scolding, saying, "Do you understand?" The way she lectured them was adorable. Some people were looking forward to seeing her reprimand that strangely relieved her tension, but she didn't notice it and was extremely serious. A child standing on their tiptoe, to make themselves taller would be an appropriate word to describe her. The way she snuggled up to her sister Celine was like her dog wagging her tail and rubbing against her master, and it looked strangely adorable. As the soldiers watched the two, Chris suddenly stopped and turned around. "Bald Eagle, this century will be ready to camp as soon as we're up there. Please relax and make sure they are well rested. They will move around a lot after all." "Yes, Adjutant Corps Commander." "Chris, a Bald Eagle is?" "It's a nickname for Dagra." It seems that giving nicknames is popular in the squad, and Chris also gave Dagra the nickname Bald Eagle as a show of affection. Because he has a smooth head and an eagle nose, the name Bald Eagle fits perfectly. Celine pressed her temples and looked at Dagra. Dagra, if you don't like it, you can say it honestly, you know." "N number." "I take it as the highest honor." It's an honor," he said. He really likes the nickname Bald Eagle. It would be nice to give soldiers who worked hard a nice nickname like this in the future. Please don't increase the number of victims." Celine pinched Chris' cheeks with a sigh and silenced her. "It's the worst naming sense. It is nothing but abuse." A few of the soldiers watching quietly shook their shoulders, and Dagra glared at them. Dagra's new nickname, Bald Eagle, had already spread among the century. Waves of laughter spread from one person to the next, with Chris in a good mood and Celine looking at him with pity. Only Dagra twitched his eyes. Those were the last hours of peaceful time in the Dragon's Maw. Volume 3, ch. 53, Betrayal and Trust. Arc 3 The Precious, Chapter 53 Betrayal and Trust. T/N Koku, in simple terms around 2 hours, 6 koku in day and 6 koku in night. For more info https://kaori.wordpress.com/2016/03/07/ Telling time in early modern Japan. The war situation largely went as expected. A large force attacked Murskronia, including Guildenstein. The Third Corps, which has an inferior number of soldiers, retreated step by step while taking a lot of damage. Guildenstein took possession of the mountain in the center of Kristan's army. The Second Corps did not go on the aggressive offensive in order to conserve their strength. Guildenstein's army, believing that the Kristand intended to move in conjunction with the troops in the east, Bernaik, also tried to maintain the status quo and sent more troops to Bernaik to set up a solid defensive posture. However, the enemy garrison on the Bernaik side, who did not know that the attack was to take place at night, were becoming increasingly demoralized. The problem was that the enemy offensive had lasted longer than expected, and the Third Corps was unable to move toward Bernaik. Nonetheless, it was an offensive enough to put pressure on the Third Corps. This means that they're attracting a large enemy force to Murskronia, and the attack will be carried out as planned. The sun sets on the ground and the moon rises high in the sky. It was about 4 koku after sunset when Bogan received the report. Granagrand, a beautiful young man, was the messenger. Kolka's son rushed back to the tent and reported. Corps commander of the Third Corps has been killed in action. What? Galen, Berry, and Greshenter, who were also in the tent, were all surprised and frowned. The other tactical staff officer, on a trial basis attached to Bogan, was equally astonished. Bogan stood up and asked, "He's already wearing his armor. What's the situation? Who is in command?" "A general offensive on Bernaik has just been set in motion." He had asked Gran to send a message to the Third Corps to start the attack. However, Bogan could not hide his surprise at the report that came back and asked. The enemy offensive on Murskronia continued. It was only earlier days ago that Terius, Corps commander of the Third Corps, reported that things were proceeding as expected despite the inferiority of the situation. That's why it was incomprehensible. The commander of the Third Corps was hit by a stray arrow and fell to his death on the right wing when attacking of His Royal Highness. The adjutant is now in command. The battle line is proceeding as expected. But, we can't just leave it as it is. The deaths of his men were shocking, and they had been with him for a long time. But Bogan didn't take those events as sentimentality. He just took them as facts. In a battle in the mountains, you never know what will happen. It was an event that could have been expected, and it is not Bogan's job to mourn or grieve. He made a decision immediately. "I'll go, adjutant. I leave this place to you. I'll temporarily take over the Third Corps command." "Yes, sir. Please be careful." Galen is an excellent personnel, but he was inexperienced in commanding a large army and could not handle magic. Bogan had no choice but to go if Guildenstein was the opponent. "I'll take some cavalry with me, just in case. I'd like you to strengthen the defenses on Murskronia's side." "Yes, sir." "Godspeed." "I'll call some from the Second Corps." I leave the rest to you." Bogan puts on his helmet and told Greshenter, "I'm off, Your Highness." "Yes, please be careful." After bowing, Bogan turned to face Berry. "I leave Her Highness to you, Berry." "Yes, sir. Godspeed," Berry said anxiously, and Bogan smiled. Then, after lightly stroking Berry's red hair, he left the tent. He mounted his horse, took 7 of his guards who were close by, and immediately went off. On the battlefield, a single delay can mean the difference between victory and defeat. Knowing this, Bogan acted swiftly. Seeing the fire arrows being shot and the fire starting to rise from the mountain, he felt a sense of relief for the time being. With this, the terrain makes it impossible for the enemy to advance into Murskronia. And the fact that it's going well means that the organized combat capability was functioning properly. As they leave the encampment, run through the grasslands and approached the mountains, the music of battlefields sounded. From the sounds played with steel, shouts and screams, it didn't look that much worse than the situation Terius had reported a while ago. "What's the situation?" Finding a battalion near the forest, Bogan asked the battalion commander. A battalion of mixed recruits that Celine had brought from Gugin. They were operating as a reserve for the Third Corps. General, the man saluted immediately, and Bogan also salutes back from his horseback. "I'm in a hurry. I heard that Corps Commander Terius is killed in action." "Yes, sir. I have just received word from the messenger. General. I will take over from now on. Where is the current commander? I heard that the Adjutant Corps Commander Caldera is in command on the right wing. General. Caldera was Salva's family name. I understand. The situation being what it is, be ready to move at a moment's notice. Yes sir. Bogan drove off without further ado. The battalion commander was also in the midst of confusion as he had just received the report that the corps commander had been killed in action, but he was relieved. There would be nothing better than if the general himself took command. Although he was in charge of many new recruits, he himself had been in Kristan's army for a long time and was well aware of the general's abilities. The battalion commander, seeing of the general, noticed a messenger driving his horse from the center and turned his head in that direction. Order from the corps commander, from now on, pull soldiers from the left wing to the final retreat line. The commander of the 6th Battalion is to support this. That is all. Wait, did you say corps commander? Huh? Yes. It's from the corps commander. What's going on? I heard that the corps commander was killed in the battle, and Adjutant Caldera is in command? When pressed, the messenger frowns and tells him that it is impossible. I have received orders directly from the corps commander. Where's the report from? Message from the right wing. That's what I heard from the general. And now the general is taking command at the right wing. At that instant, a chill ran through his body, and he looked at his men. There was no cavalry there, but they still had to go. Message. Report to the corps commander. Due to false reports of the death of the 3rd Corps commander, the general went to the right-wing Adjutant Caldera, requesting the existing cavalry to be sent to the right wing as soon as possible. The 6th Battalion will run to the rescue. No need to repeat. Understanding the situation, the messenger also turned pale, and without even saluting, he rode off. The battalion commander yelled at the adjutant who was at his side. We're going after them right now. Battalion messenger, tell the situation as you just heard it to the main camp. The adjutant moved immediately, and the battalion messenger also turned pale, mounted his horse, and rode off. Bogan's decisiveness also affected his subordinates. The excellent battalion commander did the best he could think of. However, Your Royal Highness, to think you'd set the mountain on fire. I thought that since it's you, you won't have chose it. Is it your adoptive daughter's idea? The shadows of what appeared to be elite soldiers in all directions around them. It was not a large force, but a small unit. However, it was enough to surround the 7 riders. There were about 30 of them. In front of them was a lion-shaped helmet and black armor. In his hand was a long-handled battle axe. He wasn't riding a horse. If they were to fight in the mountains, they would be at a disadvantage on horseback. Salva, and seeing the scale probably grand too. Forgive me, General. Next to the Royal Prince Guildenstein was Salva. Scaled armor made of small pieces of steel. Salva was also here, not on his horse. For those who have magic power, a horse is just a vehicle to reduce fatigue. In the thickly wooded mountains, they are faster on their feet. Bogan dismounts, and so do his 7 guards. I would have enjoyed comparing tactics with you, but I can't take it so easy. I don't underestimate your adopted daughter. I have been preparing for some action by that Crescenta's older sister, who has brought reinforcements here. Guildenstein pointed to Salva. Salva must have her grand spread false information to lure Bogan and entice this small unit to their side. If it was just a small unit, then it's easy to lure them in. This is the only time when your forces will be at their strongest. In that case, you will surely make your move now. But it is a good idea. Burn the mountain, take away our military strength, and make it an impassable obstacle, and after that, the entire army will break through from Bernaik. It's an excellent plan worthy of praise. Even if I know it, I can't prevent it. From the beginning, Guildenstein had aimed only for Bogan's head. Guildenstein's side would suffer some blow, but he would also gain a great deal from it. It's on account of our friendship. Take your sword. In this situation, I can't say let's fight fair and square, but why don't we have a one-on-one fight? I'm sorry, but I'm a coward, Your Royal Highness. Bogan laughs as he draws the sword from his hip. Then he jumped back and ran. Then, Chris, I'm counting on you. Yes, and Celine shouldn't be in the front too much. That's all Chris is worried about. I know, geez. She pinched Chris' cheeks, smiled, and pats her head. Chris will lead the Black Century, which will be a separate unit. The 4th Corps already went ahead. They were moving their forces to their position according to the plan. The 1st Corps will also follow suit. Chris leaves reluctantly, and the Black Century followed after her. Celine sees them off with a sideways glance and heads down the hill. It was close to dawn when they moved. 3 o'clock would be enough time to descend the mountain, but some leeway was taken in order to reduce the number of stragglers and proceed with caution. The movement of the Fourth Corps, which often operates in the woods, was admirable, and despite the march of 4,000 men, the noise were minimal. In Muscronia, fires were raging and the surrounding area was noisy. So for the time being, they would not be noticed. They marched in multiple columns while taking multiple short breaks. When Celine had arrived at the waiting point and ordered a break, she heard the sound of horses' hooves approaching. For a moment, she gripped the hilt of her sword and nearly raised her voice, and when she realized that she heard only one sound, she cursed herself and shook her head, wondering what she was doing. It was just a message from Commander of the Fourth Corps. We will now begin our action. The First Corps will break through from the right wing in half a koku. That is all. Thank you. Tell them that the First Corps will attack with light infantry. Yes, ma'am. The First Corps will attack with light infantry. She could tell that she was nervous. Her nerves become sensitive. She tilted her flask, moistened her throat as she watched the messenger descend the mountain again, and take a breath. She turned toward her subordinates. There were 5 battalion commanders, their lieutenants, and about 50 centurion under them assembled. Confirming the message, Bagil, I'll have the light infantry rush in first. It's a dangerous role, but I'm counting on you. Bagil, the commander of the 1st Battalion, composed of light infantry, a man with a grey beard, saluted. Yes, ma'am, I'll make sure we make a breakthrough. After a successful breakthrough, your priority will be to penetrate the rear of the enemy's center. If you can do it roughly, cut as deep as you can. Chris will take care of the rest. Even if it costs this life. Celine nodded and turned to the 2nd Battalion commander next to her. Faglan, a big man, leads the heavy infantry battalion. Heavy infantry is usually mixed with medium infantry, but as far as this battalion is concerned, it is composed exclusively of heavy infantry. The 2nd Battalion will maintain the breakthrough point. Bagil is so brave that he would say even if it costs his life. You are to protect it so that he doesn't waste his life. Ha ha, even if it costs my life, I'll show that we'll accomplish it. He saluted. He is a man who looks squalid, but there is also something refreshing about him. The 3rd Battalion is to protect Faglan. Understand? Of course. Keith, a thin middle-aged man, laughed quietly and happily, and saluted. And the 4th Battalion is my protector. Aren't you guys happy? It's an honor. Above all else, Corps Commander, I'd even like to get a kiss on the cheek for my distinguished service. Don't want to, you're covered with a beard after all. 4th Battalion Commander, Varga is a bear-like hairy man with a thick beard on his cheeks. A wave of quiet laughter spread as Celine cut him off, her hands on her hips as if exasperated. The atmosphere is good. Seeing this, Celine felt her heart calm down and she found herself getting back into her normal groove. And the battalion commanders, too, smiled, knowing that this beautiful princess in front of them was trying to soften the place as a corps commander, a person who stands above them. They were aware of the strong tension inside her, despite her softly spoken joking words. She is just 15 years old. If she wore a dress to a ball, there would be many who would wish to take her hand. She could have loved flowers, adored love, and lived a life free from war, and surely she also wished for that. She has beautiful golden hair and slender limbs. Her straight nose and long, slitted eye, her peach-colored lips that exude softness. The graceful young lady was simply beautiful. However, instead of a man's hand, she has taken a sword to her hand, and what embraced her body is an armor. Everyone here knows that she has gone into battle for the sake of her family, that she accomplished the impossible as if it's only natural, and that she works harder than anyone else without a moment's of rest. How heavy is the weight of that responsibility? No one here can say that they fulfilled their responsibilities as well as she did when they're 15 years old. There was undeniable respect. Literally, for her, even death would be an honor. That's what they feel and that's why they stood there now. She suppresses the tension, tried to show a smile, and relieve their tension. If so, it was only natural to respond to it. They take pride in the fact that they are the ones who support this beautiful princess. The 5th Battalion is different from the others. If you have the time to risk your life, Please pour down the rain of arrows properly, and don't drop it on us even by mistake. I can't make any promises. My arrow of love may pierce the beautiful princess's heart. Such a pity. If you were 50 years younger, I would have considered it. Even though I look like this, I'm only 44. My, is that so? The 5th Battalion Commander, Gaines, was a man with a face like an elderly person. He is a hunter by trade, and although he cannot use magic, he has risen from the ranks and filed to becoming a battalion commander. He was experienced, competent, and a man that can be trusted. The 5th Battalion is a battalion composed mostly of archers, and logistical support can be left to them. Looking at the faces of the centurions lined up in a row, Celine smiles when she sees that each of them is unruffled. Whatever the case may be, this battle will not be the end. There will always be a next time. I would like to lead you in the next battle as well. Can you do that for me? Kind words of encouragement. No one answered, just a quiet salute. That was enough. Celine returned the salute and ordered them to disperse. It was impossible for all of them to return alive. It is also Celine who gives the order might lead them to their death. Celine put her hand on her chest, closed her eyes, and simply prayed to the god of war. When Chris arrived at the waiting point, and called out, "Bald Eagle," while Munya, opening and closing her mouth to hold back her yawn. Dagro understood and ordered the soldiers to free standby. The black soldiers, though divided into squads, began to sit in messily. Unlike the standby for war and alert, the free standby means complete rest until it is time to go to war. It means no need to be on guard, although it looks bad. The tension is relaxed. This was one of the orders that Chris had made up at random, as she didn't want them to get exhausted in a place where it didn't matter. Chris looked around at each of the faces and noticed that many of them looked nervous, so she thinks a little and tells them, "There are a lot of people who are nervous. The soldiers are physically strong due to their magical powers. However, there are some people who have never even swung a sword before coming here, and compared to the brave soldiers chosen by Red, the degree of tension among them, who are not accustomed to fighting, is great. If you get nervous and can't demonstrate your abilities and die, then Chris will be troubled. Since Chris and Bald Eagle have trained you hard, you have to do your best. Mia, what are you afraid of?" Yes, to be honest, killing people is." Chris nodded and asked if there was anything else. "Getting hurt, being killed, is scary. Also, my friend's dying." I see, so that's what you're afraid of. Then I'll tell you one by one." Chris holds up one of her fingers. "First of all, killing someone doesn't hurt or make you itch. The only one that hurts is the other person. Don't worry." The group looked at the beautiful girl in front of them, stunned. Chris continued, speaking of madness as if it was a normal thing. "The other person is a stranger. They're neither your relative nor your friend, so instead of saying hello, they'd attack you. Thinking about it normally, you should kill them. If you like pain, or like being then, it's a different thing. If you have a hobby like that." Dagra was about to stop her for a moment but stopped when he heard Chris' next words. Because he felt that there was some truth in Chris's words. If you don't want to die, kill. On the battlefield, that cruel, animalistic logic prevails. Second, being killed is scary. The answer is simple. Kill before you get killed. Chris didn't train you to be killed. Chris trained you to kill. So does Bald Eagle. A corpse can't kill you, so don't worry. Chris was really satisfied, as if she had said something very good. She held up a third finger. "Third, I'm afraid of my friends being killed." This is also simple. Just kill the enemy who is trying to kill your friends first. The reason why you're divided into teams of 5 people is so that 5 people can kill the enemy who tries to kill their friends. The training to cooperate was also done properly, so it's okay. Bald Eagle also said something nice the other day. Please remember that. Chris cut off her words. They're instead off somewhere, and you guys are still better. The one you want to protect is right next to you. Chris is worried about Celine, who is far away, and if you don't do it properly, Celine will be in danger. Then she continued expressionlessly, if Chris is by her side, there's no way Celine will die even if there are 100 or 1,000 enemies. All Chris have to do is slash and kill everyone who pointed their sword at Celine. It's simple, just kill everyone you can see and you're done. Inorganic cold eyes. The words spoken so easily. A glimpse of Chris madness, fear runs through the backs of May who seen those eyes. But now that we're apart like this, in order to protect Celine, Chris have to make sure that the soldiers around her can properly protect her, and to do that, you guys have to do your job properly. Do you understand? The soldiers gulped. Chris's orders are simple and clear. Kill without being killed until Chris says it's okay. In short, kill all the enemies who resist you. There is no need to be afraid or nervous. It's simple, right? Chris smiled, then Dagra opened his mouth. The words of Adjutant Corps commanders are reasonable. At least if you show fear and don't do what is required, then you yourself and your friends here will die. And that will take the lives of other soldiers who are fighting together on this battlefield. It could take the life of the Corps commander, even the general, and if the war drags on, all the people living in the kingdom will fall victim to it. Don't forget your own responsibility. Saying so, Dagra looked over the soldiers and continued. Let me tell you one thing. I have fought in many squadrons. I have more experience than anyone here and have seen more. But this squadron is the strongest among them. Remember your training. We won a comfortable victory against the elite red soldiers. The soldiers you are going to face from now on are much weaker than them. I don't want to make you conceited, but even if you were to fight every century in the kingdom, no, even against every century on this continent, your victory is unshakable. He smiled, then turned his hand to Cliché. You are the best century, selected and trained by the best warriors in the world, and the Adjutant Corps commander has decided that you are naturally capable of accomplishing it. There is no need to be worked up. Just do what you've always done, just like in the training. Some of the soldiers saluted, and those who had been anxious followed suit. Dagra nodded and saluted, and Chris, having witnessed this, followed Dagra lead and saluted. Manya, opening and closing her mouth to hold back her yawn. Bald Eagle has said most of it. That's about it. Oh, Chris will be praying from now until it's time to go, so don't interrupt Chris. Vulture, please take care of the rest as you see fit. Yes ma'am. The sleepy Chris said so and stepped away, leaning against a tree while standing and closing her eyes. Soon, quiet breathing began to be heard, and the soldiers looked at each other when they saw that her right hand was resting on the hilt of the sword at her waist. Volume 3, ch. 54, Ambush from atop the cliff. Arc 3 The Precious, Chapter 54 Ambush from atop the cliff ' suppress the damage. And by some time, I will take Christan's head. I don't mind if you use all the reserve. Gertz Wiring, the general in charge of the Centuria from the front of Benich, remembered Guildenstein's direct order and spun his thought. Using his brain to the point of fatigue, he organized and grasped countless reports from atop the horseback and sent out instructions in response to them. He caressed his long, pure white beard that lacked pigment and looked out over the battlefield with narrow eyes. The spies had informed him that there would be a general offensive from Benich. Guildenstein's strategy was to attack from Merskronia and take down the enemy's main camp in one fell swoop. Essentially, this was supposed to be a decoy, but he saw the huge fire rising from Merskronia and quietly groaned. Many screams echoed, and the agonized voices resounded from far away all the way to where he was. No way is His Highness also in there. He tried to resist the urge to think in that direction. As a general leading an army, he must not show any anxiety. Conversely, thanks to the huge fire, his side could draw out the force from the left wing. With the ample reserves created from that, they could prevent the invasion of the other side. At best, there would be 10,000 enemies from Benich. In contrast, they could mobilize 15,000. Facing the Second Corps, led by a Grand, would be 7,000. Facing the general offensive from Benich, would be 15,000. If he considered those who had escaped from Merskronia, the number increased by another 2,000. Since the mountains were completely taken over, the attack by archers from overhead would be fierce. However, it would not be a problem, he thought, to encourage his subordinates who are frightened by the fire and to rouse himself. He needed to believe that they have the upper hand. General Wiring, a battalion's worth of light infantry from Benich has changed direction and is aiming for the Centuria. Christan's little lass, did she lose her cool? Have the 5th Battalion send out its cavalry. The attacks began with the enemy's 4th Corps. The skillful distribution of forces on the mountainside of the army concentrated their forces on the right wing and created the gap on the left wing. As a result, the 1st Corps, led by Christan's daughter, broke through the opening. The handiwork up to that point had been excellent. Gertz knew that though the enemy was young, she was not to be underestimated. So, she further strengthened the defenses of the main camp. His soldiers were extremely tense and exhausted due to the defensive posture that had continued since yesterday. The fear that even the main camp could be overtaken was naturally great, and Gertz was also very wary of that. However, it was a different story if they changed course and headed for the center. Instead of defending, they could attack from the enemy's flanks. Above all, the impact on morale would be great. The side that defended against the enemy's attack had an advantage in the battle because they could set up a camp, but on the other hand, their morale was significantly lowered. Are they the ones who would kill or the ones to be killed? Whether it was advantageous or not, that was the only thing every soldier could understand. The morale of the soldiers who desperately defended against the enemy's offensive would only decline. On the other hand, if you were the one who took the enemy's back, the morale of all the soldiers, who were tense and exhausted, would change. Guess she is still too young. And in the narrow center, there were plenty of reserves. Celine Christian choice could only be called a bad move, as they had enough troops to intercept them. He understood her intention to help the center advance, encourage a breakthrough, and settle this battle. It was a tactic that fit the logic of military strategy, but she was still too young. The correct answer on this occasion should have been to make the most of the assistance of the Fourth Corps and aim for the main camp. Young people always seek too much perfection. Gertz raised the corners of his mouth at her mistake. Since the enemy has shown their back, we will take their back. Block the hole that's been opened. As he watched the cavalry moving toward the battalion, Gertz thought about how he would eat them. He could eat them any way he wanted. Once he had taken away the light infantry force, the rest would be fine. Seeing the heavy infantry behind the center turn around and solidify their line of battle, Gertz was convinced of victory. He saw something fall from the top of the cliff in Bernayk. It was countless logs. They must have cut down the trees from the cliff and used them. He frowned at the screams, but he concluded that the enemy was too naive. While there was some damage, it could not be a decisive blow. After the rain of logs was over, Gertz saw a person fall and almost laughed at the idiot, but soon realized that it was not an accidental fall. That person was running down a nearly vertical cliff. At first, just one person descended very fast. Then followed by countless soldiers plunged down the cliff. It was a suicidal act. However, the soldiers, like a monkey, continued to leap down from the cliff into the center area, where the enemy light infantry was heading. Knowing that the movement wasn't that of a normal person but that everyone possessed magic like him, he immediately shouted, "Message! Send the 6th and 7th battalions to reinforce the center immediately." That's Celine's 1st battalion. Seems they made it through properly. Squad 1 to 10, including Bald Eagle, follow Chris. Corinth, Chris leaves squads 11 to 19 to you. You're last. Yes, Mom. 1st Corporal Corinth, whom Dagura pulled out, gave a dignified salute, and Case nodded in satisfaction. An ambush from the top of the cliff. The athletic ability of those who possess magic could not be compared to that of an ordinary person. Since they were nimble enough to use trees as footholds, they should be able to move around the cliff. And they fulfilled Chris's demand. Although 3 people were injured during the training and could not return this time, the training went well. Chris, who had observed the dragon's maws before, had wondered if there was any way to use this cliff other than to fire a bow, but now that she had a very special unit made up entirely of people with magics, her horizons were broadened. She decided that with training, it would be possible to launch an ambush by descending the cliff, so she proposed the idea to Celine, who put it into action. She looked at the piles of logs. She had ordered them to rest, but on the contrary, Dagra judged that rest would arouse their anxiety and suggested that they cut the trees and prepare the logs. Dropping them from overhead would cause some damage and would also have the effect of demoralizing and disturbing them, and would ensure a good landing spot. Bald Eagle. Yes, Mom. Drop the logs. At most, there were only 20 of them. Cutting trees while making as little noise as possible is hard work for an ordinary person. Though they possess magic power, considering the number of people, it can be said that the amount is more than enough. The soldiers carried the logs and rolled them down the cliff. After a while, they heard a scream, and the soldiers looked at each other. There was undeniable excitement there. Killing your opponent from a one-sided advantage. Defeat the enemy without even feeling their flesh and blood. In such an act, they would not have to feel as guilty as if they had pierced their enemy with swords. When the soldiers had finished dropping the logs allotted to each group, They were filled with a strange fever. Chris will show you by example. It's no different than training. Chris said that without any amusement and jumped off the cliff without hesitation. Mia, who was watching it, looked at Dagra after her. This is the biggest job in this war. Mia followed suit and shouted, Squad 1, descend. Indeed, it was a chilling sight. The body floated and experienced a free fall. The acceleration was killed by using the almost vertical cliff protrusion as a foothold, and there was a swarm of enemies below. But thanks to the logs, there was a small space there. If they did not hurry, the space would be closed. Squad 1, responsible for charging into it, was ordered to secure it first. There was no time to hesitate, and if they hesitated, they would only be beaten. If they did not quickly secure the entry point, they were the ones who would lose their lives. Far beyond the cliff, two white tails danced. Chris's silver hair was tied into. The black cloak reflected her body, and her movements were agile and vivid as she kicked off the scaffolding and accelerated. In a blink of an eye, she descended the cliff and moved as if nothing had happened. She stepped lightly and drew the sword from her waist. 2 flashes, 3 flashes. The battlefield was decorated with dancing blood flowers. Not stopping, as if it's a stream. In a world like a colorless painting, only she was vividly reflected. Her silver hair fluttered and scattered countless red colors. A small, curved sword gleamed. The soldiers knew her presence, but no one could catch her. Without knowing what happened, they just turned into flowers of blood. Beautiful. Yes, without uttering it, she just felt it. Squad 1, support the Adjutant Corps Commander until the situation is resolved. Yes, sir. Before she knew it, she was standing on the ground and running. She could see Kalu and the other 3 following. Even without turning around, she knew everyone was fascinated by the same thing. The silver sways, and blood flowers bloom. She headed there. The silver was hidden. There was something in the way. Before she knew it, she pulled out her sword and cut off its head. Rugged, unpleasant feeling. She didn't think about what it was. She kicked it away, breaking up the wave of people. The others had killed one as well, and Kalu had already slain the second with her cheeks lifted. Her eyes were wide open, and she had a somewhat mad smile. She noticed that her cheeks were turned up and wondered if she might have the same look on her face. Bagu, Kells, and Adl. All 3 of them were also the same. The dancing silver color turned its inorganic purple eyes toward them for a moment, a little strangely, and somehow a sweet voice resounded. Mia. Mysterious shivers ran down her spine. As if replacing one another, she ran to another place. The head of the enemy centurion beside her was cleaved with her curved sword. Leave it to me. I leave this to you. Just by being called, she understood that and was overwhelmed with joy. Looking left and right, she searched for her prey. If you are wolves, your enemy is a sheepdog leading a flock of sheep. It is only the dog that you should aim at. Even if you are tempted to eat the sheep, endure it and eat the dog first. Then you can eat all the sheep you want. Enjoy the meal, and you're done. She pictured her, with a look of satisfaction on her face, puffing out her small chest as if she had given a good explanation in front of everyone. The explanation was repeated over and over enthusiastically, and every time it was explained, the details changed. The important thing was to kill the instigators, which was a simple and vague explanation, so she must have made various efforts to convey it in an easy-to-understand manner. There is no one in the Black Century who did not understand what she meant. Right. Kalu took the lead when she raised her voice. She grabbed the enemy soldier on her left, rotated her hips, and threw him away. Forcing her way through with her monstrous strength, she stepped forward a step and drove her sword through the enemy captain's neck. Kalu had the appearance of a beautiful lady if she kept quiet and dressed nicely, but the truth is she is rougher than anyone else. Bagu and Kells covered the gap, and Adl cut off the head of an enemy who was about to slash at Mia. Mia also cuts off the arm of the enemy who was aiming for Adl. Blood splattered. Life disappeared. The heart that tried to feel something about this act was left behind. There was no room for that. At some point, the Black Century was all there, and the enemy was clearly frightened. Bald Eagle, Celine's red is coming. Squad 1, get back. Prioritize rendezvous. Yes, sir. As Mia drags the 4 along and the wave of enemies splits, the frightened enemy soldiers cleared the way on their own. Then, as if replacing Mia and the others, 3 squads charged in. She saw that silver again. There was almost no blood stain. Even though she must have slain dozens of people already, she was beautiful. Cuckoo, Bald Eagle always makes me laugh whenever I hear it. Because of Kalu, I got scolded, you know. Now, oops. Kahlua killed another one. They now had the leeway to make jokes. Her vision, which seemed to have lost color and narrowed, somehow widened. Her suffocating breathing had calmed down. Her thoughts were also clear. Captain, please charge in from the left. One squad after the adjutant corps commander. Understood. Squad 3, Squad 4, Squad 6, go. Dagra hadn't even killed a single enemy yet. He simply took in the situation around him and continued to issue instructions in the center to keep the flow going. A centurion does not have the time to surrender himself to the madness of the battlefield. A melee without forming a line of battle. The effort required to unite 19 disparate squads in the midst of such a melee is completely different from that of a simple centurion. That is why the light infantry and their commanders had to be excellent. It was very difficult to control troops in the midst of the pure melee. If instructions were delayed, the squad would be isolated and destroyed. They must read and understand all the situations around them and decide what to do. The soldiers must develop strong self-determination to maintain the situation until they are given orders. But Dagra's heart was more moved than anguished. Except for 1 death and 3 injuries during the descent, none were seriously injured to the point of being unable to fight. On the contrary, this small force was overwhelming the large enemy. Dagra had no doubt that this group of centurions was unquestionably the strongest in the world at the present time. Krish cut into their formation, chopping off the heads of the centurions and the captains and crushing their leadership. And then the elites of the elite charged in. Their abilities, specially trained for melee situations, were greater and more impressive than any soldiers Dagra had ever led. And he was the one who took control of and moved the violent force. There was no reason for his blood not to boil. To be entrusted with such a unit was the greatest honor one could receive as a centurion. If they were to taste flesh and blood here and have their naiveties removed, just how much power would they gain? It was all he could do to keep his body from shaking with anticipation and excitement. Chris wants to create a unit composed solely of people who possess magic and decided to choose you, Dagra, as its captain. Chris thinks you're the best of all the captains who accompanied me in the mountains. He recalled the words that he was told when he was summoned. Dagra was frightened at first when he saw the carnage, but now he felt a deep sense of gratitude to her for having chosen him. Dagra, the child has no hesitation in killing people, and to be honest, she's not normal, but in reality, she's just clumsy, more serious, obedient, and more spoiled than anyone else, and she's my cute little sister. So please, I entrust her to you. The words Celine told when she came to inspect the training. If there are at least 100 Dagra here, it should be possible to satisfy Chris's demands, so it's only natural to be able to do that much. Then he remembered Chris's words and swore, being given such troops, there was nothing that could not be done. It was only natural that they were able to do it, and he expects himself to be able to fulfill that demand. What greater honor could there be, Dagra thought. The 1st Battalion, the light infantry broke through, and simultaneously, he heard Chris's voices. Bald Eagle, Rendezvous. Even their nickname, which sounds like an insult, seems like an honor now. He raised his voice. Yes, Mom. From now on, we will start a pincer attack with the 2nd Corps. We are the vanguard, as the spearhead, to make way for the 1st Battalion and cut through the enemy. Understood. A roar resounded, and the soldiers in black armor turned around. They charged in the direction of the main camp where the 2nd Army Corps was located. Show our power to the fools who stand in our way. We, the Black Century, are the kingdom's strongest warriors, and Chris stand as its sword. The battle cry of the century, augmented by magic, shook the air. There were even those that screamed and ran away, losing their will to fight in the face of overwhelming violence. You did well, Chris. Celine stood a little further back from the front line, on the border of the Bernaic Mountains, and looked out over the whole area. The mighty Christan army, but that didn't include the 1st Corps led by Celine. If she were to speak only of their skill level, they would be no better than Guildenstein's army, and in fact, they would be inferior in some respects. Some of the soldiers had received less than a month of training. It could be said that it was enough if it was the army that had been assembled 3 months in advance as reserve. But they were all fresh recruits. Many of them were only able to hold their shield and thrust their spear. The only ones that could be called sufficient were the 1st Battalion of Red and the 2nd Battalion of Heavy Infantry. The rest were consolidated into the 3rd and the 4th Battalion, The ones surrounding Celine were all recruits who could barely form a line. She judged that even they would fight if they were under herself, the corps commander. She could not send them to the front line as a collapse in morale at the front will affect the battle's outcome. However, as a result, 3 of the 5 battalions did well, and the 5th Battalion continued to rain arrows down on the enemy without a pause. The 1st Battalion launched an assault at the enemy center, while the 2nd Corps waved countless flags and set up a breakthrough. The 2nd Corps broke through the enemy deployed on the Bernaic side and inked up with the 1st Battalion. It was a victory, without any doubt. But then a voice rang out. The voice came from the blazing Muscronia. Against the backdrop of the great flames scorching the heavens, one of the countless men in black armor stepped forward and raised something in both hands. One side was a sword, the other one was an arm. The traitor Bogenchristand has been vanquished by me, Guildenstein. The voice echoed everywhere. The music of the battlefield ceased. The war is over. Guildenstein Kalnerosvalsakarini Alberon. The man who was the rightful heir of the royal family announced boldly with a majestic voice. Volume 3, ch. 55. The Noble. Arc 3 The Precious. Chapter 55 The noble being more noble and exalted than anyone else. Royalty is the ideal of the people and bears the corresponding responsibilities. He didn't question it. He didn't need to learn it. He thought, a ruler who creates law and order. The royal family is not bound by anyone and has more freedom than anyone else in the kingdom. He believed he was one of the happiest men in the kingdom and was proud of his blood. He would accumulate knowledge, learn politics, and one day support his father and brother. And if the 2 of them are gone, he will fulfill his duties in their place. He worked hard just for that and worked harder than anyone else to achieve it. He wanted to achieve an ideal kingdom where everyone could enjoy happiness. And he yearned for new knowledge. Because he was royalty, he desired it, and because that was what it desired of him. As he spent his childhood, things he could not see began to flicker in the corner of his vision. Everything that seemed to shine brightly, something eroded that vision. The person he thought was his loyal retainer turned out to be a Philistine who pursued authority and took advantage of him to usurp the throne. The one who tearfully spoke for the good of his people was in fact a mere money grubber. Somewhere along the way, he learned that words were not what they meant and that the face they showed wasn't the truth. Everyone hid their true intentions behind their pretenses and harbored their low desires. Suddenly, he realized that he could no longer trust everything he saw. Still, he won't become like that and turned his eyes away. Royal family traditions, responsibilities, roles. He simply strived to do what was required of him and to meet expectations. What should have been an ideal to strive for became an obligation and turned into agony. While spending time like that, he suddenly realized he was not free, but something kept in a cage named royalty. Whether he looked to the right or the left, all of them were intricately tied by their desire. A new cage filled the gap, even if he tried to untangle it. It was not respect, but instead, a new desire that was directed at him. Royalty was merely a part of the system of the royal family. From the time he was born there, he had no freedom. And without knowing it, he just danced like a clown. He was angry and disappointed. Yet, he was still royalty, which he had once considered an honor. Blood was not only a link but also a fetter and a curse. There was no escape, and he had no choice but to remain there for the rest of his life. When he realized this, everything became unimportant. It was just a whim. He killed his cat for no reason. The cat didn't even like him. It was just being docile since he was a convenient existence that fed it. He looked at the dead body of the cat that had died in a rage, turned hostile, not knowing what had happened, and then he looked at the scars on his hands and realized. At the end of the cat's life, what it saw must have been a madman who had suddenly turned hostile towards it. It must have quickly forgotten its master, whom it had loved and cared for all its life. That was why it had bared its fangs like that. It was a little sad but somehow refreshing. Man and beast are no different. They are just beasts, faithful to their desires, that have become a little smarter. They are filthy things that will continue to indulge in pleasure until they are fed up with it. Everything seemed ridiculous, and he laughed as he looked at the cat that had been killed for no reason. Whatever the case, fortunately, he realized that he had the authority to do whatever he wished, and he had a quite high capability. Since then, the boy had lived only to enjoy life and continued to seek pleasure. When he got tired of it, he would search for the next pleasure and indulge in it. When he blew it, it was nothing. The cage was no longer a cage. The desires of others were painted over with his desires. Everyone feared and flattered him. If this was a world of the beast, then he just needed to be stronger and unsightly than anyone else. However, as he played with and killed countless human beings, he noticed that there were a few beings who were not a beast in this world. Something untainted by dirt, no matter how much you defile it. Something noble, sworn in name, sworn in blood, something precious. Lazura, was it? Yes, your Royal Highness. You seem to be a prostitute. To get money, you defile your own name and sleep with anyone. You can't even be said to be on the fringe of the nobility. Do you want the money that badly? Yes, your Royal Highness. It is as your Royal Highness said. Her long red hair was tied up, and she wore a short dress with an open neckline. She was one of the toys at a certain beast's ball. These toys were usually brought to the bedchamber with the pretext "let's hear what you need" and sold flowers. After the event was over, they were thrown out, saying that they had listened to what they had to say. They would continue that kind of life until someone took a liking toward them or until they broke. It was ridiculed and laughed at as a high-quality item. No matter what they did to her, she would not show a shred of anger or displeasure, but would just stand there, smile, and bow to the man toying with her. He was intrigued by the rumor and invited her to his bedroom because he wanted to see that face. "Let's talk about it. I'll listen to you." "Of course, I won't give you any money. After we're done, I'll just throw you out. And just like always, when you're done, just bow your head and go back as is." "Yes, your Royal Highness." The woman indifferently explained the situation. There were many nobles who lost their lives due to business failures. It was one of those common stories, a mere tragedy with no appeal. However, probably because she must have it repeated many times, he could not find any negative emotion in her, as she smoothly explained her situation. From now on, she would just be toyed with and then go home. She didn't grieve over it, nor did she show any sign of resignation, but her eyes still had strength. She was a beautiful woman. And he said to her with a smile, as if to shake her heart, "It seems that you have a younger sister. If it's just that one, I'll help you. However, I'll kill you. I'll cut off your fingertips, peel off your skin, and make you never be able to see again." A faint hint of fear appeared in her eyes, and he smiled even more. No nobleman is unaware of the rumors of the king's brother's madness. "Cuckoo, you know my rumors, don't you? Don't think I'm just bluffing." The woman clenched her fists and closed her eyes for a moment. When she looked up, a bright light shone in her eyes just like before. "Yes, your Royal Highness. If your Royal Highness can vow one thing on your Royal Highness's name, say it. As long as your Royal Highness gives my sister sincere love and happiness, that's fine with me. If your Royal Highness keeps that vow even after I go insane, I vow in my name, Lazura Argan, to become your Royal Highness's plaything." Even if someone like her is toyed with until the point of death, their heart will be broken and closed. They will not be defiled. They will not be tarnished, but they will shatter and disappear as beautiful as they are. "I see. As I heard, you're an interesting woman. If you can't find someone who will take your hand, come back here after 1 month." "Yes, your Royal Highness. I don't need it today. Just get lost." Standing dignifiedly, the woman bowed her head and left. Her demeanor was beautiful. She was more noble-like than any aristocrat and noble a good woman. If it's fated, it wouldn't be bad to keep her. And it was also a noble aristocrat who saved her from tragedy. "Your Royal Highness, please step down. My corps will take care of the rear." "Oh, that's unusual. Do you think there will be a benefit by helping me?" "I believe that is what a noble is, and that is what a soldier is." "I am, at this moment, the shield and sword of His Royal Highness." The predicament on the battlefield. Sent to the battlefield with the hope that he would die in the battle, a place where you surrender yourself to your impulse. It was such a place that he ended up. Among his subordinates, who inwardly hated and feared him, the man was focused only on his duty. "There is no time to lose. Your Royal Highness should join up with General Kamada and regroup. Please leave this place to us. Until then, I will never let the enemy's blade reach you." The cage of ideals that he himself had once pursued. In the midst of all this, the way he continued to dance on it didn't look comical to him, but rather there was even a kind of beauty in it. The opponent is using their reserve force. Now is a perfect time. I'll take a detour and aim at the enemy's main camp. In the meantime, you must hold this place. I will take the sword, you are the shield. When he said so, the noble named Bergen smiled. Showing a pleasant salute, he replied, "Yes, sir." Then, Please take Vraic. He is the battalion commander I trust the most. Very well. He laughed and continued. I'm going to drink tonight. But I'm tired of drinking alone. It's an order for you. Accompany me. I shall certainly fulfill that order. It must have been at that time that he thought the battlefield wasn't that bad. Kill or be killed. The situation satisfied boredom enough. At least in that world, everything was simple, and it was where those who wanted to make the world simple gathered, betting everything they had to carry out their duties and pride as noble. If not, they would die and be naturally eliminated. The royal family was once no different from the barbarians. In those days, valor was the only honor, and the strongest man was the chief. Therefore, the royal emblem, the central symbol of the royal family, was always a sword held up to the heavens. Raineer, an ancient word meaning warrior. A noble begins as a warrior who is not afraid of death. Sworn only to the sword and the name, revered and respected, they began to be called nobles because of the beauty of their way. A word that expresses a way of life, not blood, and a way of being, not a form. That kind of person is noble, and the lineage of the noble has been inherited in this world even now. He just thinks of that beauty. 2 weeks before the reinforcements arrived, in the forests of the Merskronia Mountains, Guildenstein personally led his elite to capture the adjutant of the enemy Third Corps. That was the reason why he invaded Micronia with a large force from the beginning. This raid, which was intended to cut into the enemy's main camp, was a false attack. He did not underestimate the man Bogan Krystand and the army he led, the most powerful general and soldier in the kingdom, both in name and in reality. The hero, Krystand the Lightning Quick, cannot be decapitated by a mere push. Me, the rank of general? I won't repeat myself. The purpose was to create a worm. The goal was to create a worm that would threaten the fierce lion from within and have the lion offer his head to the worm. It was a common scheme, but there was a trick to it. The trick was to get the traitor to do it voluntarily. To fulfill this, one needs to read the traitor's nature carefully. His preference, his desires, his personality, his whole way of life so far. Among Krystand's subordinates, he searched for those who had blood ties or close acquaintances in the royal capital, made them spit out information, examined them, and found out which was the rotten fruit. If he threatened to charge them with treason, then all of them would open their mouths at once. After that, the rest would be as he wished. From one complaint to another, from a recent problem to another, he weaved words of temptation. The man kneeling in front of him, Salva, was a brilliant man. His mind works reasonably well, and his tactical sense was also not bad. If his luck and circumstances were good, he might have been able to rise to the rank of general by now. But the corps commander, led by the hero Bogan, was above him in every way. The strength of Krystand's army lay in the extremely high quality of each and every one of his subordinates. Each of the corps commanders under Bogan's direct command was so highly qualified that they could have obtained the rank of general at a moment's notice, but they stayed and supported him because of their personal loyalty to Bogan. The battalion commanders they led were similarly capable, and many of them would have held the rank of corps commander if they had been with other generals. A clear meritocracy and a thorough education. The standard was incomparably high, which is why Krystand's army was said to be the strongest in the kingdom. However, this naturally leads to distortions. Even if a person could be called excellent in terms of ability, they cannot bloom because of an overqualified superior, and they had no choice but to lead their life without any hope of advancement. Bogan was a pure noble, and Guildenstein appreciated that side of him. He was an ascetic, self-disciplined warrior, loyal to his duty. He only held respect for Bogan, who swore himself to be merely the sword of the kingdom. He was the ideal noble that Guildenstein desired and one of the few loyal subjects of the kingdom. But that did not mean that all of his men were the same. Bogan embodied the ideal, and because he took that as only natural, there were gaps and distortions that arise. It was this man named Salva who caught his eye. He was one of those who were excellent but had their sky closed. Even so, his loyalty to Bogan has stifled his desires. But recently, he heard that this is changing. You must know about my rumors. I don't care if you think I'm that kind of person. But I'm acting this time for the sake of a greater cause. I want to bring justice to Crescenta, the cursed child who killed my older brother. Even though I'm like this, I have a certain amount of respect for my brother. He had a different character and a different temperament. I have never harbored any ill will toward my brother, who is an idealist, although he disliked me a lot. Since my brother has always hated me and had every right to, I take it as a given. And I have no doubts that Bogan is still a loyal subject of the kingdom. It wasn't a lie. He liked King Shilbasa in his own way, and he was aware that he was the one to blame. He did not feel any resentment toward the bad things he had been told and accepted it as a matter of course. He was more aware than anyone else of the fact that he was crazy. However, the two of them share a common flaw. They are too idealistic and too naive. Crescenta also caused my brother's illness, but he was too kind-hearted and did not suspect his beloved daughter and was killed just like that. Salva didn't say a word as if thinking. However, Guildenstein could see that he was quietly examining his words and thinking deeply. She must have met Chris, now Bogan's adopted daughter, the cursed child who was supposed to have been killed at the victory ceremony the other day, and that's what caused all this. I don't know what happened, but the facts lead me to believe that's what happened. Do you know anything about it? However, the rumor that the two of them are on good terms is certainly true. Salva's feelings were already on his side. Guildenstein narrowed his eyes. He had heard from this man's acquaintance that he had complained many times about Bogan's adopted daughter, Chris. It seemed that there were quite a few people in the army who disliked Chris. I don't know much about Chris. I've seen her faces, though, but I've heard the rumors. I also know that you don't like her. Salva lowered his eyes and was silent for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth. Chris Sama is undoubtedly a genius in battle. In that respect, it's absolutely true. And she's also like a young child. A young child? The general and Cillian Sama love such Chris Sama. She's a little weird, but she's pure and kind, at least to those close to her. She's just as what she looks like, so I understand how they are feeling. Quietly, but surely, Salva continued. I don't think the general or Cillian Sama are wrong about that either, but I think Chris Sama is scary. Scary, huh? She doesn't understand the logic of things. Like a child crushing an insect. She has no hesitation in killing and hurting people and is fundamentally different from humans. But she's stronger and smarter than anyone else. She's a person who can fall on either side. When I heard the rumors that she's an uncontrollable monster, the royal family's cursed child, I honestly understood it. Salva shook his head and looked at Guildenstein. I'm afraid I don't have good feelings for His Highness. However, if Her Royal Highness the Princess is a person similar to Chris, then I also feel that His Royal Highness's words are reasonable. That's fine. I'm not asking you to pledge allegiance to me personally. I just want you to fulfill your duties as a noble of the kingdom. To stop Crescenta from usurping the throne. Salva nodded but paused for a moment. Two things. If His Highness can swear by His Highness's name, then say it. Yes. After coming this far, the general's life can't be spared anymore. However, I ask your forgiveness for his daughter, Cillian Sama. She is sincere, and hardworking, and I have watched her closely since she was a child. I see, the hero's daughter also inherited it. She sure is popular. He smiled and told him, don't worry, I have no intention of doing anything to her. Just as I said, Bogan is a loyal subject to the kingdom, and there is no lie in that words. I won't destroy the house. What's the other thing? Salva cast her eyes down as if thinking a little. If I could wish for it, then kiss Sama, too. The cursed child too? It was surprising. He had thought it was the truth that the man did not like Chris. I don't like her. I think she's a frightening person. But I also know that she doesn't like fighting or killing people. She's just a pure person, and she's doing it for the general and Cillian Sama. Both of them love Chris Sama from the bottom of their heart. I don't think it's fine for the one the two of them loved to die. Once again, he offered his head again. He is saying that he is prepared to be cut down. Guildenstein saw the resolve in that. It's true that I found reason in His Highness's words. The position is also a great honor. However, the stigma of betraying a general to whom I am indebted will follow me for the rest of my life. That's why I want to be convinced that I did what I had to do, that it was a decision I am not ashamed of. A mere trinket. He had despised it as such, but it seems that it is something to make fun of. It isn't that bad, he thought. I can't make any promises. However, I vow in the name of Alberon that I will do my utmost to fulfill it. You have made me swear an oath. In return, you will do your duty. Thank you for your kind words. I swear by this name, I will. Definitely. Then Guildenstein told him, I will launch a major offensive from Mid-Cronia just as the reinforcements arrive. You'll report to me and my platoon and lure in Bogan successfully. That's your job. Anyone on the inside who might be of use to you, you can promise them to be well rewarded in my name. Yes, sir. You're not a bad man. Live up to my expectations, will you? Guildenstein muttered while watching Salva walk away. Don't call me cowardly, Bogan. As you know, war is just about winning it. Notes: the noble here is written in 4 ways. Pan equals noble or aristocrat, as in status. Equals precious, noble, exalted, sacred. Equals noble, lofty, virtuous, upright. Volume 3, ch. 56, The Warrior. Arc 3 The Precious. Chapter 56 The Warrior. The sound of steel clanging leaked through the trees. Great flames scorched the heavens, and the twinkling of the starry moon reflected and flickered countless lights in the forest. At the center of it was a man. He was clad in scarred armor, with a long sword in his right hand. His left hand held a small sword. He adorned a heroic helmet in the shape of a hawk. Like a bird of prey, he leaned forward and stepped toward the enemy who was slashing at him. He's skilled. Bogan cried and clicked his tongue and flicked the sword that was swung at him with the long sword in his right hand. Then he stepped through the side and thrust the small sword in his left opposite hand through the gap in his opponent's armor. There was no time to pull it out. He let go of the small sword, leaned forward, and drove the tip of the long sword through the neck of the man in the back. His breathing was ragged. The men he had brought to escort him were all excellent. However, only 2 remained. There were still 20 opponents left, including the famous Nicholas Feliza, who could freely wield 2 great axes, and Walter Zagan, the successor of Zane-style swordsmanship. General, our way out is... I'm sorry. What? If it's for the general's sake, there is no life that's too frugal. The 2 laughed. They were men who had accepted death and laughed at it. I am proud to have subordinates like you. Ha ha, serving general is the greatest honor for us. The other nodded at his words and ran. He slashed at the enemy on both sides, and there was only one enemy in front of Bogan. Bogan stepped in as the enemy raised his sword, with his left hand held out in front of him. He struck the armor with the palm of his hand and leapt. The black-armored warrior, who had been focused only on attacking with his sword, fell over, and Bogan escaped into the trees. However, the next largest tree that Bogan was going to jump on was broken in front of him. Bogan rolled to his feet and quickly stood up. Guildenstein laughed as he lifted the great axe that had snapped the tree with ease. I won't let you escape. Don't think you can escape from me, Bogan. Certainly, that seems to be a fleeting dream. Guildenstein stood in front of him, showing off his black lion armor without a scratch on it. The 2 remaining escorts were also surrounded and had their swords thrust at them. Again, they were surrounded. Let's have a duel. Guildenstein threw down his great axe and drew his sword from his left hip. It was a thick, broad, long sword. This man liked to use such a sturdy and heavy weapon. Sooner or later, someone will come to your aid. If you can endure until then, you win. It's a simple game like that. What if I say no? I'm afraid that's the end of my compassion for you. This is the 2nd time I've been merciful to you. There will be no 3rd time. If they were to attack together, it would be over in an instant. But instead, Guildenstein pointed his sword at Bogan. Take up your sword as a warrior. His appearance was truly that of a noble, an imposing figure that should be called royalty. Bogan smiled wryly and answered, I guess I should be grateful. You should be thankful. It results from my utmost respect for the man you are. Guildenstein was strong. Even Colchis, whom Bogan trusted as a pure warrior, could not beat this man. Faring against him was highly doubtful. However, surely it wouldn't be more reckless than dealing with everyone in this place. It's a repayment for the loyalty you showed me long ago. You can rest assured. Whatever happens, I will leave the name of Christ behind. You were a man who deserved what I did. Ha ha. Going to the afterlife with those words sure is something I don't want. Bogan laughed. The road to survival was narrow, and there was no way out. But if this was the end, that wasn't bad either. At least, as a warrior, it is the best end he could have hoped for. Your Royal Highness, I think you deserved my respect as a warrior. I hold no grudges. As you wish, I will accompany you in a duel. That's good. We didn't get a conclusion with a tactical battle. Now, it's time to end this. Bogan moved the left half of his body forward. He thrust his left hand toward Guildenstein and drew his right arm. He used a traditional swordsmanship handed down in the military called the Lorca style. Originally, a small shield is used to lure the opponent's sword, repel it, or use it as it is for an offense. Even if it's barehanded, the stance makes the opponent lose their sense of distance, and the open left can be used as a fist or to grab the opponent. This swordsmanship was a battlefield swordsmanship that specialized in disrupting the body of an armored opponent and striking a fatal blow. That stance yours is the most brilliant I've ever seen. Now each is better. I feel old. I'm starting to lose even to my daughter in sparring. This swordsmanship required a superior physique, tall stature and long limbs. For Celine, who did not have them, it was better to learn swordsmanship from Chris. Celine's height was average for a woman and small for a warrior, but she could sink her body further, slash from below, and stab through. Celine's swordsmanship, which was sharp and fast, extending inferior spacing by keeping her posture low, and cutting and breaking with her blade, was so brilliant that even Bogan was amazed. She was 15 years old and had such great swordsmanship. The brilliant daughter's future looks endlessly bright, and he just looked forward to it. But he would probably not be able to see that future. If he had any regrets, that was it. It's a parent's pride. It is something to be happy about, but that's something that I won't understand. Guildenstein readied his sword after the exchange, grabbing the sword with both hands. The stance is Seigen, the sword of champions. The sword, made of metal, was once the weapon of the hero. It started out as a small, one-handed sword but gradually came to be revered for its martial prowess, and to show it, it became a long, thick sword. The techniques also changed accordingly. Without holding a shield, hold the sword with both hands, face the enemy, and then overwhelm the opponent. From the front, in a fair and dignified manner, only look at the opponent and cut down. It was a stance that embodied the way a noble should be. The ever-changing right hand toward the heavens, and the left hand which stabilizes everything around its axis, toward the earth. The Shogun, with its principle of containing all of heaven and earth within the sphere of its blade and its ability to respond to any attack, is the foundation of the sword that many still study as the sword of a proud noble. Guildenstein's stance was beautiful to the point of splendor and could truly be called the sword of champions. The feet that firmly grasp the earth would remind you of the solidity of a mountain, and the tip of the sword that it holds up would make you imagine the wrath of the raging heavens. Bogan's brow wrinkles deepened, and his hand relaxed as he gripped the sword. Both Salva and those around him gasped. The hero Christ and the Black Lion Guildenstein. It was not every day that they could witness a one-on-one battle between two generals who had led great armies. And if it was the two warriors who had left their mark on history, it was only natural that they would be tense. For a while, the two men simply stared at their opponents. Blood and sweat dripped from Bogan's chin, and Guildenstein's eyes narrowed. So, you won't come? Huh? No, I'm sorry. It's a defensive style in the first place, Guildenstein said and stepped in. He stepped through the earth and crushed the distance between them. Rather than engaging in feints, he boldly attacked from the front. The sword raised to the right, the wind rushing through the air, and with a roar that was hard to believe to be a sword, it closed in on Bogan. But Guildenstein's handsome face was distorted. Bogan's body in front of him was sunken so deeply that it was as if he had laid down on the ground. Like a snake crawling on the ground, pulling his left hand and twisting his waist, Bogan's blade runs precisely to Guildenstein's neck, a blow extending from his own feet. Guildenstein quickly shook his sword with his strong arm and flicked Bogan's blade. However, Bogan did not stop even after being repelled. He raised his body and struck Guildenstein in the body armor with his left palm strike. But Guildenstein was also skillful. While being blown away, Guildenstein used his blade to make a shallow tear in Bogan's left arm. Bogan's face distorted as he retreated and breathed heavily as he shook his shoulders. Guildenstein laughed, his breathing disrupted by the impact through his armor. Old Cuckoo, you're too modest, Bogan. You can't call yourself a warrior unless you study hard even when you're old. What Bogan showed was Chris's sword. The sword was as vivid as a dance, shimmering in 1,000 different ways. Even Bogan was mesmerized by the beauty of her swordsmanship, which was not fixed on a particular stance, but pursued only the most appropriate solution for the moment. A sword that always aimed only at life from outside of the opponent's consciousness. Although he did not understand all of it, the philosophy of the sword, which he had seen many times, had a strong influence on Bogan. Your Highness is the champion's sword. It's truly beautiful. However, a sword sharpened only to take lives is also beautiful. Despite my age, I was fascinated by the new swordsmanship of my daughter. That girl, huh? Yes. Though it's child's play compared to Chris's, it should buy me some time. Interesting. From there, however, the match was close. Although he had learned that swordsmanship from Chris, it was only a surprise attack. A sword technique that confuses the opponent with an attack from an unexpected position breaks the balance and strikes from where they're not prepared. Bogan knew that this technique was only possible with the small stature of Chris. The basis is the familiar Lorca-style sword technique. It was nothing more than a desperate blow to make up for the missing last step. If it was an ordinary person, that first blow would have been enough. However, the same move would not work in front of Guildenstein, who was skilled in swordsmanship. The champion's sword slashed the chainmail shallowly, and it was the Bogan that increased the number of cuts. His innate sense of balance defied the instability of his footing and solidified both his body's and sword's core. The thrust, concentrated on a single point, was released with the flexibility of a whip and pierced through the sheet metal armor. Stunning swordsmanship. Guildenstein, the royal prince, was fearless and truly possessed the dignity of a king. However, Bogan also showed his stubbornness. Bogan, who had spent much of his life on the battlefield, though covered in scars, held the sword of a fierce warrior. He swung his sword while on his knees to open up a gap between the two, sometimes slamming into Guildenstein's body at the cost of wounds and sending his body flying. Whenever there was an opening, he grabbed Guildenstein's body, pushed him down, and tried to drag him not into swordplay but into pure violence. What Bogan, who was always calm at all times, showed at this place of death is a beast. When he was not a hero, he was just a warrior. The blood that had once been in Bogan, who had risen from the rank of captain in the hellish front lines, was now boiling in his veins. Bogan's face had already been stripped of its rationality, and a beast-like ferocious look replaced it in his face. His eyes were filled with madness as he neared death. The corners of his mouth smiled. It was an extremely aggressive smile. It was a maniacal smile, like a wolf facing its prey. In contrast, Guildenstein's cheeks were lifted, and he laughed as well. His black armor, without a scratch on it, was now stained with dirt and covered with countless scars. Good one, Bogan. You are a great warrior, after all. Ha ha. My blood is boiling for the first time in a long time. I can't show this to my daughters. Bogan wielded his sword. It was more like hitting with steel than swordsmanship. It was a large swing, a blow that seemed full of openings, but there was a heat to it that matched the great flame. It was a sword that made even Guildenstein flinch for a moment and take a step back. Gushing from his flesh was a blue vortex of magic power. A roar that could not have been made by a sword resounded through the air, gouging out the earth. What's the matter, Your Highness? You won't get my head if you just run away. TCH. Guildenstein clicked his tongue and kept his distance. Aim for the opening of the attack. Guildenstein calmly tried to find it, but Bogan was a storm. Countless swords flashed like a storm that roared with heavy rain and thunder, even though every single move of the sword was crude. But the power it contained evoked an instinctive fear just by being in front of it. Christ and the thunder. It was not just his superior ability as a general that gave him the name. It was a nickname given to him by soldiers who saw Bogan's brutality as he stood before anyone else on the battlefield and unleashed his violence. Even in the land of defeat, he made countless corpses, ate flesh, and drank blood. The soldiers who were with him were shaken to the core and gave themselves over to the madness. Thunder. That was the name of a warrior who summoned a storm like the thunder that foretold it. From the corps commander under Christ and to the centurions, Bogan is revered as a hero. Everyone has been moved by Bogan's image, which is why those heroic men gathered under him to wield their swords. He creates winds that bind the surroundings together and strike the enemy in front of him with a thunderstorm of blood. The Bogan here was indeed a storm in the form of a human worthy of its name. The men who were watching were also trembling with both excitement and fear. Only Guildenstein could stand in front of it. Even though Bogan's pure violence drew him into a defensive position, he had pure respect for his appearance. The image of a man who once stood shoulder to shoulder with him on the battlefield. Remembering that, Guildenstein smiled. Cuckoo, my spine is trembling. Unbearable. Bogan, this is what a warrior fight is all about. If he took the blow, the sword would break. Everything was such a blow. It could be fatal even if it were received on top of heavy armor. Bogan no longer had the finesse to pull through the gaps in his armor, but it was a marvel that was incomparable to what it was before. Then what should be done? I thought I could do it with you, Bogan. He also had no choice but to become a beast. Aim for a gap, pierce the opening. Such tricks were thrown out of his head. This was the battle of the sacred warriors. He simply swung with such monstrous strength that he almost squeezed the hilt of his sword. The fastest and best blow. Bogan twisted his hips to avoid the air-crushing roar and swung his left arm to shoot through Guildenstein's helm with his fist. The blow, which caused the gauntlet to crack, distorted the massive helmet and shook Guildenstein's skull. But Guildenstein swung his sword further and pierced Bogan's right leg as he fell. It was deep, but Bogan gritted his teeth and endured it. Bogan stood, his whole body bleeding profusely and the heat rising like steam. Guildenstein also rolled and stood up, took off his helmet roughly, and slammed it down. The crumpled helmet scratched his fair face, but he didn't even notice it. Bogan responds by taking off his helmet as well. Spitting blood, Bogan leaned forward. He picked up the dirt and threw it at Guildenstein, and lunged at him. Guildenstein did not care, nor did he think it cowardly, and stepped forward even lower in his posture. The shoulder of his black armor was twisted by Bogan's sword, and Guildenstein's face contorted in pain. But the wound on his thigh made the distance and the sharpness of his sword insufficient. Guildenstein, prepared for the injury, moved forward even more and popped Bogan's huge body as if he were thrusting up from his shoulder. Realizing that he had hurt his left shoulder, Guildenstein brought his sword to his right hand and launched a follow-up attack. Bogan rolled away from him and kicked Guildenstein before staggering to his feet. And Bogan also raised his right arm. The countless wounds, however, were damaging Bogan's blood volume. Bogan, who had lost the pressure of his boiling blood and was unable to stand his ground, lost his posture, and Guildenstein did not miss it. A sharp blow sliced through Bogan's right arm, sending it flying through the air. With his arm cut off, Bogan threw Guildenstein off and leaned against a tree, wobbling. The arm was gushing a lot of blood, and Bogan's eyes were shaking blankly. Guildenstein, who had been slammed to the ground, sat up coughing. Then, breathing heavily, he approached and said, "It was a good match." He lifted his sword over his shoulder. "I would like to say that this is the end, but..." Guildenstein turned his face to the bottom of the mountain. Countless battle cries echoed through the air. He could see a battalion's worth of infantrymen rushing up the mountain, and the sound of horses' hooves was echoing. "I can't say it's a victory. So, it's a draw," he muttered. "Your Royal Highness. The enemy's troops are. Hurry up, take his neck." "I don't care. With this much blood, death is inevitable." "However," I said, "it's fine." He glared at the man in black armor and looked at Bogan. "I have no intention of taking your neck. Your sword and arm, I will take it." Bogan couldn't answer, so he just stared at him, then lost consciousness. Guildenstein said, "Let's go," and started running. "Thank you, Your Royal Highness." Salva, following behind, said, "I don't need it." "It's not for you. It's a thank you to the warriors I recognized." "Yes, sir." Guildenstein's words from the cliff top, and the sword and arm in his hand. Whether or not it was real, there weren't many who could say which it was with certainty. However, Guildenstein declared his name and spoke. "If you know what a name means to a noble, you cannot doubt his words." And the man standing on the cliff is Alberin, a legitimate noble of royal blood. The battlefield was silent. Serene, who heard the voice, gazed with her eyes at the sword and arm raised in the distance. Still, she wanted to believe it was a lie. Her eyesight, enhanced by magic power, brutally conveyed the facts to Celine as they really were. It was Bogan's gauntlet and sword that she had seen many times. It belonged to her father, whom she respected more than anyone else. Lies, the repeated mental and physical exhaustion. The body of Celine, who managed to deceive it, staggered on horseback and was supported by the 4th Battalion commander, Varga, who was next to her. Celine's armor. "Keep composed. It is not the neck." The fact that he brought the arms and sword suggests that the general may still be alive. It was a mere consolation. Even so, he had to say it. That was Varga's role. Emotionally, Celine wanted to cling to those words, but some part of her rational head denied that words. "The soldiers are watching," Varga said bitterly. It was a harsh word for her, who had so far forced herself to carry out her grueling duties. However, she was the commander. She was not allowed to squat down and cry like a little girl. Serene shook her gaze in fear, closed her eyes, and regulated her breathing to stay calm. The soldiers around her looked at Serene, confused and frightened. They had been in a frenzy, and now they were silent. The flow of the air was also changing, and what was heard was a cheer. It was not coming from their own army but from the enemy. The enemy soldiers, who had been under attack, turned around and went on the offensive. The situation was halfway. If Second Corps had completely finished striking the center, perhaps. However, the current situation was in the middle of the attack. In other words, the situation was most dangerous because the formation was in disarray. A horse's hoof was coming towards them. Messenger of the 4th Corps. From the commander of the 4th Corps. The tide has shifted. Recovering from this point will not be easy, and serious damage is expected. It is regrettable, but I judge that it is appropriate to withdraw our troops while there are few damages. The 1st Corps should withdraw its troops. That is all. The messenger looked at Celine with concern. Was it possible to regain the lead or not? There was certainly little hope. However, was it okay to have the dragon's maw stolen? Celine nodded her head, trying not to think about anything else. She just focused on what she should do. Message: pull back the heavy infantry. Chris will probably withdraw the 2nd Corps light infantry. Tell him not to worry about it. Also, thank you for your concern. And the commanding tone of the message was probably out of concern for Celine's confusion. At the very least, she must be the corps commander while she was here at this place. The messenger gave a strong salute of respect and drove off again. Chris. Then, out of the corner of her eyes, she caught a shadow running up the cliff. Volume 3, ch. 57, The Weak. Arc 3 The Precious. Chapter 57 The Weak. While killing the enemy soldiers who were distracted by the happening at the cliff top, she frowned at the unpleasant atmosphere. Even the motivated century were demoralized, and so were Celine's lightly armed infantrymen. The entire Christand army is weakened by the sight of Bogan's sword and arm and Guildenstein's words. Follow the adjutant corps commander. Our role remains the same. Dagra raised his voice. The flow had been moving without stagnation become dull, and then stopped for a moment. The flow of victory that was born just now was no longer there and had disappeared into the distance. Chris breathed quietly. Around the time when the 78th person's head was cut off, she gave up thinking that it would be nothing more than a drop in the ocean. The number of people she could kill alone would not affect the whole group. Chris's purpose in killing the enemy was to boost the morale of her troops and to lower the morale of the enemy. Now that they had been swallowed up by the enemy's current, it would be pointless to kill any more of them. Chris was not particularly interested in killing, and she was only doing it as a way to win. If it was going to be a waste of time and effort, she would not be motivated to do it. Rather, this kind of dirty work is what Chris hates most, and if it doesn't bring results, then she wants to throw it out immediately. Seems, here is fine. Fortunately, the morale of the enemy is also low when it comes to her surroundings. The morale of the enemy soldiers in the surrounding area is in a state of collapse thanks to the high capabilities of the century, which is reasonably satisfactory for Chris. Rather than showing an offensive spirit in response to the earlier voice, they seem to be rather hoping that her side will pull back. At the very least, there is no sign of them wanting to attack. After twisting her waist and crushing the soldier's skull, helmet and foot, Chris leaps directly in front of Dagra. Bald Eagle. It will be difficult to go any further. The 4th Corps commander is the steady type, so he's thinking of pulling troops. Celine will probably accept it. It was Celine who she's worried about. Bogan's sword and arm. It was such a shock that even Chris stopped for a moment. He is her guardian to whom she is indebted, and a gentle person who shows her his kindness. She might have lost that. Although she had put it out of her mind because it was not yet confirmed. When she thinks, if it had been berries, she could guess how Celine's mind would have been affected. Serene deeply respects and loves Bogan. I was also just about to advise that, even here, where we are, the atmosphere is bad. We will lead Serene's lightly armed infantry to a full rendezvous with the 2nd Corps as planned. We'll figure out the rest later. Our first priority is to minimize the losses of our soldiers. Yes, ma'am. Wiping the curved sword on the corpse and placing it in its scabbard, Chris told him. Then, I'll leave the rest to you? If it is possible, Chris will go and cut off the head. His Highness. It's close by after all, huh? This is the only chance. After telling him this, Chris jumped to the cliff. She put her toes on the slight protrusion and climbed up. Her gravity-defying body swayed somewhat softly, and she climbed lightly over the cliff. The sky was ablaze in Muscronia. He was probably on his way back to his own camp. Guildenstein turned toward the burning forest and turned his back to her. Surrounding him were about 20 soldiers in black armor. They all looked well trained. Alignment and personnel. Chris simply captures it as a fact without looking anywhere. The men looked confused. She moved before their emotions turned to hostility. She closed the distance between the two men who were in her way, aimed for a gap in their armor, and threw the knives. One is a corpse with a knife stuck in his neck. One is still breathing. The knife has deviated slightly and has not resulted in death. She kicked in the knife that was impaled on him, ending his life, and pulled the sword of the corpse out of its sheath. "What are you all doing?" "Protect His Highness." Two men interrupted Chris. One in front of her and one behind the other, standing in a position to protect Guildenstein. Regardless, Chris stepped forward and swung her long sword down from overhead. The man in front, a mature man, immediately moved his sword overhead. Despite the surprise attack, the man reacted quickly and moved well. Even in such a situation, his sword was cool and calm, and in that instant, it seemed to reflect all of the vast experience and training he had accumulated in his life up to that point. If the assailant had been an ordinary man, he would have easily cut the assailant down with a single counter. The man certainly had the ability to do so, but such skill and experience were worthless in front of Chris. Chris twisted her long sword in her hand and drew an arc with the tip of her sword. She easily avoided the attack and did not even allow him to make a counter. With the same momentum, he sharply pierced the man's torso, armor and all, and released the sword. While every attack is a fatal blow, all of it can easily be transformed into a feint. She deceives even those who call themselves masters and turns everyone in front of her into the weak. Chris's swordsmanship was no longer within the realm of logic. Zigandono, a corpse is no longer a tool, just an obstacle. She leapt and kicked the shoulders of the grumbling corpses, and then one more. This time, she drew the curved sword at her waist and cleaves the neck of the man in the back. As soon as she landed, the man collapsed while holding his sword, unable to react, and beyond that was the figure of Guildenstein. Guildenstein immediately jumped back and Chris narrowed her eyes slightly. A gap opened. The distance is far. She gives up on the idea of cleaving the neck and sets her sights on the arm. Chris's curved sword aims at the seam of the armor's joint and rips open the chainmail. Chris is the wielder of the curved sword. Her speed and accuracy are beyond reason, turning even a moving opponent into a stationary object, and ripped through chainmail as if it's linen. Even the legendary magic sword is inferior to the sword she wields. One backward leap. With just that, Chris knew the extent of Guildenstein's ability, and closed the distance even further. Stepping forward with the speed of Gale, Guildenstein, on the other hand, moved his sword as quickly as he could. The speed of the sword is extraordinary. It has the power to bisect Chris's bone in front of him even if his posture is bad. However, Chris easily avoided it by twisting her body and naturally slid into it. Her extreme concentration transforms everything she sees into something slow. Breathing, preliminary movements, muscle tension, the flow of magic power. She captures all of them and sees through the slightest disturbance, which may or may not be a gap, without question. Her posture is low, and she steps forward as if her head were rubbing against the earth. The moves Bogan shown was literally just a child's play compared to hers. It was truly a snake crawling on the ground. There is no seam between stillness and movement, and even if you can see her movement, you won't even notice it. Just when you prepare yourself to deal with it, she will already be in a deadly position. What Guildenstein saw at that moment was his own death, which he could not escape from. Even taking into account the condition of surprise attack, the opponent was only one person. While they had the best of the best. The overwhelming advantage should have been theirs, but the reality in front of them showed the exact opposite. The existence of such a monster that forced inferiority against the majority. Guildenstein's spine shivered, and Chris, still not satisfied, looked dissatisfied. To finish him off, her stance is too off, and her center of gravity was not stable. One move was not enough, 2 more will be needed. She was supposed to kill him with her first move, but 3 moves in total were too much, she thought with a frown. In this case, she should have just used the knife that stabbed in the corpse at him. That would have shortened it by 1 move. While reflecting on the situation in a way that only she could understand, Her body moved as if it was free. She grabs Guildenstein's arm and twists her body as if she had been aiming for that from the beginning. She slams his body down to the ground. Guildenstein's face contorted in anguish as she stepped on the right arm that held a great sword. Then, Chris tried to slam the curved sword into his neck, and quickly ducks. Faster than she could kill Guildenstein, a sword swung at Chris's body. Chris-sama. The one who swung the sword was a familiar face. Salva shouted, and Chris narrowed her eyes. Betrayal. He had lured Bogan by some means. That's probably what happened. More blades come at her from all directions, and Chris leapt again, chopping one man's head off. She landed lightly outside the circle. She saw Guildenstein standing up in the circle, coughing. Chris. I see, you've come for my head. The opponents are all clad in metal armor. Chris's curved sword would be damaged before she could slay them all. She carefully wipes the machete-like curved sword clean on the corpse's pants and sheathed it. She pulls a new long sword out of the corpse's scabbard. Yes, Your Royal Highness. Then this war will be over. The situation is not so good. Perhaps they were all nobles or something, and she could see that they all manipulated magic. There's no reinforcement. The first time the surprise attack earlier failed, it will take time. Chris's eyes flickered. She aimed at the one person who showed the slightest opening. She approached her opponent with the naturalness of a cat's approach, and she drew her long sword on top of her armor. The thrust was soft and supple, yet frighteningly precise, easily piercing through the sheet metal armor. The man's life ended without a moment's thought. Then Chris casually pulled out his sword and kicked off his torso. She didn't even look at the corpse. She showed no emotion for having taken the life of the man, but rather, like a child, placed her fingertips to her cherry-red lips as if she was troubled. Her cloak was stained with blood, and her hair was beautiful silver. Her hair, held in place with a light red flower ornament, was dainty and danced like two tails. Underneath the cloak, an out-of-place black and silver dress peeked out, revealing a somewhat rugged gauntlet and boots. The girl, for all intents and purposes, is distorted, staring at the men with her large, inorganic purple crystal eyes. This is the cursed child, someone muttered. Anyone would recognize it at a glance. The fear they felt for the wild and heroic Bogan. Something opposite to that had arisen within them. It pierces through metal armor with ease, and even when surrounded, it still cleaves the neck with ease. With the lightness and grace of a dance, she brings about an inescapable death. Here are warriors who pride themselves on being able to cut their way through 10 opponents. And they are the men who have been recognized and chosen by Guildenstein as such. However, despite the fact that the girl in front of them was only one person against many, the fight was still equal. No, she probably didn't think that she would lose. The girl has no fear, no fervor, and stands here with a naturalness that is almost arrogant. She saw their abilities and still declared them worthless. The chilly purple color of the girl's eyes just saw the men as if they were stones on the side of the road. In the face of an existence beyond humans, the cursed child, Chris, the men realized that they were on the side of being eaten, and if so, they thought about how to let Guildenstein, their banner, escape. They had seen Guildenstein's ability up close, having fought with that hero and won. Guildenstein, the royal prince, was such a great warrior that even those who did not think so highly of him, looked up to him with respect. But still, he is no match for the girl in front of them. All of them were skilled warriors, and everyone understood that correctly. She was not an opponent to be fought head-on, even if you are in the best condition. Guildenstein also thought so. He just calmly observed the girl, Chris, and came to a conclusion. Despite their superiority in numbers, they were the ones who were going to be killed. To defeat Bogan, he had selected the most skilled men from among the nobles. Nevertheless, Guildenstein concluded that he could not win the battle. He would not underestimate its appearance. Knowing the monster that is Crescenta, Guildenstein was not about to let his guard down. This girl in front of him was also a monster. No, in this case, she is even more so than Crescenta. Her movements were beyond comprehension until she dodged the sword and was slammed to the ground. At least, with his injured shoulder, his stepped arm, and his current state of fatigue, there was no way he could win. Compared to Chris, it was a child's play, and now he could understand why Bogan called it so. What he saw in front of him was the most overwhelmingly powerful man he had ever seen. Let me see, let me declare, if you attack me, I will run away with all my might. Guildenstein opened his mouth. To fight such an opponent head-on would be suicide. After fighting with Bogan, I don't have the energy to fight you. Chris tilted her head as Guildenstein throws a sword in front of her. It was Bogan's sword. Take it back with you. If you want to play chase with me, that's also fine, but you and your men will have to start retreating now. I don't know what your objective is, but it will not change the disadvantage of the situation. If we go with the current situation, my side have the upper hand, we will be devastated, but so will yours. Until the outcome is known, I'm going to run away from you. Twitch. He saw Chris's reaction. Guildenstein laughed and looks at Salva next to him. And you never know where the enemy is. While you are playing with me like that, Crescenta will be killed. And that's easy to do when it's in the middle of the chaos. It was a bluff. But it was enough to make her uneasy. Chris's brow wrinkled slightly. Chris Sama is undoubtedly a genius in battle. In that respect, it's absolutely true, and she's also like a young child. She's a little weird, but she's pure and kind, at least to those close to her. I think she's a frightening person, but I also know that she doesn't like fighting or killing people. She's just a pure person, and she's doing it for the general and Celine Sama. If, as Salva said, it was a monster that's the same a child, there's a way to manipulate it. He spun his words. This time, my objective was Bogan. And the control over the dragon's maws. Observe her expression. Don't miss a single fluctuation of emotions. If you retreat here, I will first try to stabilize this place. Kristan's army is excellent even if they lose Bogan. I also don't think a pursuit by an exhausted army will go so well. But if I, the commander, do not come back, the soldiers will naturally move to excessive pursuit battles. It's a useless fight. This is a deal. He continued. The opportunity for a rematch will come. If you want my head, go for it. Unless you are a beast with nothing to lose. At least in this place, with an opponent that he can't win against, it won't even be a match. What was in front of him was Bogan's trump card. But if he put everything together, Salva's words, the way she stood here, the way she looked the other day, and look closely at her, she doesn't seem to be emotionless. He remembered the way she smiled at the servant in the royal estate. She doesn't find pleasure in killing. If so, she's way too emotionless. She was simply performing her role with the same emotion as if she was squashing an annoying insect. Guildenstein, who has seen more of the human heart than anyone else, saw through the inner nature of Chris. The little girl in front of him. Chris doesn't understand why His Royal Highness is so concerned about Chris. Is it so scary to be killed? Her inorganic eyes shook quietly, lighting up with a glow of emotion. Guildenstein laughed. I just finished a duel between Bogan, a warrior. I don't want you, someone who is not a warrior, to dampen my mood. He meant what he said. If we fight, you will win. I will not deny that. Even so, if you are the one, I should bet my life on to challenge. I think that would be fine, but I want a warrior's fight, and you're not. Then Guildenstein continues, as if pitying her. You are not standing here because you want to, are you? A child who is merely as young as she looks, or even younger than she looks like. Contrary to her abilities, she is distorted, this girl. He could see the hesitation in Chris's eyes. There is a manner of fighting. If you break it, all that remains is the chaos of blood-drunk beasts feeding on each other. If that happens, no one will be able to stop them. If that's what you want, I'll go along with you. But, in that case, all that you have will be swept along. Chris thought of Guildenstein's words. She should kill him without even the need to think about it. Even if the man in front of her did as he said and ran away, and all the men around him got in her way, she could find him in a few hours and kill him. 70 or 80%. The odds were not bad. If it worked, the war would be over. At that point it didn't matter even if it's not a sure thing. If so, there was only one option to choose. Well, what are you going to do? A few days ago, she would have thought so. No doubts, no worries. But there was a sense of uneasiness swimming inside Chris. She wondered if Celine will be okay while she was doing this. Maybe Celine would be fine under normal circumstances. But now that Bogan had collapsed, she didn't know. What about Crescenta? If this man's words were true, then Berry too. And you never know where the enemy is. While you are playing with me like that, Crescenta will be killed. And that's easy to do when it's in the middle of the chaos. With a single word, Chris's composure was shattered. The thought of Grace, whom she couldn't reach, flashed through her mind. She was just a little bit out of reach. Still, she was dead. The more she thinks about it, the more she felt sick inside. Wanting, not the right decision, but relief. Her swaying eyes searched for something that is not there. Before she knew it, Chris was no longer a perfect existence. Someday Chris will kill you. Chris dropped the long sword in her hand and grabs Bogan's sword. And just like that, she jumped down the cliff. As she descended, she checks for the first core. Aside from the support of the fourth core, there was a figure of Celine pulling out the soldiers. She's relieved to see Celine giving out instructions, and judged that there is no danger in the situation. Dagra was doing well and had finished the rendezvous with the light infantry and the second corps. There were quite a few injured people, but the number of those who couldn't move was too small to count. Chris Sama. Corps Commander Grand Colchis was out on the front lines. He wields a war spear made entirely of steel, mows down enemy soldiers, and looks at Chris with bloodshot eyes. Bogan was slain. The anger at the words was streaming down his face. There is no head of His Royal Highness. Go to Shusama's sword. Colchis, who saw Bogan's sword, closed his eyes slightly and received it. I'm grateful for that alone. Chris jumped up and lifted the morale of the soldiers. After saying that, Colchis howled to the heavens like a beast. Look here, all of you. Our genial's sword, our hero Chris Christian has brought it back. Colchis thrusts the sword into the heavens. The soldiers, who saw it, let out a shout of joy. Everyone realizes that they have lost the battle. But if they give up now, they will be completely defeated. To fool themselves and inspire themselves, the soldiers shouted. Guildenstein cowardly fled in front of the hero, this Christian throwing away the sword of the hero. What will he do without a courage? Don't run away, the sword is here. We are the shield of the hero Christian. Chris frowns at the loudness of his voice but decides that the second corps is not a problem. The soldiers are of high quality and their basic morale are high. Each of the soldiers following the warrior Colchis were all excellent soldier. Chris Sama, please stand down, we will handle the rear. Colchis' face was filled with a rage that he could not hide. Chris told him that there will cause unnecessary damage if we continue like this. I will arrange for you to be replaced by the third corps. The second corps is essential if we are to think about the next step. We want to leave as many troops as possible. Retreat to the narrow area while maintaining the line of battle. He wanted only to surrender himself to the pleasure of killing. Despite his dissatisfaction and anger, Colchis remained calm as a corps commander. He nodded as he let out his anger along with a sigh at Chris' words. I understand. Until the time comes. This humiliation. Yes. Then, Chris leaves it to you. Chris said. Then she ran to Dagra. She slips through the gaps of enemy soldiers, tearing their flesh. Calmly, as if to suppress her impatient feelings. She slashed some more, runs, and danced to the Black Century. Adjutant Corps Commander Mia shouted to Chris, who has passed the enemy in surprise. What's the situation? Why yes ma'am, the light infantry is retreating first. Currently, 80%. The second corps will take the rear. Keep withdrawing the troops. As is Takel, she found Captain Takel nearby and called out to him. His left arm was injured, and he was making a frown. If you can move, we will gradually withdraw with your unit first. I'm still. I'll have you move a lot later. No questions. Takel nodded his head in understanding, biting his teeth in frustration, and sent instructions to the 2nd through 10th squads he was leading. Mia, your team will go with you. Where are Bald Eagle and Corinth? Left flank to support the Reds' retreat. As soon as Mia said it, Chris started running, and Mia raised her voice and called out to the 4 others. Most of the enemies were ready to retreat. They know that these soldiers in black armor are no ordinary opponents. Among them, the soldiers who showed a fighting spirit and raised their voices were immediately followed by the silver color, which ended their lives. It was a waste of time and effort. Chris only feels her discomfort growing. Fearful of her, the waves of people naturally parted. Mia and the others who followed were like running through an uninhabited field. They did not even swing their swords. Bald Eagle like that, she cut through the battle lines and jumped in front of Dagra, who was escorting the light infantry with Corinth. Adjutant Corps Commander, you're safe. Retreat quickly. I have instructed Takel. The 2nd Corps will serve as the rear. Fortunately, their morale is high, so you can rely on them. She told him there was no time to spare. Dagra, noticing her haste, only raised his voice in reply. Chris orders this century and Celine's light infantry to rest in the backline until the withdrawal of all troops is completed. Chris will use it for support after the withdrawal of the 2nd Corps, so please rest. Dagra, who saluted, immediately gave out the order. The movement of the sentry that responded was also agile. In the course of this 1-hour battle, the sentry had been stripped of its naivete. Seeing that, Chris looked at the state of the enemy soldiers. She recognized that the enemy was frightened of her and called out, "Chris and the other will withdraw their troops. If you don't want to fight, that's fine. However, Chris will kill anyone who takes even one step forward from now." There were those who moved with those words. It was only a shaking of the trembling legs from fear of those words. It was Kalua who moved faster than anyone else. She stepped forward and swung her long sword to the side. She slides the tip of his sword over the neck of the enemy, moved and made a rain of blood. "You can come over, I welcome it." The women's eyes, intoxicated by the blood, were moist and she smiled. Kalua, with all screws loose, is completely immersed in the joy of murder. With the exception of Chris, Kalua has killed more enemies than anyone else in this century. The courage of the soldiers present was now faltering, and they began to back away. A herd of sheep where only the heroes who acted as instigators were killed, meticulously and relentlessly. With the wolves in front of, they had no choice but to cower. Chris saw this and turned around. "Mia, Chris, leave it to you." "Why yes ma'am." "Where will Adjutant Corps Commander going?" Mia, who had woken up from her madness, and was frightened by the appearance of her friend, asked. "Chris'll check the main camp first. There will be no problem with the withdrawal of the troops." As soon as she said that, Chris started running. She finished what she had to do. She passed Dagra and slipped through the gap. Discomfort in her chest. She felt her anxiety grow stronger, and she realized that she had become a coward. The main camp is fortified. Bogan was lured out and killed, so Berry and the others should be fine. That's what she tried to tell herself. Really? However, anxiety swirled. It's a situation where Bogan, who should have been at the back, is killed. Maybe, just maybe. She couldn't feel safe without checking. The soldiers seemed to be a hindrance. She leapt and kept moving forward, using the cliff as a foothold. Anxiety crawled inside her, and it rushes through her body. Maybe the worst situation is unfolding right now. Maybe she would have made it if she had just thrown everything away and gone back. Maybe she won't make it in time anymore. Reaching the main camp with her cloak flapping, she immediately went to the tent in the center of the camp. Out of breath, she jumped into the tent. The people inside stood up and drew their swords in alarm at the intruder and were surprised to see Chris entering the tent. Chris didn't care about their stare. She spotted Berry in a black and white apron dress and immediately embraced her. Chris-sama. Thank goodness. She wore a blood-soaked cloak. She pressed her face against Berry's chest, not caring that the white apron dress was stained by it. Her breathing is erratic, and her body is sweaty, but I still hug her to feel the touch and check her warmth. Her heart was beating painfully, and a chill ran down her spine. She thought she had gone insane. Chris-sama, the warmth of her body, the soft touch of her breasts, a gentle voice. Even so, to calm down her body, which had been helplessly trembling, she just keeps hugging her, seeking reassurance like a child. Berry was surprised, but she quietly held Chris's trembling body without caring about getting the apron dirty. Volume 3, ch. 58, Lamentation. Arc 3, The Precious, Chapter 58. Lamentation. "I'm fine." Her shoulders were shaking weakly, and her hands were clinging. Those in the tent were surprised and confused at Chris's appearance and looked at each other without saying anything. Her fragile figure, to most people who know how she usually is, was truly a surprising sight. She looked like a frightened child. It was Crescenta who timidly called out to her. "Oni-sama, the Count." "Yes." To confirm it, Chris. Berry looked at Chris's face. "Chris-sama, are you hurt?" "No." That's when Chris finally realized what she was wearing and hurried separate from Berry. Berry's white apron was stained bright red with the blood that had drenched Chris. Chris' eyes shook, and she mumbled an apology. Berry hugged her body and said, "It's okay." She understood why she had come all the way back by looking at her. She must have heard about Bogan and feared for her and Crescenta's safety. She just stroked her and looked at her bloody figure sadly. She didn't mind the blood staining her clothes and hands. She didn't even think it was dirty. She continued to do so for a while to calm her down and wipe the blood stain from her cheek. Chris's body relaxed a little, and her breathing calmed down. Gallon, who saw the situation, looked at Berry. A bitter expression appeared on Gallon's face, and Berry hesitantly asked Chris. "Chris-sama, have you calmed down a bit?" The same thing comes over Berry's face as Gallon's. This girl was not just an ordinary girl, as Berry hoped and wished, but a warrior and commander who was willing to take lives in order to win the battle. At least Barry understood that in this situation, there was no time to just comfort and coddle her. Chris nodded quietly, and Barry bit his lip and clenched his fist tightly. The main camp was also in turmoil. Bogan was being treated at the foot of Merskronia Mountain. The reason he had not been brought here was that he was too badly injured to be moved. He had lost so much blood that it would not be surprising if his heart stopped at any moment. Chris, please tell me the situation. Staying like that is fine. Yes. Feeling her body relaxed with relief, she explained the situation on the front line to Galen. Selene Corps was completing its retreat into the mountains, and the 4th Corps was acting as its cover. The rearguard was the 2nd and 4th Corps, and at least the retreat was proceeding without major disruption. Chris told only the bare essential information. As expected, it seems we have to abandon this place. Depending on the situation in Merskronia, Chris thinks it would be better to let the 3rd Corps take a rest while it still can. After leaving the Dragon's Maw, we will deploy the 3rd Corps to the front and retreat from here. We have no choice but to do that. Huh? Bogan's situation is not optimistic, as far as I heard. I hate to break it to you, but we have no choice but to assume that a comeback is not possible. I see. Chris nodded as she accepted Galen's words as they were. The people around him were also clenching their teeth in frustration. There was too much blood. He was still breathing slightly, but considering the amount of blood he had lost, it was now only a matter of time. Galen clenched his fists so hard that they bled. The confirmed traitors are Salva Caldera and Granagrand. There are probably several people around them, but we can't grasp the situation. Adjutant Caldera was found at the side of His Royal Highness. Chris could not kill His Royal Highness, nor Adjutant Caldera. Chris's eyes were downcast, and Galen shook his head. Don't overdo it, Chris. You have already done more than enough. Gran also disappeared after he summoned Bogan. I would love to find him, but I don't think it's possible. The situation is bad, Galen said, his tone abhorrent. I will continue to act as commander and proceed with preparations for the withdrawal of the main camp. Sorry, Chris. Yes, Grandpa. Chris will go to Selene as it is. Chris thinks it would be better for Chris to take over the 1st Corps. I will leave it to you. Galen bowed his head. Chris replied, no, and after a short pause, she said, it might be better to use some of the soldiers in the main camp to support the retreat of the 2nd Corps. The morale of the 2nd Corps is currently high, but it won't last long. Okay, I'll think about it. Yes. Chris will continue to head to Bernick, but Chris-sama, you should take some rest. You've been running all the way, haven't you? Barry looked down at Chris with concern. Chris smiled happily and told her that she was fine. Chris feels a little relieved, so Chris is fine. After she said that, Chris reluctantly let go of Barry's body. When Crescenta saw Chris, she trembled. Seeing Crescenta's gaze sway from side to side and the sword by her side, probably for self-defense, Chris approached and spoke in a low voice. Because there were many people watching them. Crescenta, Chris leave Barry to you. Yes, Ini-sama. About Gotashu-sama. Chris searched for something to say to her, but she couldn't. She couldn't say it was not her fault. She also felt it was weird to say consoling words. However, Chris didn't want to blame Crescenta for something Chris already forgave. And it was not just her fault alone. It was because Chris had not done well, that it was what Chris thought. Even though she, herself, was standing on the battlefield, she let Bogan. Chris cast down her eyes, paused for a moment, and told her, no matter what kind of child Crescenta is, Crescenta is Chris's little sister. Crescenta opened her eyes, and she nodded. She leaned over as she grabbed Chris's blood-soaked cloak. Yes. Chris kissed her lightly on the forehead and turned around. Commander, the 2nd Battalion has completed the retreat. The 3rd Battalion will maintain the status quo, attract the enemy, and support the 4th Corps retreat. Selene just kept thinking. To distract herself, the 3rd Battalion is very tired. Tell them that we will send another support from here. Varga sent half of the 4th Battalion as reinforcements. Please choose someone who can move. Yes, Mom. 1st, 2nd, 5th, 7th, and 9th Divisions, you guys will be supporting the withdrawal of the 4th Corps. You guys had an easy so far. Now it's time to show off your strength. The centurion that was called stepped forward and formed a line. I'll take control of this place. Varga, you go too. Take your adjutant with you. But it's okay, I'm fine. It's best if we could minimize the damage. Selene forced a smile on her face, and Varga saluted. On the mountainside on the Gildenstein side, The Fourth Corps was acting as the shield. However, it was not possible to let only the excellent Fourth Corps take the brunt of the damage and wear them out. She would need to disperse and calculate the damage calmly. And the damage was the death of the soldiers who followed her. Celine is now ordering her men to die for their comrades. Her headache was getting worse, and she felt nauseous. Still, she stood and did her duty. That was her role. Celine. She heard a familiar voice, and at that moment, her face broke into a smile of relief. Chris, come here to assist Celine. Celine looked at Chris, whose gaze wavered uneasily, and shook her head. Chris looked a little lost. I saw Chris going up the cliff. His Highness, it seems you couldn't kill him. Sorry. It's okay. I know you're doing your best. Chris's gaze shook even more at those words. She knew better than anyone that she wasn't doing her best. Chris was scared, so she gave up. The situation is, the enemy is concentrating their forces on the right wing and trying to break through. Not the Fourth Corps, but my side. The Fourth Corps was on the left wing, and the First Corps was on the right wing cliff side. The enemy probably targeted the hastily created First Corps rather than the more powerful Fourth Corps because of the quality of its soldiers. Right now, the 3rd Battalion is handling the rear. I am sending Varga to assist with their withdrawal. The current situation places a heavy burden on the Fourth Corps. Is that so? Chris, understand. Celine, please go back first. Huh? It seems Gota Shusama is still alive. On Muskronia's side, Chris will handle the rest. Celine stiffened, and her eyes teared. She was at her limit. Okay, I leave this place to you, Chris. No. The moment she said it, she was already running. Celine ran through the forest and down the mountain. She didn't care if her cheek was bruised by a leaf or a branch. The pain was a small one, but it was a pain that held her back from her emotions and kept her in touch with reality. She runs past the main camp and heads toward Muskronia. Soldiers watched Celine running at full speed, some biting their lips in frustration, others bursting into tears. Seeing a soldier slam his fist into the ground, Celine's head was filled with an image that could be called definite. Don't think about it now. It would affect morale. Many times during the run, she held back the tears that threatened to well up. She pushed down the emotions that made her want to abandon her and just ran. When she arrived at the 3rd Corps at Muskronia, a cavalryman recognized her and immediately ran alongside her, leading her. She thought he was saying something, but Celine couldn't hear it. Father. In one of the tents, lying on the cot in the center, was a large man. Most of his muscular body was bandaged, and his right arm was missing. The bandages were still soaked with blood and stained red. Celine-sama. Right now, somehow, the general managed to stay alive, but the military doctor squeezed out his voice and told her. Sweat dripped from the tip of her nose, and her body moved up and down as if to express her disturbed mind. Her hands were strongly gripping the bedsheets. She understand. She had imagined it too. As long as she was on the battlefield, this kind of thing couldn't be avoided. Losing your life on the battlefield. As a soldier, as a noble, she knew it would be a proud death. That was what it meant to live as a warrior by the sword. The countless wounds on his body were those of a warrior. It was a medal for bravery. In that case, she had to send him off with pride. Lying before her was a true hero. It reminded her of the time she lost her mother. She was kind and cool. Her mother, whom she admired, was always smiling, and she had her smile even in her dying moments. Her father, who was also deeply saddened, comforted Celine without shedding a tear. She, too, should have been like the two people she respected. As long as it was on the battlefield, it couldn't be helped. And she was the one who was supposed to lead the troops. She was not allowed to let her emotions get the better of her. And yet her father, unable to bear it, she burst into tears and choked back her sobs. She fell to her knees and clung to the bed, unable to hold back the overflowing tears. Her helmet rolled off. She wore elegant armor, however, at the same time, her back was small. Those who were watching looked at her with a sorrowful expression without being able to say a word. Celine Krystand, the only daughter of the hero Bogan Krystand. She was full of talent and a hard worker. She fulfilled her duties splendidly, no matter how much her small body had been burdened with. There was no one in Krystand who did not know this. No one in Krystand would scoff at the sight of such a weeping girl clinging to her father as weak-willed. She sobbed and shook her shoulders as if the tension in her body would break down. Even with her armor on, she was nothing more than a girl, and that girl had literally done everything in her power. She sobbed, and her shoulders shook as if the tension in her body would burst. Even with her armor on, she was nothing more than a girl. That girl had literally done everything in her power, and this was the result. Her efforts had been reduced to nothing by a despicable betrayal, and she had lost her father. Some turned their head away, some wept because it was much too cruel. The death of a respected hero, even if they understood, it was unbearable for them. Everyone was gripped by a sense of deep sadness, and rage seethed in their guts. Then how much grief the hero's daughter must have felt. They could not even find the words to express their grief. Nothing be moved, only sobs echoed in the tent. There was a hand that stroked Celine's cheek. He had lost his right arm, and his remaining left hand tremblingly moved to gently wipe away the tears flowing down her beautiful cheek. Father, Celine turned her tear-stained face. Her beauty was like that of a child, and Bogan, who saw it, said nothing. He tried to say something, but the sound, without forming into words, was lost in the wind. Celine desperately grabbed his hand. A firm, hard hand. They were much bigger than Celine's, and they were warm. Bogan only looked at Celine and smiled with his eyes. Further, a brave, masculine face. A beard that she hated when she was little because he would rub it on her cheeks. She used to be afraid of his face. It always looked angry. But it was the face of her father who was dearer to her more than anyone else. His thick arm trembled as he lifted it up and placed it on Celine's head. Bogan's eyes shook as if searching for words. Then he firmly looked at her. I leave the rest to you. Slowly, without words, the lips moved. It was too short to be the name of his daughter, and it's not I love you. But it was a very Bogan word in every way. The hand caressed her head, without words, conveyed the depth of his love and then lost its power. As if to show he was holding on to his life only to convey that. Celine stared at the loosely dangling hand. No, father, that's. Celine clung to her father, even though she realized that his heart was no longer beating. Say something, anything, please father. That is the last. Never again will his mouth open. Never again will he stroke her head. She couldn't take it anymore and shouted as if she was screaming. The surrounding people saluted while distorting their faces, and one of them moved to her side. Celine-sama, we will move the general. Please come with us, Celine-sama. Celine shook her head repeatedly as if she were a spoiled child. The man gave directions to the others, told them to prepare a covered carriage, and waited by her side until she calmed down. He made no attempt to rush her. When the carriage arrived and took her and Bogan inside of the carriage, Celine was still clinging to her father's corpse. After seeing Celine off, Chris called out to Varga, Varga, support for the 3rd Battalion retreat is cancelled. Huh? He frowned, and a confused expression appeared on his bear-like face. What does that? Message, 4th Corps Commander Farin. Stop supporting the retreat, and please instruct him to make way for the enemy on the right wing. We will lure him into a mobile defense stance and kill them. The 4th Corps was deployed in the center of Bernayk's left wing. The center of it shifted formation to support the withdrawal of the entire 1st Corps, acting as the shield. When weighed in terms of the quality of the troops, it was the 4th Corps losses that should have been minimized. Normally, the 4th Corps should have retreated first, but the commander of the 4th Corps, Eluga, was concerned about Celine's mental state, so he took the role of guarding the rear himself. Eluga is tactful and has an excellent eye for tactics. It was not the best tactical solution, but still, he did so while knowing that. She was grateful that he did so. For Chris, even if it had been a million lives against Celine's, it wouldn't even be worth it to think about it. Varga, we will use the 3rd Battalion on the right wing as bait. We will use the entire 5th Battalion to advance toward the center near the right wing, and when the enemy bites into the 3rd Battalion, we will knock them off from the flank, down the cliff. The 4th Corps had lost more than enough men. They could not afford to let the enemy cut them down their number any further, or else the enemy's pursuit would not stop. A counterattack was essential. The 3rd Battalion would be the perfect decoy. Isolating the right wing from the support of the 4th Corps in the center would inevitably put the 3rd Battalion in a tight spot. It was to create a vulnerable point deliberately. From the start, the enemy concentrates its attack on the right wing, 3rd Battalion. They would easily exceed the defense maintenance limits and try to break through. That was the aim. Unlike stationary defenses, which receive the enemy attack from the front and repel them back, mobile defenses intentionally open holes in the battle line, lure the enemy in and then devour them. Even birds soaring freely in the sky show an opening at the moment they aim for their prey. The bird would then be caught and devoured with a single blow. Although there is a higher risk that one wrong move could result in a complete breakthrough and collapse, There is also a great deal to be gained if it's successful. Chris emphasized efficiency to the end. Then the damage to the 3rd Battalion will be. Varga grimaced. Chris's order was completely different from Celine's order. She would abandon her comrades, who had taken the rear, becoming their shields, and use them as bait. That would be too outrageous, he thought, and implicitly urged her to reconsider. Commanders are expected to hold their lives in their hands, as numbers and tactics are the very logic of mathematics. But in actual operations, each of those numbers was still a life. Each person offers their life to the commander, and the commander binds those lives together and makes them into a sword. It was an outrageous way to treat those who had the courage to come forward and offer themselves to take on the rear. That's much too cruel treatment for those who have offered to take care of the rear. He knew of Chris's capability. But the battlefield is not just numbers, logic and madness. Varga, who knows the world of the battlefield, a place of sublime honor, glared at her. Chris judged that the overall loss of military strength will be less that way. Currently, the enemy's morale is high, and if we don't break it first, they will continue to cut down our military strength during the retreat. Chris feels bad for the 3rd Battalion. But that's their role. Varga's gaze could even frighten the most experienced soldiers. However, Chris did not show any reaction to it and then told the messenger, "The 2nd Battalion is to fall back. However, please order them to carry the rations in the mountain ridge fortress to a remote location and hide them. Just carry as much as possible without overstraining it. Chris will use it later. Please instruct the 5th Battalion to move forward a little more so that they can support the 3rd Battalion, which has retreated. Order the 3rd Battalion to abandon the current situation and to give priority to retreat above all else." The messenger hesitated slightly but then began to run as if scattering. By ordering the 3rd Battalion to abandon the current situation and retreat, the right wing would inevitably be pushed back. The enemy, aiming to break through, would jump in with joy. That was what she was aiming for. When she finished, she looked at Varga. "This is a situation where the enemy will chase down our forces if we retreat. Without counterattacks, the enemy's morale will only get higher as they attacked us one-sidedly. But if we counterattack and make them abandon the pursuit, the 4th Corps can safely retreat." And the veteran soldiers of the 4th Corps should be emphasized in terms of current military strength. Then she approached and stared into the face of the man who was disbelieving and displeased with her. "Varga, do you not understand?" "I see purple crystal eyes." "Cold eyes as if it was a snake." Varga shook his head with a bitter look on his face. "No." It's logic that Celine could understand, of course, but Celine was a little confused. It's no wonder she didn't realize it. "But you are now effectively the representative of the adjutant, the replacement for Chris. So, to minimize the danger to Celine, this is something you should have suggested to her." Discomfort crawled into her chest. Even though she could feel relieved, it still swirled around without disappearing. If only there were multiple Chris. If that were the case, Celine wouldn't have been saddened. "Cruel? What are you talking about?" "A soldier's role is to kill the enemy for a specific purpose. Do you think that your role is to put Celine in danger with your stupid logic?" She made Celine sad. Chris could not avenge Gota Shusama. The man in front of her was rebellious. Various discomforts were mixed in within Chris. "If that's the case, Chris will kill you right here. We don't need a single incompetent person on Celine's side." "What's your answer?" Chris's right hand rested on the hilt of the curved sword at her waist. It was a threat, but she showed no hesitation in doing so. If he still showed defiance, she would cut off his head. All she had to do was to select one new person from among them who would listen to her without saying a word. Chris looked at Varga with cold eyes. "I didn't misunderstand. I was wrong." Varga squeezed out a few words. Even this bear-like man was afraid of the girl in front of him. The girl was not as she appeared when she was with Celine. There were only inorganic eyes as if she were not the same person. "The only thing we need to do now is to retreat while maintaining our forces as much as possible." "Any objections?" "Yes, Mom." "No, we don't have much time. All Chris asks of you is to understand it and act on it." "Understood." Chris cut his gaze from Varga and looked at the soldiers standing in line. The soldiers' faces were also tense, and Chris frowned. She had heard about the poor quality of the soldiers. She knew a soldier's skill level when she saw them. "The 4th Battalion is not well trained. Chris will accompany them." "Yes, Mom." "4th Battalion, I will change the previous instructions. We will now take all our troops and launch a counterattack against the enemy. Together with Adjutant Corps Commander, we will assemble immediately, move in line to the center, and knock down the enemy who is biting the 3rd Battalion down the cliff. Varga suppressed all emotion and simply moved to fulfill the role Chris had asked him to play. He knew that Chris was abnormal. She sees and perceives her soldiers as numbers, with no empathy. Naturally, Varga did not have the same feelings toward her as he did for Celine, and all he had was his military duty. After that, half of the 3rd Battalion dead. The battalion adjutant was killed, and the battalion commander, Keith, was severely wounded with a broken arm and countless hemorrhages. This was the result of concentrated damage. The 3rd Battalion, which was ordered to retreat without any support, was targeted in the rear by the enemy as it retreated, and the enemy soldiers, drunk with victory and elated that they had broken through the enemy, swarmed around it. However, it was only a setup, a trap using the 3rd Battalion as bait. They were caught up in the frenzy of the battle, and the beast took them by the throat from the flank. A surprise ambush from the flank. The result was so great that the 4th Battalion's counterattack caused the enemy to bleed nearly 3 times as much. The cursed child, Chris Christand, takes advantage of the forest's cover and relentlessly reaps the commander-level personnel. Blood flowers bloomed and then disappeared, and the pursuing forces fell into a state of panic after losing their commander. The hero who was encouraging his allies until just now had turned into a corpse before they knew it. The silvery hunter lurks in the darkness of the forest, only to reap the lives of heroes. The ambush and the monster. As a result of the combination of these two elements, the soldiers realized that they had been lured into the hunting ground and gradually stopped advancing, even throwing out their swords and turning their backs. As if in unison, the 4th Corps rolled out their reserve force and calmly bit the fleeing enemy soldiers in the back. The pursuit battle that the Gildenstein troops were conducting in the mountains had suddenly turned into the retreating battle. The men who were drunk on victory are thrown into a hell of a scream. Gertz Waring realized the disadvantage at the mountain from the commander's screeching report and decided to call off the pursuit. This formidable army led by a hero would inflict even more blood loss on the enemy by counterattacking, even in a retreating battle. Gertz, who had a long military career, naturally knew this. Gertz, who thought they who had lost their leader Bogan would lose their power, immediately changed his perception and immediately decided that it would be foolish to pursue in the mountains. Gertz's decision that the Christand had not lost its power even without Bogan was indeed a wise one. What was unexpected, however, was that the front-line chain of command had suffered a more devastating blow than he had imagined. Orders were not being relayed to everyone, and the soldiers did not even know who was in command. As a result, the damage on the Gildenstein side, including deaths, serious injuries, and deserters, amounted to nearly 4,000 casualties, compared to 1,500 losses for the Christand forces during the Bernaix retreat. However, there was little praise for Chris, who performed a perfect withdrawal battle. She killed more than anyone else, was bathed in blood, and never stopped scraping the flesh of the respected heroes around her, smashing their skulls, snapping their necks, and easily transforming into a mute mass of flesh. There was only a pool of blood at her feet. It was as if she was born out of that pool of blood. It was not a battle but mere carnage. She drove her enemies to the brink of collapse without mercy. She ruthlessly hunted down the heads of those whose will fight had been broken as if to make an example of them, as if to instill fear even in those whose will to fight had been completely broken. She was dyed red and black, dripping drops of blood and sweat. She killed more enemies than anyone else, but still, no one praised her as her hero. She leaned against a tree, breathing heavily, and no one appreciated her. The soldiers looked at her from a distance, only to fear her, while remembering what she was called. The Cursed Child, Chris. Volume 3, ch. 59, Regret and Pacification. Arc 3 The Precious, Chapter 59 Regret and Pacification. The main camp was relocated a short distance from the Dragon's Moors. Inside the main camp, there was a tent with only one bed inside it. Clinging to it was a little girl. Her golden hair was jolting slightly. Celine, you have to finishing the retreat and instructing the Black Century for their next move. She visited Celine's place without eating or taking a break. Her body was heavy with fatigue. Still, she visited Celine first. I'm sorry. Right now, please leave me alone. Her voice was trembling. It was not the usual dignified and powerful voice. Chris let her gaze wander. Berry had said it would be better to leave her alone for now. She said it would take time for Celine to calm down. Chris entered the tent, unsure of what to do. Berry didn't stop her. She also didn't know what to do. Celine. Chris wanted to do something about it. Celine, who was always kind and loving to Chris, the Celine she loved. Right now, Celine is drowning in sadness. Chris thought she needed to console her. She needed to do something for her. Chris, when Celine feels sad, Chris also feels sad. Right now, please, please, go outside. Chris's purple eyes shook at those words. As if to suppress her anxiety, she put her hands in front of her chest. What if it stays like this forever? Such anxiety crawled around in her chest. Even to Chris, Bogan was a kind person. She knew that he took care of her as her parents did and cared for her in many ways. It's a shame, sad, but she was partly responsible for Bogan's death. She was the one who let him die, and Celine, who cared for Bogan more than anyone else, must have been sadder than Chris. It was reason enough to hate Chris, and that changed into her anxiety. Chris slowly approached, and Celine told her, "Don't come." Just the fact that she said that to her was enough to make her feel anxious. Chris just wanted to comfort Celine, the sadness, halfsies. "It's fine, just get out now, I'm begging you." Do you hate Chris? Go to Shusama because of Chris? That's not it. I beg you. Please shut up. She understood what Chris said. She also could understand how she felt. But she had no leeway to accept being comforted. She didn't want Chris to see her miserable figure, crying and clinging to the cold body. She was worried about her. She knew why Chris didn't leave, and she knew why she was here. But now it was just annoying and irritating. She wanted to just throw away everything, cry and scream like a child. Throw away her petty pride. But she couldn't do that, so she just got frustrated. Chris didn't understand. She knew that, but she couldn't help herself. Celine. Chris moved closer. She moved to her side. Her body trembled, wanting her to stop. She was not in the mood. She didn't have any leeway to afford it. Chris' hand touched her armored shoulder. That was the limit. Didn't I tell you to stop? She swung her arm and felt an unpleasant sensation on her hand. When she looked, she could see that Chris's cheek was scratched by her gauntlet. Celine. Chris's eyes widened, and then they slowly blurred. Then, for the first time, she saw Chris' figures. Her hair was a mess, sticking with sweat and blood. Her whole body was stained with blood. Chris, while she was doing this, she was fighting desperately for no one else but her. Only noticing this after all this time, she hurriedly extended her hand. Chris backed away as if frightened. The hand didn't reach her. Chris stroked the red, cut cheeks and her doll-like face. Still as if to bear it, she kept her face down and shook her head. Sorry. Wait. Chris left the tent and ran away. Celine looked on in dismay as she reached out her hands. Her vision distorted, and she hit the bed. The hell you're doing? Regret swept through her, so much so that she wanted to kill herself. She was so pathetic, she couldn't help it. Venting your anger like that. The worst. As she pressed her face against the bed, Celine's shoulders shook. Berry saw Chris rush out of the tent and hugged her, and she regretted her decision, thinking that she should have stopped her. She saw a small scar on Chris's cheek. Berry recognized it, and for a moment, she even felt angry, but then she suppressed it, thinking that there was no way that Celine would want to do that. But the problem was Chris's feelings. Celine hated Chris. It's okay. It's impossible for Oju-sama to hate Chris-sama. But it's okay. After a while, Oju-sama will calm down. Concerned about the surrounding eyes staring at them, wondering what was going on, Berry put her hand on Chris's waist and took her inside the tent. She had neither eaten nor rested. She looked very tired. For the time being, she had to make her take a rest. For now, let's have a meal and get some rest. But Chris shook her head and separated from her. She lowered her eyes sadly and told Berry, "Chris has something to do." "Why you can't?" Gallant-sama also asked Chris-sama to rest. Chris don't want Celine to hate Chris any more than this. She grabbed Berry's apron and looked up at her. Eyes shaking with anxiety. It was the face of a frightened child. "We fought using Chris' idea and lost. On the contrary, even Gota Shusama died." Celine had high hopes for Chris, but Chris didn't live up to them at all. Oju-sama knew that Chris-sama is working hard. Chris didn't do her best at all. Even though His Highness's head is right in front of Chris got scared and came to the main camp. Haven't been able to do anything. Chris tried to meet every expectation. She took living up to every expectation as only natural. She puts a lot of effort into everything. Those are her strengths and weaknesses. What she asks of herself, is much too big for her. Still, please take a proper rest. I've heard from Galan-sama to let you do that. In the first place, didn't Chris-sama just come back? If it's just a little, if Berry is worried about Chris, it's okay. It's an easy job. But it's important, and it's pointless if Chris doesn't act quickly. There's no time to rest. Chris-sama, please, don't be so stubborn. Please take some time to rest. Goto-sama is gone, and if something had happened to Chris-sama, Chris may seem to be superhuman, but she is not superhuman. She knew that there are limits, she knew that she gets tired just like anyone else, and she knew that if she pushes herself too hard, she will collapse. What would happen if it happened on the battlefield? Berry was worried. She is more serious than anyone else, and she is a person who did the impossible as if it's only natural. Chris was confused by Berry's uneasy expression, but she looked down and shook her head. Chris is fine, really. Berry doesn't need to worry. Her will was firm. She was sure that the thing she needed to do was as important as she said, but she was also sure that Celine was a big part of it. She have never seen Chris rejecting her own words so much, and Berry was at a loss as what to do. She just wanted her to rest and compose herself, if only for a moment. Then a voice called out to them. Adjutant Corps Commander. It was a woman's voice. A girl with chestnut hair and a woman with black ponytail hair. They were wearing matching black leather armor. Chris raised her head and looked at them. You are the commander said. The preparation is finished. He told me when we will be leaving. Mia had been watching the situation from afar for a while, but she didn't seem to break in easily. But Kaluuya was impatient with that. She said to just call out to her and asks and get it over with, but she still had a sick feeling in her stomach, wondering if the timing was too bad after all. The two of them was embracing each other. Then, we'll leave right away. Chris-sama. Chris walked away from Berry and told her she's sorry. Chris would like to at least do what she can for Celine. Chris will be fine. But Chris is very happy that Berry is worried about Chris. But it's Chris's job. Hearing those words, Berry lowered her eyes, and reached into her pocket. She took out a small bag of candies. She always carried it with her as a little sweetener, just in case Chris came back at any time. She approached Chris and placed it firmly in her hand. The same as last time. Please properly let me eat the last one. Chris looked at Berry and smiled. Yes. Chris will make sure Berry eats it properly. Berry reluctantly released Chris's hand, which was wrapped with the gauntlet, and cupped her cheek. And just like that, she kissed her on the forehead. Berry closed her eyes for a moment and approached the two who were staring blankly at them. Chris-sama, I entrust her to the two of you. It might be wrong of me to ask this of you two who are fighting and risking your lives. Something like this. No, entrusted it to us. Kaluuya looks sideways at Mia, wondering isn't her words becoming weird. And as she stepped forward, Kaluuya smiled like a lady as her appearance suggested. Leave it to us. The Adjutant Corps Commander is our respectable superior and also our princess. We'll fulfill our duty and promise to return together. Thank you very much. I am more than happy to hear you say that. Berry bowed deeply. It was a beautiful bow. The soldiers were not unaware of the fact that she was a noblewoman of legitimate nobility, a fact that was rumored among them. The two of them froze for a moment when she bowed to them, and then immediately saluted as if in a hurry. Chris looked at them and said, well then, to Berry. Yes, I'm looking forward to seeing Chris-sama returns. Yes. Chris turned away and the two followed after her. Berry saw them off until she could no longer see them, then turns away and headed for Celine's tent. And then, under the cloth, Oju-sama. Excuse me. Celine was crying as she crumpled the sheets and clutched at Bogan. Berry casted down her eyes and sighed quietly. I've done a terrible thing, to Chris. Please apologize to her when she returns. Berry approached and crouched down beside Celine, stroking her cheek. When she returns, you mean? She's going to lead the century, probably straight to the Twin Mountains. Probably to prevent pursuit. Wait, that chills. Is she not resting at all? She didn't listen to me when I stopped her. No way. Berry looked at Celine's tear-stained face and told her. I don't blame Oju-sama. You understand the reason, without me needing to explain it to Oju-sama, right? I won't say lightly that I understand Oju-sama feelings. For Oju-sama, grief is yours alone. After saying those words, she took Celine's head in her arms and stroked it. But one day you have to move on from your grief. As I did when I lost Nae-sama, Oju-sama must one day step away and look ahead. Berry. For that reason, please cry as much as you want today. The sad feelings will flow along the tears, and eventually dried up. Celine pressed her face against her and nodded. Warmth seeped through her apron, and Berry turned to look at the lying Bogan. Goto Shucho's Ne-sama, who I respected more than anyone else, was a splendid noble, serious, proud, self-disciplined just like Celine-sama. No, I'm not, at all. It's similar. When my sister passed away, he was quietly crying alone in his room, and said, "Could you leave me alone for a while, Fufu?" Even that. Both of you is really similar. Berry lowered her eyes and kissed Celine's head. Everyone feels that way. There's no shame in that. But, Chris, I won't blame Oju-sama. But I won't forgive Oju-sama either. Please be sure to properly apologize. Berry hugged Celine tightly. Until recently, I thought she had a very strong heart. But the truth is, I just didn't know how sensitive and timid she is. She is as honest and vulnerable as a child. Celine nodded. Berry continued, slowly combing Celine's slightly damaged hair with her hand. Oju-sama, even if you force yourself, you are still a small child, having a small misunderstanding and a fights. Nothing is irreversible. So please don't worry. If Oju-sama apologizes properly, I'm sure Chris-sama will become a kissing maniac. She will kiss Oju-sama a lot. That's troublesome. But you don't hate it, do you? Honesty is important. Oh, but if I said something like this, Oju-sama might end up becoming my rival in love. With a chuckle, Berry shook her shoulders and narrows her eyes. Ne-sama said that the way Oju-sama stretched herself was really cute. It seems that Goto-sama also sees his past in Oju-sama. But Goto-sama was prouder of Oju-sama than anything else. He even laughed and said, "She's similar even in place he didn't want you to." Berry smiled and closed her eyes. I think so too. Oju-sama, who has stretched herself as hard as she can, is dignified and cool, and looked Ne-sama and Goto-sama. Berry also had many memories. Memories of two people who shine forever. Celine was the crystallization of that. The funeral will be held at the fortress tomorrow. Don't stretch yourself for that today. Take a rest. Stand there the way Oju-sama wants to be, in the form Oju-sama wants to. Embracing the memories of the two people she respect and loved. She kept her eyes closed as if to not blur it. Until then, I'll be right here, Berry whispered. Volume 3, ch. 60, A Small Rebellion. Arc 3, The Precious. Chapter 60. A Small Rebellion. 1 week after the decisive battle, Guildenstein had defeated the hero Chrystand and obtained the strategic point, the Dragon's Maw. By sealing off this place, Chrystand's invasion of the royal city becomes impossible. The Chrystand had lost their only route of invasion, and the great honors promised to His Highness Royal Prince's soldiers were just around the corner, or at least that was how it was supposed to be. Not even throwing a victory banquet, the faces of the soldiers were gloomy. Huddled together, not one of them wanted to act alone. Screams that echoed every night. Everyone felt a shiver down their spine at the sound of it echoing from all over the Bernaic Mountains. The day after the battle, heavy rain fell, and the fires in Muscronia didn't spread. Although there were some remaining embers, they were extinguished within a few days, and restoration work was underway to rebuild the fortress on the burned-out mountain ridge. The same was true on the Bernaic side. They were supposed to hunt down the remnants hidden in the mountains and restore the fortress on the mountain ridge to stabilize the situation. However, this had not yet been completed. In the dark forest, in the silence, a beast lurked. The young man, Captain Bergera, climbed the mountain while glaring at his left and right, being on excessive caution. He was one of the soldiers mobilized in a hurry and was promoted to corporal after achieving results on the first day. Then, as luck would have it, he killed an enemy centurion the other day, and as their side also lost a centurion, he was promoted to captain. He was one of the most promising soldiers. He was now leading his troop to the top of the mountain. 2 battalions were used for a mountain hunt in Bernaic, which was further divided into 5. 4 centuries made up one group. It was an unimaginably strict system, but even so, they couldn't let their guard down on this cursed mountain. Bergera spat out a spit sticking to his throat, thinking that his luck had run out for him to come here. Hunting the remnants. Yes, they were here to hunt the remnants. They were not in a position to be hunted. The Chrystand army had pulled back to Fort Belgash. He had heard that they were the ones who were damaged in the pursuit battle. Therefore, first, they would make sure that they had the Dragon's Maw under control, and after that, they would send out a larger force than the Chrystands to defeat it. It seemed that the top had decided on such a plan, and according to this plan, The Dragon's Maw needed to be suppressed first. Guildenstern returned to royal capital ahead of the others and moved to control the royal nobility. The commander who had been entrusted to take his place was Gretz Wiring. Although he had no brilliant achievements to his credit, he was a skilled general. Almost all of Christ's army had already retreated to Fort Belgash, and there should have been nothing to be worried about in the Dragon's Maw. But a demon lurked in Bernick. There was no one who didn't know who the demon was. The cursed child, the headhunter Chris. It was a monster that took the form of a little girl with silver hair. Leading a squad of sentry clad in black armor, she lurked in the mountain like a reaper. The mountain ridge fortress was burned again, and the corps commander and his adjutant, who had come to inspect it, were killed. And the military engineers who came to restore it were all killed. The general took this very seriously and ordered the large-scale mountain hunt to be carried out, but as a result, 7 centuries were destroyed. This was the third large-scale mountain hunt. The first priority was to find the enemy, and the search was conducted independently by each century. However, the isolated centurions were crushed one by one, and one battalion commander lost his life in the process. The second time, the century was combined into 2 units to stabilize the search. The result was the same. 2 centuries were easily crushed by the Reaper. The third time was done half desperately. 4 centurions were operated in a way that they could be interlinked. The 2 battalions formed 5 4-century units, which kept pace with each other and climbed the mountain at the same time to confirm the safety of the other side. Just in case, 2 battalions were also attached to the engineers who went to rebuild the fort. This time they approached with the stance to go overboard with it. Otherwise, no one would want to climb the mountain. All survivors from Bernick were going insane with fear. Most of the survivors were so frightened that they were useless as soldiers, and this also spread to the other soldiers. Fear of the unknown was like that. It was only 100 men. However, the century was said to be a group of monsters that jumped around using the trees as their footholds. There were even deserters from the group that was to go to Bernick. The soldiers who had been fighting in the center the other day said that they had seen them up close, led by the cursed child, and pleaded not to go to Bernick. Even the heroic century was hesitant about the situation and repeatedly told their superiors that they had to be careful, and the general, Gretz, who saw the gravity of the situation, resorted to what could be called a violent measure. A simple human wave tactic. Yesterday, all the soldiers were taken out of Bernick and given a full day's rest. The only thing that had been confirmed was the century led by the monster, and if they were alone, they should have reached their limits by now, so they deliberately gave them time to escape. Gretz did not know of any other unit that could operate so well in the mountains. On top of that, the century only had 100 people. Considering their ability to descend even on cliffs, it would be easy for them to escape even if they were to hunt the mountain with all their strength. It would be extremely difficult to defeat the enemy, and the strategic plan of stabilizing the Dragon's Maw itself would be delayed by the decision to pursue the enemy. In all probability, the monster had returned to its nest by the end of last night. The reason for the deployment of such a large number of personnel was rather to relieve the anxiety of the soldiers climbing up Bernick. However, the uneasiness still remained, and it did not leave the soldiers' hearts. Bergra, likewise, thought going to this mountain was a short straw. The corps commander did not even go into the mountains, leaving command to his battalion commander for fear of being killed. They were like canaries being thrown into a mine shaft. They needed to risk their lives to make sure of their safety. Even though it was now daytime, they could not be relieved. There had been several instances of attacks during the day. The attacks were not limited to night. Bergra, don't be too nervous, just keep your head up. See, Commander, if you look like that, it will affect the morale of your subordinates. Centurion Arond laughed and tapped him on the shoulder. An old man with deep wrinkles. If he had been walking by the roadside, no one would guess that he was a centurion. However, Arond was a veteran soldier with over 30 years of military service. There was depth in his hoarse voice and Bergra nodded. I know, but I can't just calm down. Don't worry. They must have escaped yesterday. And even if there were any left, this time, it's the combined unit of 4 centuries. No matter how skilled they are, there are only a few enemies. Even if they see us, they won't attack. Well, that's true. Bergra laughed. Certainly, there's no way anyone would do such a stupid thing. I'm sorry. Bergra bowed lightly, and Arond laughed. You're still a greenhorn. Ha. You're a captain. You should be confident. And the soldiers will learn from that. That's why, GHHG. The wind blew. Aaron's head tilted in a strange direction as silver flickered in front of him. His neck was cut from the middle, and a great deal of reddish-black liquid spewed out. Not knowing what had happened, he froze, and bathed in the warm liquid. He heard a scream. He looked around and saw that he was surrounded by bodies with ripped necks before he knew it. And it was increasing in the blink of an eye. He saw a silvery shadow that swayed like two tails. A black cloak. The purple eyes saw him, and Bergera screamed and fell on his buttocks. Aaron's body covered Bergera's, and the confused Bergera shook both of his arms and legs frantically. Fresh flesh peeks out from the cleanly tongue section, and blood gushed out. He finally realized belatedly that what he himself had been drenched in was Aaron's blood. The purple eyes shifted right next to him as if they had lost interest. "See, Captain, N.M.Y." Silver color passed. The corporal's head rolled off as he was about to call out to Bergera. He stretched out his hand as if he were about to run towards him and fell down. Screams were heard again from another direction. A black-painted soldier appeared out of nowhere, thrusting their sword at his comrades. He couldn't even count how many were there. He had lost his composure. As if crawling, he turned his back and went down the mountain. He was incontinent. He was not even aware that he had soiled his pants with blood and urine. He fell, smashed himself against trees and rocks, and still ran. Behind Bergera, who was running away, he heard the screams of his comrade. It didn't matter. The fear of being killed was the only thing that kept him running. "Oi, what happened? Where's Aaron?" He ran away without looking back, and found another sentry. He clung onto the centurion, a man he recognized. Enemies attack. HGH. So they come. Ga. The commander's vigorous sigh. Before he knew it, a knife had grown out of his eyeball, and in the next instant, his neck was ripped open. Bergera caught the sight of blood oozing from the pink cross-section. A new flower of blood was blooming before his eyes as the silver hair danced. As if whirling, as if dancing, the men crumbled like puppets with broken strings. Everyone had their necks wide open, like big mouths. The fear had gone beyond its limits. It made reason vanish from the Bergera head, rendering him unconscious and plunging him into darkness. When he next awoke, the man was no longer a soldier. The vision of a neck splitting open before his eyes would never leave Bergera's mind for the rest of his life. She wobbled, putting her hand against the wood, and coughed. Her beautiful, willowy eyebrows contort, and her brow wrinkled. "Adjutant Corps Commander." "I'm fine." Chris leaned against a tree while coughing and sat down as if she was sliding down. Dagger frowned when he saw that. He could see that she had a fever, and her eyes were somewhat vacant and shaky. For the past week, they had been conducting raids day and night, and Chris was always in the lead, cutting into the enemy ranks. As for her, she had not even taken a proper rest. She threw out her curved sword without sheathing it, moistened her throat with a canteen, and coughed. The thick, machete-like curved sword, the blade of which had been beautiful, was now dull and had even lost its luster. The century had taken a rest. More often than not, only half of them were mobilized in a raid rather than a full force, just like this time. For her part, she ran around in the mountains, probing the enemy's situation and keeping a watchful eye to prevent them from discovering their position. The results were tremendous. It was safe to say that she was achieving results that were unthinkable for this number of people. However, the burden was too much for Chris, and the limit is visible. The losses? Bigel and Zaka are wounded, no deaths. The number of combat-ready personnel is now 68. Wounds that were minor enough not to hinder movement were not included here. There was no one here who was not slightly wounded. Even Chris's shoulder was injured when she hit a tree while running away. He knew that both of her hands, inside the gauntlet, were covered with countless blood blisters and bandages. Soldiers who are having difficulty fighting are being sent back toward the fort, with 2 who can move for each one who can't. Those that were not expected to return or were considered dead numbered about 6. Since the battle was limited to a surprise attack and the duration of the battle was set short, the damage was surprisingly low. "This much should be enough. We've already bought enough time. The enemy won't be able to move for a while. There are still 68 people. We should be able to operate for another 3 days. The provision is also sufficient. The rations carried by the 2nd Battalion were dispersed and used to keep the troops fed. Hardtacks, honey, and the like. That's the only thing that can't start a fire, and most of the rest was stolen from the enemy." Chris removed her Q-Iris and pulled out a small bag from inside her cloak, which she wears around her neck with great care. She checked the small bag, which contained candy, and squinted to make sure it was clean. Looking at yesterday's retreat, Chris feels that the harassment has been quite successful. At the very least, Chris wants to get rid of the fort's military engineer once more. She suppressed her trembling body and lets out a small cough. Dagra was concerned about Chris's body. I understand. But above all, Chris-sama, your body is at its limit. Dagra didn't say her official position. Dagra looked at her no longer as a soldier but as a master to serve. And Celine-sama's gave you the order to return the other day. Chris' shoulders jumped. Chris is fine. Then she closed her eyelids. The reflection of Celine weeping over Bogan's body. She knew Celine would be sad, but she was grieving more than she could have imagined. Chris couldn't do anything about it. Chris hit her own cheek. She might have hated Chris, she thought. Regret swirled around in her chest, making her feel sick. Chris should have killed him. Why didn't she just kill Gildenstein at that time? Then she might have been able to comfort her that she properly avenged him. But Chris got scared and ran away, so she didn't avenge him. It was a hopelessly stupid move. Celine's expectations, Chris, didn't meet them at all. The worst. That's not true. Enough. No, you've met Celine-sama's expectations more than enough. Chris does not want Celine to think that Chris is useless. At first, Chris explained to Dagra and the others that it was for the purpose of rebuilding the army and preventing the pursuit. That it was an essential job for the military, and that was why it couldn't be helped if she overdid it. But maybe she couldn't even keep up the pretense anymore. Lately, she's kept saying Celine's name, as if saying it to herself. In front of him was not a monster or anything like that, but just a helpless young girl. Her purple eyes flickered anxiously and sadly, only to sink into self-doubt. Dried blood stuck to her hair, and her breathing was somewhat shallow. For now, please take some rest. The soldiers around her also looked at her with sorrow. It was harsh even for them. The battle continued to the extent that they even felt that there were also casualties. However, the reason why there were no outspoken complaints was that the girl in front of them always went above and beyond. She was faithful to a fault and did her part. When they were in the throes of exhaustion, she cut through the enemy alone. While she was monotonously cutting off countless heads, she was also attentive to the troops' movement. There were many people who were saved by her. If you are afraid of getting your comrade killed, kill the enemies who targeted your comrade before they kill. She was true to her word and practiced it more than anyone else. She doesn't want to reduce their combat capacity. It was only that was on Chris's mind, not out of camaraderie, but the facts of her actions were there, and no one held malice towards her. They could tell just by looking at her that she was at her limit, and it was getting worse day by day. Yet the girl still held the will to fight. Why did she fight so hard? Whatever the reason, her loyalty to her duty is worthy of respect. We will raid the fort after the sun goes down. Chris is on reconnaissance. With that, Chris stood up, wobbled, and fell to the ground. It was Kaluuya who immediately supported her. RAHG, damn it. Throwing a tantrum like a child. It's not the time to talk about the attack, you know. Kaluuya. Kaluuya scratched her head. She hadn't even been able to bathe properly, and her head itched. Mia raised her voice in a panic, but Kaluuya stops her with her hand. You Chris looked at Kaluuya with confused eyes, and Kaluuya looked at Chris as if to glare at her. If you really want to do it, I'll take some scouts along with me. USA-chan, get some sleep. That, Kaluuya put her hand on Chris's forehead and frowned. The fever was so high that it was strange to be able to even move. She knew that, in theory, no matter how tired their body was, they could still move it by manipulating the magic power, but she was exasperated. Her body trembled slightly. This and that, it's better than USA-chan, who has a fever, right? What was it? Something commander. Right. Temporary acting commander. Kaluuya announced irritably while looking at Dagra, and Dagra, who was dumbfounded, nodded. I judge that the commander is not in a condition to make a normal judgment. Do the two captains agree? Yes, sir. We're of the same opinion. Corinth and Tegal immediately saluted and agreed. It was the authority of the adjutant. It was used in the event of a commander's abnormal mentality, forcibly taking over command without the permission of the superiors. It could be exercised with the consent of all unit commanders directly under it, temporarily depriving the superior authority. Chris is the first corps adjutant, and Dagra is the Centurion under her direct command. Although it was not exactly in the position of adjutant, this authority was given some degree of freedom, and it was said that a person equivalent to an adjutant could exercise it. Currently, the commander was Chris, and Dagra was exactly the equivalent of her adjutant cum Centurion. Therefore, under military law, there were no problems. It was one of the least used, as severe punishment could be imposed if seen as abuse, but it is also their right to defend themselves should they encounter an unscrupulous commander taking advantage of their position. The acting commander is me, Dagra. Chris Sama, please take a good rest. Chris looked at Dagra in confusion. However, it is a legitimate right as stipulated by military law. Chris had temporarily lost the right to give orders to them. Bald Eagle, it's strange Chris still has a clear consciousness. However, I must conclude that Chris Sama is currently incapable of making normal judgments. If there's have any objections, we will hear them at the fort. HGH. I judge that we have done enough delaying action. All troops prepare to retreat after a short break. We will leave the mountain after dark. Be prepared for that. Everyone saluted in unison, and Chris glared at Kalua. They were without any strength and weak, just as she looked. Was it Berry-san, entrusted USA-chan to Mia and me, right Mia? Yes, Adjutant Corps Commander. Argan-sama has entrusted Adjutant Corps Commander to us. Confused, Mia gave a mysterious salute, and Kalua smiled and pointed to the small bag around Cliche's neck. Look, didn't you make a promise to her? Is it okay if USA-chan doesn't let her eat that candy quickly? That is no. But, seriously, just how earnest are you, USA-chan? Look here, Kalua brought her face closer and glared at Chris. Adjutant Corps Commander, this is a legitimate decision in accordance with military law. USA-chan has been ordered by the acting commander to rest, okay? Rules are important, isn't it the cute Adjutant Corps Commander's mouth who always said that? Kalua pointed her finger to the Chris lips. Chris' eyes swam around, and Kalua sighed. Someone get a blanket, Kalua said as she pulled off Chris's blood-soaked cloak and called for Mia. Mia, warm her up a little. I'm sure it will be more comfortable. I'll be on guard. Okay. Mia took the blanket one of them brought, then she hugged Chris and sat down. Mia furrowed her brows as her extraordinarily petite and thin body had a terrible fever. Chris, as if she had given up, without even resisting, shivered as if she was freezing. Just rest for a while. It's okay. That's right. It's an order from the acting commander. After glaring at Kalua and Mia, Chris quietly pressed her body against Mia and closed her eyes. It was as if she passed out. The weight of her body immediately increased, and soon after, they could hear her breathing in her sleep. Come to think of it, she had hardly slept. Since she had been here, she had only taken a short nap. Mia gently hugged Chris's hot body, and she caressed her gently. I understand how you feel, but what a way to talk to your superiors. Ow! Kalua got a knuckle on the head from Dagra. Seriously. However, a smile of relief appeared on Dagra's face, and everyone who saw it looked at Chris's sleeping face with a somewhat soft expression. Volume 3, ch. 61, The Precious. Arc 3 The Precious, Chapter 61. The Precious. Berry let out a sigh as she stroked Chris's cheek, who was sleeping on the bed. Berry sat almost all day in the chair placed right next to her. It had been 2 days since she returned, but Chris hadn't woken up even once. So, haggard. Her white cheeks had lost some of their flesh, and there were deep dark circles around her eyes. She had heard that Chris had been reckless. She cleaned up her body, fixed her hair, and put her on the bed. Berry spent most of her time by her side, sometimes looking distressed. Chris's fever still hadn't gone down. The doctor determined that she was just overworked and not seriously ill, but that did not bring her any relief. The flesh and blood that handles magic is still just flesh and blood. Even though they were much stronger than normal people, when they die, they will die. Berry placed a wet cloth on Chris's forehead and adjusted the blanket, which had shifted several times. A knock sounded, and the one who entered was Celine. Berry, how is Chris? She is still asleep. I see, Celine said, lowering her eyes and moving closer to the bed. Since Chris came back days she had always spent her time here once she finished her work. Crescenta was helping her more than ever, and other corps commanders concerned with her were taking the initiative to do her work. She often stayed here long after dark. It's hot. Yes, but still not as bad as when Chris-sama just came back. Celine patted Chris to check her heat and wiped her eyes with her sleeve. She recalled what had happened when Chris came back. Bogan's body was cremated, and a large funeral for Boden and those that have died were held. By then, Celine had calmed down somewhat. No matter what, she couldn't just keep crying all the time. She cried herself to sleep at Bogan's side, held the funeral, and gradually regained her composure, and though she had no appetite, she was able to eat. The fact that Berry was by her side all the time to care for her was also big. The retreat went well under Galen's leadership, but there was one problem. Chris and her century had not yet returned. No, that is not accurate. Some had returned with seriously wounded men. 2 soldiers for each seriously wounded personnel. But even after a week passed, Chris was still in the mountains. Oju-sama, is Chris-sama? Berry asked Celine with a worried face. For the first 3 days or so, Berry was still able to reassure Celine. If it's Chris, then she will be fine. Berry must have also felt somewhat assured. But after hearing the report from the returning soldier that Chris had a high fever, her anxiety grew stronger day by day. And so did everyone there. Even though she should have been able to guess it from Celine's face when she returned to her office from outside, Berry still asked. Crescenta was also restlessly sorting through the papers. There is no hindrance to the continuation of the mission. Is that so? All of them were concerned about the situation. But there was nothing they could do about it. The Dragon's Maw was under Guildenstein's control. The most they could do was to send a messenger that is familiar with the mountain, but against Celine's order to return, that it was Chris's response. Celine-sama, I understand your position. You are to stay here. But Celine patted Crescenta's head. Crescenta just kept her face down. She had no grudges. Because of the war there was no point in regretting that. The war broke out because of her. That doesn't mean that everything that happened there was her fault. It's not like there aren't any other choices. There were countless options to choose from. However, it was her father who thought of Chris and chose to fight, taking into account everything, feelings and principles, merit and demerit. And he became a martyr as a noble. Crescenta, I won't blame you alone. You are my dear family, just like my father. No matter what the conclusion was, it was chosen by the whole family. No matter what the outcome, if there was someone responsible for it, everyone should be equally responsible. Understand? Yes. Celine stroked her head. She had already accepted Crescenta's existence and decided to protect her on that basis. Celine's pride would not allow her to break the pledge she had made to her name. As a noble, as the daughter of a noble hero who was a martyr to his duty, it was unacceptable. She closed her eyes just a little and spoke. I've talked to the corps commanders. Tonight, I'll pick her up. It's okay. It's a mountain. There's no problem during the night. I'll take some witty escorts from the 4th Corps, who are familiar with Bernaik, so it will be fine. The returning soldiers reported that Chris was at her limit. Even if Dagra advised her to withdraw, she did not listen and simply announced that they would continue guarding the rear. In order to stop the enemy's pursuit and rebuild the army, we need to continue this. And that's Chris's current role. Chris can't go home until Chris does her job properly. This was what Chris had said. While staggering, the soldier had reported that to Celine as they were worried about Chris. They even sent a message in Celine's name, but she ignored it. The reply was that there was no hindrance to the continuation of the mission. It would take 2 days to get there and back. The message was a waste of time. It was only natural, Celine thought. The last thing Chris saw was her beloved Celine hitting her cheek. The worst. She had regretted it many times, but there was no excuse for her to say that she didn't do it on purpose. In fact, Chris was frightened, and that's how she captured it. I'm asking Anne to prepare the armor right now. Berry, can you make something light? Understood. Then there, a violent knocking sound resounded, and the door opened without waiting for an answer. Celine-sama. Chris-sama has returned. The moment she heard that, Celine rushed out of the room. Wrapped in a blanket and held in her arms, she looked like a baby, and it was obvious she was suffering. Berry immediately arranged for a doctor while Celine and Crescenta led Mia, who was holding Chrissy, to Chris's room. She was soaked in so much blood that it even soaked into the blankets. When her clothes were taken off, they could see that her shoulders were swollen. Compared to the wounded soldiers, it was rather fortunate that it ended with just that. She instructed Anne to bring her hot water, then cleanse her body and lay her down on her bed. Her beloved sword, which was supposed to be made of sturdy steel, had countless chips and nicks. The cloth wrapped around the hilt was hardened with blood, and the skin of her hands was crushed with countless blood blisters. I should have somehow made time and gone to pick her up earlier instead of leaving it to the messenger. Celine regretted so, and she slept by her side. Since then, Chris had not woken up. Chris was always desperate. She knew that she would do the impossible, as if it's only natural to live up to expectations. She would use more power than she was capable of. The standard was always hers, and she accepted nothing but what was natural for her. She fought in the center of the dragon's maws, retrieved the sword from Gildenstein, and acted as Celine's representative. She did all these things without taking a break, but first and foremost, she was worried about Celine and came to check on her and tried to comfort her. And yet, Celine grimaced and hugged Chris. "Oju-sama, please don't be too hard on yourself. But I've done terrible things to her." Berry stayed silent. It didn't matter what she said. The office, the fortress, had a somewhat heavy atmosphere. It was only natural that having lost the Hirobogan and the battle in the Dragon's Maw, the place was somewhat suffocating, but the biggest reason for this was anxiety over Chris. If they were even to lose Chris, even though they tried not to think about such anxiety, it crept into their heart. "Celine?" The two were surprised and looked at the Chris, blank and uncertain, but through the gaps in her long silver lashes, a beautiful purple color could be seen peeking out. Chris-sama." Celine brought her face closer, and Chris looked frightened for a moment. I'm sorry." Tragically, sadly, understanding the meaning of the words Chris had spun, Celine hugged her little body. "Chris, you don't have to apologize, it's all my fault." "Celine, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit you. I'm not angry. I also don't hate Chris, I really love you." Chris looked up in confusion and looked at Celine, who hugged her. Then she looked at Berry. Berry quietly wiped away her tears and smiled in relief. "Just like I said, it's impossible for Oju-sama to hate Chris-sama." Chris still seemed troubled. She moves her bandaged hand, hesitating if she should hug Celine. But Celine is crying. She's sad. "It's called tears of joy. Even when I'm very happy, I still cry." "You've been in bed for 2 days, and I've been so worried about you." Tears of joy. She's so happy that her beloved Chris-sama has finally woken up. Berry's hand took the wet cloth from her forehead, which had almost fallen off, and patted it on her while avoiding the hair. Chris, still in a daze, hugged Celine. "Celine, didn't hate Chris?" No, I didn't." "I'm sorry, your cheek hurt, right?" Celine lifted her face and kissed Chris on her cheek. Opening her eyes slightly, Chris gave a relieved look. She put her hand on her cheek and traced it with her thumb as if wiping away a drop of Celine's tears, and then she raised her body just a little, kissed her on the mouth, and pulled away. A smile appeared on Chris's face, and Celine also put her hand on Chris's cheek and kissed her mouth. "I really love you, from now on and forever." Celine, as if relieved, she relaxed, and her body sank into the bed. "When Chris wake up, Celine won't hate Chris." "I won't, I swear by the name Celine, I will never hate Chris." "That's why now, just sleep peacefully." Chris nodded. Her breathing was somewhat rough, and she occasionally coughed a little. Celine rubbed her body, and Chris looked at her blankly. "Chris, do you want some water?" "Want." Celine gently helped Chris up. Berry took a water jug and poured honey into it, and stirred it. She put a cloth on Chris's chin to prevent spills and put the jug in front of her mouth to let her drink a little bit at a time. "Chris-sama, how are you feeling? Would you like something to eat?" Please be honest. Do you want to go to bed?" Chris paused for a moment and said that she wanted to go to bed. She probably didn't feel well. She hadn't eaten and must be hungry. If Chris, who had such a voracious appetite, said so, then that's quite serious. Berry frowned. "I will prepare something easy to eat when Chris-sama wakes up. For now, please rest." "Okay." Chris-sama will rest starting today until Chris-sama physical condition returns. "But, Chris''s job is." "Chris is to rest." "I beg you. Please take a rest." Stared at by Celine, Chris nodded. Berry smiled. "In exchange, we will pamper Chris-sama to the point that Chris-sama will not want to get out of bed. Both Oju-sama and Crescenta will spoil you so much that by the time your body recovers, Chris-sama won't be able to work. Chris-sama might end up being too spoiled." "That's Chris, will be troubled." Celine made a wry smile as Chris's cheeks blushed with a different kind of embarrassment. "That's enough for a while. Will you listen to my request?" Good girl." Chris narrowed her eyes as Celine stroked her head. "If it's Celine's request, Chris, We'll accept all of it. Chris'll do anything. Chris reached out his hand and stroked Celine's cheek again. That's why Chris wants Celine to keep liking Chris. Just how much did she hurt this little girl by doing that? Her eyes were clear, like pure jewels, yet they swayed silently, anxiously, frightenedly. She had not woken up for 2 days, her body was covered with scars, and she had killed countless people. All for Celine. Still, that was all she desired. It won't be strange if she lashed out or cursed at her. It was fine if she screamed like a child, and Celine didn't care if she hit her so hard that her face swelled up. However, Chris had no such feelings at all. She just directed her frighteningly pure heart toward her. Beautiful, without any pretense, transparent, clear, words and love in every and all way. Celine was speechless. She held back her tears again and pressed her brow against Chris's forehead. She felt her hot body and looked into her eyes. My requests, it's fine if Chris doesn't listen to them. Even if Chris doesn't push yourself too hard or say you don't like something or be selfish, I will still like Chris. Chris will still be important to me. Celine, if Chris is still worried, I'll say the same thing every day until Chris is no longer uneasy. I'll never do that again. I will never betray your trust. That's why, please just believe me, Celine said in a quiet, whispery voice, her golden eyelashes wet. Her long golden hair mingled with the translucent silver on the sheets. Their lips overlapped softly, and the little girl, submerged in silver and gold, smiled. Yes. She then closed her eyelids and soon begins to sleep quietly, as if she has reached her limit. Celine adjusted the bed and slowly moved away. Love rival, I wonder if it will really just stop as a joke. Why Fufu. Now Oju-sama can't make fun of me either in a joking tone. Berry chuckled like a little girl, and she smiled merrily, and quickly dropped her face down. She traced her eyes with her thin fingertips and sniffed. I'm sorry. I've caused trouble for you, too. While sitting on the chair, she shook her head. She held her face with both hands. That's not it. Just a little relief, that's all. She was supporting Celine, and she was probably holding back so as not to make Chris anxious. She was always watching over them. Even though she was not that strong. Celine kneeled down in front of Berry, who was shaking her shoulder and holding her face down, and hugged her. Thank you, Berry. Berry shook her red hair again, and Celine laughed. Fufu, now you can't tease me for being stubborn. I'm not stubborn. Let's leave it that way. But she stroked the red hair and said, maybe we're similar. I hate that about myself, but I really like that about you, Berry. I'm not like that. You're crying, you know. Laughing wryly, and Berry rested her head on Celine's shoulder. Putting up a strong front, being stubborn. Celine and Berry are a bit alike in their inadequacies. But maybe that's why. I wonder if that's why we see the same thing as beautiful. Quietly, she whispered. Notes about love and love and love. Love, equals like, favorite, food, hobby, music, friend, lover, etc. Its use is more universal. Love, equals love, beloved, lover, parent and child, etc. Its use is only to express love or beloved. Love, equals love, affection, mostly when it's about Chris's feeling or pureness. From now on we'll be using affection. The above is just a general explanation. The whole chapter was a roller coaster of emotion, heartbreaking but also heartwarming. And with this Arc 3 The Precious comes to an end. Next is Arc 4 The Beloved. A new chapter will be posted every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. See my other project, Magical Girl Hero. https://www.novelupdates.com/series/Magical Girl Hero /on Snowcat Translation. https://snowcattranslation.wordpress.com/Magical Girl Hero / both of them is a link.